To the FY22 Strategic Planning Retreat. Thank you for being here today. We have a little bit of housekeeping just to take care of first. Everyone should have a packet of information in front of you. On the front is your agenda for today. And I'll walk you through, if you want to place them in your notebook, you're welcome to do so. I'll give a moment to do that. Take your agenda and place it right on top of your other agendas that are in your notebook if you want to put them there. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Some other folks had asked to help. And then if you'll take the presentation, which is next in your stack, and you can put that right into your presentation tab in your notebook. Next, you have your areas of focus mapping. I would suggest putting that under your Balanced Scorecard tab. It looks like this. It's right after the PowerPoint presentation. So there's a green page that separates everything, every type of document.
This is what that looks like.
You also have a list of OFEs, right? So two different lists of OFEs here. I would suggest putting them under your miscellaneous tab. Next year I'll have an OFE tab for us. And then the very last item, I think you all already have this in your notebook, but I provided it just in case. It's another FY21 Corporate Balance Scorecard, so you can just set that right into your scorecard tab also. Wherever you'd like.
If we already have one in here, we don't need this.
Correct. Yep. You don't really need it. You don't have to duplicate it in your notebook if you don't want it. Sorry, my microphone's moving. Try that.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm the one that asked for that.
No problem.
Remedial help.
Very helpful. Thank you, Kevin.
All right.
In the BSC tab.
Lauren, can I say something?
Yes.
Just a reminder, this is being live streamed, so
Watch my language.
very, very important that you talk as close to the microphone as you can, especially with the mask on. Makes it kind of difficult. Thank you.
And on that note too, just with the note that is live streamed and we have folks on Zoom, just for the sake of making sure everybody can be heard who's speaking at the moment, make sure you, especially the folks in the back, mute your microphone. I think y'all already have. Keep it muted until you may want to make a comment, and then make sure to unmute it at that time. We'll note if we can't hear you, we'll remind you to unmute your microphone at that time. Okay? All right, we'll get going with the PowerPoint presentation. So again, welcome, and we're going to just go through a quick update of our timeline for strategic planning that we're all well aware of. We did hold our pre-retreat meetings in November and December. That was one with the senior leaders, and then we had the Village Council's pre-retreat meeting, of course, last week. We are holding the retreats today and tomorrow. And then in January, we come back for council to adopt the balanced scorecard. Staff then begins to develop the strategic operating plan through the months of January to April. We review a recommended strategic operating plan and annual budget to the council in May, officially to be adopted by the end of June. And you'll see on this next slide, just another way of looking at some of the items that we've already done through this planning process. You'll see we started at the very top. So we start big picture, right? We used a inverted triangle for you to see it this way. So we kind of look at our environment. We conducted the environmental scan, we reviewed data. So this is kind of taking a big overview look at, one, how we performed as an organization, but two, what our surrounding environment context is. Then we went through and affirmed our SOAR analysis and our strategic advantages and challenges at last week's meeting. So those top two items are the ones that we went ahead and accomplished at that pre-retreat meeting. Now you see we're kind of drilling down a little bit. So we next are in the 2 brown lines. That's what we're going to accomplish over the next 2 days specifically, is prioritizing our strategic opportunities from the SOAR. Of course, you all had that homework that you all submitted to me. We'll get to that here shortly. And then council will identify the actions, or the OPs, necessary to address the strategic opportunities, and any others that you may wish. What happens next is you'll approve the balanced scorecard. We'll talk about that at the end of the day tomorrow. But in January, you'll officially approve the corporate balanced scorecard and the 5-year IAPs to give staff the direction on developing the full workbooks and everything we need to consider for those initiative action plans over the 5-year period. Again, that happens in January. And then from that, staff starts developing any other OPs. So there may be other items for improvement that have been identified from the staff level that maybe through our Baldrige process or different things like that. There may be internally focused items, especially that would get back onto the OP list for improvements to be made. And then ultimately we develop that strategic operating plan. The OPs that are included in our 5-year plan are all based on the prioritization that we hear from you between today and tomorrow. Kind of what we hear from you is the focus for us to pursue. And then we also have to consider available resources. So that's kind of the main inputs from that the staff need in order to develop that 5-year strategic operating plan, so we can pursue the list of items that we need to pursue. Okay? You have any questions on that at all? Okay? All right. So today and tomorrow, we have several objectives outlined here on the screen. The retreat objectives for today, specifically, we will review and affirm our mission, vision, and core competencies. We will look at the prioritization of strategic opportunities and the areas of focus. And lastly, we will spend majority of the day going through the list of OPs, or opportunities for improvement. And we'll go through that list, affirm, modify, change, anything, delete, whatever we need to do to make sure that we have the right items on the list. At the end of today, I hope that we all have an understanding of what is on the list and what remains on the list. I want us to make sure we get through those item by item to understand what's on there, and that we have anything that that council wishes to add or change on those as well. Okay? Then for day two is a little more focused on financial. So day 2, we'll begin reviewing the 5-year financial forecast. Sorry for the duplicate word there. 5-year forecast and the fund balance policy. And we will discuss 5-year major capital and workforce needs. And then we'll end the day tomorrow discussing any of those potential changes to the balanced scorecard. So that's what I'll need to know in order to come back to you in January with a corporate balanced scorecard for the next fiscal year. So if you look at your agenda today, we have a couple of breaks scheduled in. I'll try to stick to those as best as possible. I do know there may be 1 or 2 additional little 5-minute breaks that we'll take just for me to kind of regroup and make sure we're moving forward with where we need to go. But we will have a lunch. We'll have lunch brought in. It'll be here starting at 12 o'clock. We'll try to stick to the schedule as best as we can today in order to wrap up by 4:30. If that sounds okay with everybody. Okay, and then just a few ground rules. So today is less me talking and more you talking. I want to make sure that today everyone feels like they have their ideas on the table for discussion. I want to make sure that everybody feels heard. My goal is that everybody can leave the room today and feel like their ideas were shared, that they were able to provide their ideas, but also provide their opinions on the ideas, because ultimately, today is a day of forming consensus on each of the items as we move through them. So I am going to do as best as I can to keep us going item by item. I understand that one item may cross to another item, and it's hard to kind of keep it just focused on a single item. But I will do my best to try to steer the conversation so that we can talk one thing at a time, get opinions, see if we have a consensus formed, and then move to the next item. If you see me do a timeout, don't get offended. It's just a hold on a minute, timeout. We need to circle back and understand, did we form a consensus on the last item? We will get back to that next topic in just a minute. Okay, so I'll use that as a little signal for us to all understand what that means. There is a lot to cover, and so I want everybody to be able to share as much as you want to share and discuss it. If there are items, though, that you are just ready to go and say, yep, I'm good with that one, a simple thumbs up from council is perfectly acceptable too. So if you're good to go, give me a thumbs up. If I see consensus among you, I'll share that and say, okay, it looks like we've come, we have majority of council wanting to move forward with this. So I'll try to keep facilitating it that way to keep us moving forward. Does that sound okay? Yes, Jeff?
I'd just like to add a little bit of clarification on the language in the slide here, because I think that words that we've chosen here send maybe the wrong signal. Day 1, item 2, I just want to remind everybody that staff's original intent was not to ask you to prioritize strategic opportunities. You asked us for that opportunity, and we're doing it, but the process doesn't require it. And then second point is day 1, item number 3, affirm or amend actions to address strategic objectives. We had chosen to organize our OFEs in accordance with strategic objectives, but in fact, OFEs are designed to address a lot more than just strategic objectives. In fact, when we get to prioritization or areas of focus, we're looking at strategic objectives, strategic challenges, and gaps, performance gaps. And there may be many other considerations as well. So it's not just about strategic opportunities.
Yep, good point. Yep, strategic opportunities is one of the 4 inputs to determining areas of focus as well. Good point, Jeff. Yep. Any other points of clarification for our objectives today, or any of the facilitation ideas? Anything else that you would suggest to make sure that we're all on the same page today?
On day 2,
Yes.
I find it interesting, talk about fund balance first, then capital, major capital needs. I feel like you should talk about capital needs and then fund balance. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
And so that's,
So I know the.
let you think about that.
Yep. I believe the intent, and Natalie, feel free to chime in too, or Brooke, the intent is to provide options for changing the fund balance policy. And then after you talk about the major capital needs, you circle back to determine what to do for that. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yes, that's correct. Kevin, you're right. So what we'll do is we'll go through the, we'll talk about what those capital needs are. We'll talk about ways to save money for future capital needs and talk about the fund balance policy as well. So we'll get to all of it, I think, in an appropriate order.
Great. Okay, oh, yes.
To Jeff's point, though, on today, we did reprioritize on the strategic opportunities. And everybody's had a chance to look at that, or will as we go along. And I think that was a good thing to do, because I think it points in maybe a little bit different direction on some activities. And I think the proof of that will come out as we look through the OFEs. You know, what in ranking, keeping, changing some of those, that will reaffirm what the reorientation is, or reprioritization of the opportunities. I think they start to point together.
Yeah.
But we'll do the offies
That's
first-
right, yep.
First, I think, and then we'll come and look
Correct.
at the
Thank you, John.
opportunities and see how that lines up, right?
That's correct. So we'll look at the prioritization of both strategic opportunities and areas of focus first, then go through the OFI list in complete detail, and then we will circle back at the end to say, is there any adjustment that needs to be made?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll do it that way.
Yeah, I agree with that. The point I was trying to make is that your decisions over the next 2 days are not constrained by strategic opportunities or your prioritization of strategic opportunities. You have to consider a wide variety of information.
Yep, exactly.
Good.
Perfect. All right, well, we will move forward if everybody's ready. Okay? Thank you for the thumbs up. Lydia, you hanging in there? Can you
Yes,
hear
I
us?
have to mute and unmute so you guys don't hear my dogs barking. Yes, I'm ready, thank you.
Okay. All right, great. So we'll start with mission, vision, and core competencies. So if you'll turn in your slides to that, you see here on the screen, we've provided our current vision and mission statements. Our vision statement is the Village of Pinehurst is a charming, vibrant community which reflects our rich history and traditions. Our mission is to promote, enhance, and sustain the quality of life for residents, businesses, and visitors. Council, this is a process that we do every year. We bring forward the mission and vision to you all for consideration to either affirm or amend these. Does anybody have any proposed amendments to either of these today that you'd like to discuss? I got a thumbs up from John.
Always had an issue with charming. I didn't understand it in the mission, but no one else does. It doesn't seem actionable, you know, so.
I think it is actionable, because the quality of life here, we have to do what we can do to ensure that it remains charming. So, I mean, the charm is there, that got set, by the direction 1895 and some of those buildings, and it's been carried on, and we want to keep carrying it on, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a verb, I agree with you.
Charming is an actionable item.
Maybe to clarify, a vision statement shouldn't be actionable. It should be aspirational. It should be language that helps us understand what are the best outcomes for our community. So
I'll spare you reading some of my options.
And Laura, may I throw in a comment?
Absolutely.
I've nothing with vision and mission, I don't want to spend a lot of time discussing it, but on our letterhead, we have Southern hospitality. And that, something about that, I don't know, seems, I'm from the South, and Southern hospitality doesn't seem to fit Pinehurst like charming definitely does. So I just want to throw it out
Okay.
there, and if anybody else has the same thought, let's talk about it later. I just wanted to throw it out there
And
while I have.
that's our tagline. Natalie, I see you chiming in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Yeah. So when we went through the branding initiative to create the village logo, we came up with that tagline. Our marketing firm did, and the branding group that was assembled, I think there was a team of about 7 or 9 people, including council and others even outside the organization, representatives from the resort and some other places. But that was the tagline that they came up with. But Lydia, and there was a lot of discussion similar to the lines that you just mentioned, as Southern hospitality may or may not really fit us. So if you're interested in revising the tagline, then that's something certainly we can come up with some alternative proposals for council to consider.
Thank you.
Okay, let's put it on the back burner for now.
Okay,
Thanks, Natalie.
you're welcome.
Good point. All right, I've got some thumbs up. Anybody else want to chime in for any changes? Okay, I think we have a consensus to move forward with our current mission and vision statements then. And then on the next slide, you see our list of 3 core competencies: continuous improvement, utilize volunteers, and leverage technology. So core competencies are our areas of greatest expertise. They're strategically important to us and are central in fulfilling our mission. They provide us an advantage in our environment. So they set us apart. They're kind of our secret sauce of setting us apart from our competitors, right? And so we have identified these over the last, several years. These have been the consistent 3 core competencies of our village here, of the organization. Council, do you see anything you would like to amend from this list here?
I don't love the word utilize volunteers,
Utilization,
but, I mean, it's more like embrace, or, and it's sort of like,
Leverage.
Average?
well, you
Yeah,
got it,
yeah.
and the next one is leverage technology, so, but, I mean, it's almost like the velocity of our volunteers is, a high velocity, group of people. I mean, they're just all over the place, so I don't have a good thesaurus.
Would it be,
Incorporate volunteer services, maximize volunteer services.
engage was a word someone just put out over here. I like
engage
it.
volunteers?
Engaged.
And
We engage
what was it
volunteers?
before? Because we wordsmith this every year, and one year it sort of feels like
Engaged
this and
sounds
that.
pretty interesting to me. We have a
Yeah.
pretty engaged, I like that word.
And is it, is it engaging volunteers? I mean, it's like a two-way street. We engage them, but they engage us.
Right.
And that's really, their engagement of us is really what gives us the horsepower. But,
Not a big change.
yeah,
And in the pre-retreat, number one, we talked around it in some other area. I just didn't think it was strong enough. I agree with continuous improvement, but very few people have continuous improvement methodologies that we have, the balanced scorecard and things like that. So to me, number one is right, but it's just not strong enough. It really doesn't say, a lot of people have continuous improvement,
right.
but what we have is continuous improvement to the fourth
Steroids.
power.
Right.
And
Our
so I don't think that,
methodologies,
I mean, I agree with all three, but all I'm saying is, I don't think that says it strong enough. But I'll leave it for you guys to figure that one out.
Council, how do you feel? Do you want to keep continuous improvement? Do you want to change how it's worded?
Continuously
Environment.
improvement?
I thought last time you were, I was advocating for a track record, but you all talked about culture. So continuous improvement culture, would that,
Oh, it's systems.
systems?
Nobody has systems that we have. I mean, but I don't want to get out of hand here.
It's all of it. And that's why it's hard to,
Pin it down.
I'm okay with it.
you boil it down to two simple words, continuous improvement, because you have to embrace all of that.
I'm okay with it. I
Yeah.
just wanted to tell you that it doesn't clearly separate us from our competitive set that I think we deserve to be. But I do think the engaged volunteer everyone utilizes them.
Seems clinical.
Yeah. Maybe, you don't want to change these things. You don't want to turn a train too sharply, so maybe we just settle on engaged volunteers.
And I'm hearing engaging, ing.
Errand, yes.
I had engaged
Dual
in my
meaning of the
head.
word engaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a two-way.
I had engaged, so I don't know. I'm not a wordsmither.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that? We okay with changing that?
Well, is it engage or engaging?
Engaging volunteers?
Using engaging makes it an adjective and a verb. That might be like what Judy was talking about, the two-way street. Engaging volunteers can be a verb or it can be an adjective. So it can be read two ways.
Yep, exactly. It could.
Can I add a couple of things, Lauren?
Yep.
I agree with this conversation. I think engaging volunteers is probably more appropriate. One of the things that I see that we don't have in here is a discussion about future core competencies that we may want to develop. And I think as it relates to our volunteer system, I think that we may be engaging them, but I don't know that we can say we have a competency around volunteer management.
Right.
So while we might be able to engage them, meaning we can recruit them, we get them to volunteer for long periods of times and we get repeat volunteerism on different boards and committees and so on and so forth. I think that's important. So that's where, like, I look at this and I think about the Balder site visit that we went through and some of the, lines of questioning around how we manage our volunteers. So I don't know. I might suggest that we're close, if not there, at the future core competency that we previously identified, that we were trying to reach of transparency is.
Yeah,
So those are the kind of my two comments about competencies.
So
How do
let me
feel?
clarify. So Natalie, are you proposing that we change number 2 to changing it from engaging volunteers to something different?
No, I think engaging volunteers is probably okay for our core competency, but I think a future core competency might be volunteer management.
Gotcha. Okay.
but you also said transparency.
Right. And so in years past, council had discussed, do we have a future core competency of transparency? That would be something that we have been working toward, right? So with the different initiatives that we've had in place through our OFI list, improvements that we have identified and addressed, that maybe one day that would be something that would set us apart, that could be a core
Aren't we
competency.
there? Why, are we not there? That's a core. And transparency, does anybody have the systems in place to be as transparent as we are? It looks like it's already a core competency to me, is what I'm trying to say. Not to you, Natalie?
Kevin, that was a big question that we kind of asked ourselves, and as we were writing our Baldrige application, we kept coming back to, maybe it actually is a competency already.
I mean, why do you have to
how
have
it
3?
feels.
Is there a reason? I mean, because I think that the improvement I've seen in the 3 years that I've been here, and then Judy and I have been here, has been dramatic, and the improvement before that's been dramatic. I'm saying you're there. But
Council, what do y'all think? Anybody else on that? Yes.
I think Natalie had a good point that what's written for the 3 core competencies is fine with me. We are good at those things. There are things that we would like to develop as core competencies, but I don't know that this is the spot to put that future development into. That's going to go somewhere else in our discussion under, I don't know if it's an OFI or whatever, but it's not for here. It's something that we should be thinking about, and we may want to work it into the work that we will be doing as the year goes along. But I don't know that it's here that we put it. So when it comes to doing a better job with our volunteers than we do now, because we certainly, they're a very, very important part of how we manage ourselves. But could we do even better? Possibly so, but we don't have to put that in core competency. We put that somewhere else as something to work toward.
Sure.
That's a good point, and I think
I think Jane's right.
I think you're pointing it to a potential improvement to this process. And thanks to Natalie and for Jane for pointing this out. Maybe in the future, we need to have a stop point somewhere in here where we consider desired future core competencies, because they should be driving priorities as well.
Yeah, I've already wrote that down on my plus delta notes for next
Yeah.
year. I think we should probably, in this retreat, allow some time to discuss what future core competencies we want to develop.
And as I look at this, Natalie, leveraging technology is what got us to transparency. So ironically.
Right, it certainly has.
Ironically, one of the core competencies is responsible for the transparency step. So maybe it's already there in some respect.
And continuous improvements responsible for leveraging technology.
Continuous improvement. Yeah, That's true.
So I have heard possibly adding a fourth core competency of transparency. Does anybody feel, I've heard from Kevin to say he thinks we're there to add it. Any other council members want to weigh in on that?
Staff agree?
Yeah,
Lydia?
this is a big deal, and I'm looking at an area of greatest expertise, and maybe what something Kevin said is we are there in so many areas, and I'm reluctant to right now adjust our core competencies. It seems like we need to have a better discussion because we're seeing how some of these tie into the others, and then if you had 4, should you add 5? I'm more comfortable leaving this alone, and like Natalie was talking about, I think, Natalie, you said you're going to address this in the future. Maybe at that point, really get this to where we want it, based on some more, just working through it.
I think maybe it would be helpful for us to put this one on the shelf. I think that, and I say that because I don't know if we're going to be able to answer this, but I think it would be helpful for us to go back and look at the indicators of whether or not it is a core competency for us. For example, questions that we have in our various surveying methodologies about trust from our customers. I don't recall what specific questions we have, or do we have questions that specifically deal with perceptions of transparency or something like that?
Yes, we do.
We do, and those indicators have gone up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's one of these definitely I think we strive to have transparent operations for sure. And it's always going to be in the eyes of the beholder.
Right, yeah.
There'll be different perceptions. No matter how much we put stuff out there, there'll be somebody who, I didn't know that. Well, who said that could be? So, it's really, I think definitely we're having all the things in place to operate as transparently as possible.
So I think what I'm hearing, and maybe council can confirm, I think what I'm hearing is maybe change utilize volunteers to engaging volunteers, leave transparency as maybe a future core competency and add to next year's retreat a discussion of future core competencies, and then consider volunteer management on our OFI list. Did I hear that correctly?
I agree.
Well, I think to your suggestion, volunteer management might be a desired future evolving core competency as well. But if I could go back to the transparency one, I wonder if maybe it would be okay to just send this one back to the staff, and we could bring it back to you in January with a little bit of analysis.
That's what I was thinking, right? I was thinking that could come back to you guys when I bring back the balanced scorecard discussion and initiative action plans. We can bring some.
Ask something, is
Sure.
there anything that we would do differently, whether that transparency was a fourth thing on the list or not? I'm not sure that there is anything we'd do differently.
Well, I think,
I agree, and that's why I suggest it's probably okay to just come back with it in January if we want to get over this, yeah.
It wouldn't change anything today, right?
Yeah.
but it would change the way we look at things in the future, though, if we would
reminder.
drive everything towards transparency, so I disagree. It would have an impact. But I'm okay with the way you're doing it.
I think that these things are embedded in the organization, and
Yeah.
in whether we list it as transparency as a core competency or not, I think that it would not hinder us from pursuing those things that will improve transparency.
None of these are 100% accomplished. Continuous improvement could never be 100%
Right.
accomplished.
Right.
Utilization of volunteers can't be 100%. Leveraging technology is a constant thing, so why wouldn't transparency be the same thing? But I'm pretty proud of our transparency, so I thought it was something to be a core competency, but we can move on.
Let's have staff come back on
Yeah,
that, as
yeah.
you suggested. And what I hear is we're going to change utilize to engaging, I guess, is the
Correct.
consensus on that. And let's move forward.
Okay, sounds great. We've got that.
And we did already talk about training the volunteers more in the previous pre-retreat, so we're kind of headed down that way.
Exactly. There might be some opportunities that we add to the OP list in that particular area, correct. Okay. Oops, sorry, guys. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is the prioritization of our strategic opportunities in our balanced scorecard areas of focus. You will see here just a reminder slide here. So the prioritization of both of these items are meant to be tools, right? So they are simply tools that you have in your toolkit and that we are able as staff also to use when it comes to prioritizing our action items, our OP list, for the 5-year planning period. They are meant to provide guidance for our discussion later today, guidance as staff develops the strategic operating plan, and offer different lenses for the planning process. They are not meant to bind you for pursuing or not pursuing something, and they're not meant to restrict any actions or decisions. Okay, so this is simply tools in the toolkit that we get to use to help us prioritize the many, many items that are on our to-do list. On the next slide, you will see, in priority order, the prioritization of strategic opportunities. Again, at the end of the meeting last time, Council made the recommendation to take away homework to try to prioritize those opportunities. And I took all of the inputs from all 5 of you and came up with this prioritization list based on all of your input. So you'll see it from 1 to 10, 1 being the top priorities. So we've got promote high quality development and design, number 1. Number 2, seek ways to minimize traffic congestion throughout the village. Number 3, seek to expand ETJ. Number 4, expand and enhance stormwater management efforts. Number 5, become a pedestrian-friendly community. Number 6, create a thriving business environment. 7, reinvigorate the village center. 8, evaluate possible expansion of construction of new village facilities. 9, become a digital village. And 10, create new open spaces and amenities in neighborhoods.
I was interested that, at least in my case, I was 1 ahead or 1 behind each of these as they came out. So it was right in the same area, I think, that the consensus was. Is that pretty much true around the table?
I almost did a protest submission. I had everything tied, and then at 10, I had create new open spaces, amenities within the neighborhoods, because it's so undefined. We're not even close to understanding what that is. So that was clearly 10th. I have them all equal and intertwined and interconnected, and I really felt like it was, I didn't want to do it.
It's hard to put them in a rank order.
I didn't want to do it because
hard.
I feel them all have equal importance, because some of them are really the same thing reworded. And so, but I do think there is consensus on 10, that we don't have that defined. We don't have that defined whatsoever. Anyway, someone else talk.
So compared to my list, I'm surprised to see the ETJ up there as number 3.
I didn't.
It's never going to happen.
I didn't have that there, but I understand it. I think they're all of equal importance. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, if we go through the OFFE list, as
Yep.
Lauren's already offered it, well, that'll help maybe crystallize some of this a little bit further.
Okay.
But, yeah, again, it matched fairly closely what I thought were the priority orders, and let's go on.
Great. Any other questions? We can move on to the next one.
Yeah, no?
You good, Lydia?
Oh, great, thank you, Lauren.
Okay. All right, we'll move to the next slide, which is to review our areas of focus mapping. And you will see, let's see, I told you to put that under your balanced scorecard tab in your notebook. I will pull it up on the screen as well. So I want to explain how the areas of focus mapping is done. What I do is I take the balanced scorecard from the current fiscal year and I map it to these different columns that you see. So I map it to performance gaps that have been identified, strategic challenges, strategic opportunities, and community survey areas for improvement. And I would suggest that you take your document that has been stapled for you and unstaple it. So you can see it next to one another. And this will help you understand where each of these items were mapped. They are not in any priority order on page 2, but I used the number next to each of the items to cross-map to the first page. For example, you see performance gaps. Okay, so there are 9 performance gaps identified here on page 2. Is everybody with me? Oops, I should probably scroll on here. 9 performance gaps identified, okay? Number 7 is fire response times. If you go up to page 1, number 7, fire response time is mapped here under deliver effective fire and rescue services. Does that make sense how to decode the mapping?
It does, but Mark, you may have said this, I don't think it registered. The performance gaps, are they in any kind of rank order?
No rank order at all, no.
Okay.
So what I did, I expanded on our performance gaps. In years past, we really only looked at the gaps from our ETC benchmark survey relative to our performance to the US and Atlantic regional averages. What I've done this year, because we've matured as an organization, and Jeff had suggested, he said, we look at so much more than just that for performance gaps. I went through our measures, and especially what we covered at the pre-retreat meeting, and looked at where we were lagging in performance relative to our benchmark communities as well. So the performance, for example, for employee turnover rates, we noticed in FY20 our employee turnover rate was very high relative to 2 other benchmarks that we had identified in that pre-retreat data material that we had. So when that happened, I noted it here that we may have a performance gap.
For additional areas that we don't necessarily have the comparable data for in our ETC survey, but they are other things that we're looking at and comparing ourselves to other communities.
That's right. That's right. So it's going a little bit beyond just the resident and business survey results and quality results. We also identified a couple of these other in-process measures that we feel we have opportunities for improvement relative to our benchmarks.
I was thinking in my head that this internally hiring people to other jobs, but I guess that doesn't affect us because you have
It does not affect turnover, no. That still leave the organization. Given we know, based on our data, that most of that was attributed to, 50% of it was attributed to retirements this year. But overall turnover as a percentage was higher than our benchmarks that we had identified.
Even if you stripped out that 50%, if you also stripped out the retirements from those other comparable communities, we were left higher than they were. Mm-hmm. Not by as much, but
right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So does it make sense? Does everybody understand how the process was done in identifying the numbers for page 1? So I went through all of the items on page 2 and mapped them to a strategic objective on our balance scorecard. So you'll see the most items were mapped to those strategic objectives that I have highlighted in red. So it's manage development and enforce codes and ordinances, support businesses and facilitate economic development, and provide a safe and effective multimodal transportation system. That mapped the most items to those strategic objectives.
So to our earlier points about how strategic opportunities fits into all of this, these columns are just different lenses to look at our situation through, which can help to inform us about where we should be prioritizing our efforts. But you only really get the full picture until you look through all 4 lenses.
Interesting to me that item 3 is, with all the numbers attached to it, we have nobody in the building whose job that is.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, so really, how do you affect changing that when you have no one in the building whose job that is? So,
We are working on it currently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just don't see how you could affect changing that.
Well, I mean, you have to dedicate resources to it.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe that's the case in point.
Well, it validates what we're pursuing currently of hiring the transportation planner. You know, it validates that there is a need based on these challenges, these opportunities, areas for improvement identified in the survey. You know, it's using those as validation for that, really. Jane, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to digest this, because I just see it now, but, so one question I had on managed development and enforced codes and ordinances. Does that include building permit issues?
Does not.
But it often seems to be grouped with managed development.
Yeah, you're making a good point. We had a conversation about this yesterday, didn't we, Lawrence?
We did.
Well, I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure I understand what code and,
It might be helpful to split those out as strategic objectives, because code enforcement isn't really about development. It's about how we live and interact with each other on a daily basis more than anything else.
that are like nuisance ordinances? Is it-
Trash cans left out.
Yes, it's some of the nuisance ordinances, it's sign ordinances, it's whether people are mowing their grass, that wide range of, it's more post-development problems.
Okay, I sort of jumped to the conclusion, erroneously, obviously, that it was building permit issues. Okay.
I jumped to the same
Can I add
conclusion.
a
I thought it
comment?
was all, though.
Yeah.
I thought it was nuisance and,
So this is a case point, but we're not helping ourselves probably by
Grouping
lumping them together.
Right.
it is all of it, though. Is it, Bill, problem with someone not putting a silt fence up? Is that, no? That being this?
All those things, I think, as you said, Jeff, yeah.
A silt fence isn't really a code, it's not code enforcement, no.
No, so.
Can I
okay.
make a comment?
Yes.
The way that this strategic objective is worded is over encompassing of all of our codes and ordinances, whether that's the municipal code, the PDO, the engineering standards manual, stormwater regulations. It's intended to cover any
Okay, so it is what I thought.
any ordinances or codes that the council has adopted. But to Jeff's point, I think there may have been a point in time in years past where we had code enforcement or enforcement of municipal code. Well, I guess there's some stuff in PDO.
Yeah, code enforcement's both,
like-
though, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good point that you bring up in terms of maybe it's appropriate, Jane, is to make that a little clearer.
I agree.
Maintain an enhanced appearance of public spaces could be construed to incorporate or encompass code enforcement as well. So maybe at the end of day 2, when we come
Yep.
back to scorecard strategic objective wording, maybe we just flag these 2 objectives and see if we want to split that out or reword it to make it a little clearer. So thank you, Jane, for bringing that up.
If you'd like, we can bring that back to you in January as well, as a recommendation on how to clarify that language.
Yeah.
If we're confused, public's confused.
Yes, Jane.
I think it should be split.
the numbers in the columns. So under strategic opportunities, we have reprioritized those. And the strategic opportunities block on page 2
Don't use,
is the old list.
They're not in priority order.
Yeah.
I just used,
Just use this to
numbers
cross-reference this
next to
page
it.
to this page, yeah.
Should we figure that out? Because that might make a difference.
so looking at it in this view, this does not take into any prioritization. It is looking at overall how many, how many could it address, right? It's looking more at the number, not a priority. We could certainly,
We could do that exercise if you want.
Laura, may I make a suggestion? I might suggest at the break, we actually do what Jane is suggesting. Maybe at lunch or something, I could do it real quick if you needed help, but, it would be easier for council to see, that one is the highest priority, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a good point Jane's making.
And
Or we could do that tonight, or, whatever.
okay. Yep, we can do that. We'll bring it back. Maybe when we circle back, maybe at one of the breaks, we can get a chance to do that. And you know how we'll circle back at the end anyways, once we complete the OFI list, and we'll have that completed at that point too. How about that?
Can I ask one more?
Absolutely.
Thing? On number 3, support businesses and facilitate economic development. The word facilitate has me a little bit stumped because I'm not sure that the government can really do that. And where is that word coming from? Because
Or you mean, you're saying the facilitate, the word
the
facilitate?
word facilitate, where is that coming? Because
It is from the balanced scorecard. That was the strategic objective that is on the balanced scorecard currently.
Last year.
Last year, right.
okay, okay, because I'm not sure that, there's a lot of things under that category, if you look at what the challenges are and the strategic opportunities and so forth. But facilitating economic development may not really describe where those things lead as well as it could. Just a thought.
Okay, so I've marked 3 flags so far that we'll bring up at tomorrow afternoon's discussion for potential changes to the balanced scorecard strategic objectives.
Jane,
Right.
what do you have as an alternative? I mean, you just say drop that word? Or-
Well, I'd like to think about it,
Oh, okay.
if I could. I want to, I shouldn't have drank in the coffee is the problem. But I just buzzed. But I want to relook at my numbers and go back and match the language that's in the different ones and put it together and see if that's really talking about it the way that,
I mean, we've struggled with this one every year that I've been
Yeah, we
on
do.
council.
We have.
So I just thought you had a good top-of-mind thought. I'd love to hear it.
yeah.
And it's worth noting, we did do this last month, facilitate economic development.
Yeah, with the USGA,
We just did it last month, so.
September.
Okay. Council, do you have any other comments on this right now? Again, we'll come back to these after the OFI list. Does that sound fair?
I think that's
Laura,
good.
I just had an observation.
We'll be apples to apples and with
Okay.
those changes. Lydia?
Doesn't Pat Corso facilitate economic development?
Yes, so we contract with Partners in Progress to perform economic development services.
But my question is, would we describe the work he does as facilitating economic development? It's just a question. We don't have, we'll talk about it tomorrow, but I just, when you talk about facilitating economic development, I think, well, isn't that what Pat Corso does or should be doing? Just a question. Don't
Well,
need an answer.
he will tell you he doesn't work to put retail into the village or that, so there is a line there in the sand that I have had a hard time describing where that line is, where he does not do economic development specifically. But from a county standpoint, you're correct.
Okay.
Before we move on, I just did do the cross-reference on the the reprioritized strategic opportunities. If we can edit this document, we can throw it up there right now.
Sure, thank you, Jeff. Jeff was multitasking over here. Hold on one second.
So under goal 2, 4 and 7 become 1 and 3.
Okay.
Next one becomes 7, 9, 6, 3. Next one becomes 2, 5, which it already is, yep. Under goal 5, manage stormwater, 9 is 4.
Okay.
8 is 10,
Okay.
1 is 7. Not 17, but 7.
Oh, so sorry. Only 10 of them.
And 10 is 8.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Do the first 3 again? First 2 again?
You could print that at the break.
Yep,
can't
I'll
you?
print new ones for you.
Gonna print its new
I'm going to
ones.
put this here. And then,
And I just look back at the strategic opportunities list, and
We didn't change those, yeah.
we certainly picked up on the high-quality development and minimizing the traffic. That's definitely in there. But then stormwater was 4, and then the thriving business community was 6.
so we have, right, exactly. So we have, the only one that is in the top 5 that's not in the areas of focus right now is managing stormwater, which is an area of focus this current fiscal year. So we're doing things in our plan to address that. But it does look like we have, right, all of them except for 4, 10, and 7, 4, 7, 8, and 10 are all in the current proposed areas of focus rows. And yes, I will,
There's no 2. Oh, yes, there is.
There's a
Sorry,
2.
sorry.
okay? I will print these here for you at the break.
The crib sheet as well as the.
Yes,
list
both
sheet,
of
yeah.
them. Yes, I'll reorder the other one. Whoops.
So I don't recall, stormwater, satisfaction with stormwater doesn't reach the 20% dissatisfaction threshold in our community survey?
It does not. We went up 7 points, I think, this past year.
Yeah, I do
And I think
recall
we're
that.
at, I think we're at like 83, I thought.
So we have it under
What is
goal 5,
We're at 84%.
84. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I do recall being surprised that we didn't have a performance gap when compared to other communities, but
Yep, we were 84%. There was no gap with the benchmarks. We exceeded Williamsburg and Chapel Hill, and we also exceeded the Atlantic and US average without neutrals included.
There were stormwater projects and the weather was not as bad. The combination of those two,
Yeah.
the work done by staff and weather,
that might help to describe why our satisfaction went up this year.
that might be.
No hurricanes, really.
But there were real
There were
projects,
some big storms, though.
real
There's also been a robust-
visible projects, like the one by the church.
Community Road.
Yeah, we've got to, I mean, we've
I think we just have to keep
definitely had
after
a,
it.
definitely a
Yeah.
focus on stormwater projects.
Have one of your sticky notes.
I would also, I
Have one
mean,
of your
it's not
stickies.
rising up here, but the
Okay.
amount.
All right, so I will print those here at the break. If everybody's okay, we'll keep moving forward because I do want to get through just one point of our next section, which is talking about our OFEs. And then I'll give us a little break right after that, if that's okay.
Miscellaneous, right?
Correct, the OFE list is miscellaneous, that's right. Okay. Whoops. Jason, I keep getting this message. Do I need to say connect? Okay. It won't let me go into, okay. Okay, so while we're getting that loaded up, next we will talk about the OFE list. So our action items are on the OFI list, right? So OFIs are scheduled over the 5-year planning period. We include our resources needed to accomplish those also in the 5-year financial forecast. And ultimately, this is our to-do list. So staff uses this as our to-do list for each fiscal year. Our opportunities for improvement and innovation are categorized into 3 categories: evaluations, projects, and initiative action plans. And the evaluations are when we do service or process evaluations. So it's where we need to evaluate it a little bit further to determine what action needs to be taken for that. An example, evaluate library services is an evaluation. For projects, those are department-specific activities that can be completed in a shorter period of time. They don't need as detailed implementation timelines to do that or require significant resources to do so. For example, a project of streetscape enhancements is a project. And then lastly are the initiative action plans, and these are the big things, right? These are the big rocks that we have in our to-do list. They are defined and measurable activities that are needed to accomplish our strategic objectives and address our strategic opportunities. And they involve significant amount of time and financial resources and staff resources in order to accomplish them, or they may have a significant community impact over the planning period. For example, we have an initiative action plan for developing the small area plans. Okay. So as you go through the list of OFIs that I've provided, you'll see they are all categorized by one of these 3 categories. We'll want to make sure we continue using that going forward so we understand how we will pursue them in the planning period. So here's what we will do today. This is the remainder of the day, so we will take it small bites at a time because the list is very long. But first, we are going to hear from you all. I know some of you have come today with a list of items that as you reviewed the OFI list, you feel are missing from the list. And I want to make sure that we go ahead and first document them on a list to consider. So anything and everything that you may have thought of that you feel like is missing from here, let me know right now in a minute, and we'll document it on a list. And at the break, I'm going to organize that list so that as we go through the OFIs that are already on the ones you all have, we can stop at certain points and discuss any of those that you are proposing to add to the list to determine does it make it on the list or not.
I would suggest that after we're done going through the entire OFI list, we ask the question again as well. I think that as we go through that discussion, it might cue things in a lot of folks' minds about.
Oh, right. There may be new items that you,
Right.
have not considered yet that you may need to add. Yep, good point.
And I might suggest that we go through these in the new priority order.
Okay, yep, we can do that. We can start with the priority number 1, strategic opportunity number 1, and go that way. We can certainly do that. That sounds great. Everybody okay with that plan? Okay, so we'll do that. We'll review the OFIs, and I also would like for us to confirm on the OFI list which are labeled as initiative action plans, so that we at least have that direction from council of what are those big initiative action plans on the list and their timing within the 5-year period. Projects and evaluations, kind of where they plug into the 5-year planning period. Staff will come back with some recommendations for some of those based on resources and all that may be falling on the plates of different departments and that sort of thing. But we'll try to certainly get to the timing of initiative action plans to get your guidance on that specifically for sure. But let's start right now with number 1, and then we'll take a break so I can get a couple of those things shifted around and identified in order for us to move to number 2. Does that sound fair? Okay. All right, so I am going to pull up an Excel spreadsheet here. You'll see this is the one we'll work through for most of today. We'll start up here, and I can just add any of the suggestions that council has. This is not a time to talk about them. We want to evaluate them. This is our wear the white hat, put your ideas out there. If you feel like there's something missing on the current OFI list, let it be heard. So we've got it documented, and we'll be able to go through those. Jane, I think you had a couple, right?
I do.
Okay.
I have 3, but you could divide them up into a zillion or whatever. But the first one is what I would call meat and potatoes updates to the PDO, sorry. And that's everything from overhauling our subdivision regulations to having standards for scale, better landscaping, and
Uh-oh, hold on, pause. I don't want to not capture what you're saying.
okay.
I
so
think I've got something wrong
it's-
with the keyboard. Hold on one
There's
second.
there's a long list of possible improvements to, text amendment improvements to our PDO that are not exactly character-based zoning or pattern books. They are, I've given the list out 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, hold on one
And I
second.
don't see that.
She can't type.
Hold on one moment. I can't type your comments because my keyboard is broken right
Oh, I'm
now.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I don't want to miss what you're saying.
Could we list those individually, as individual proposed OFIs, or try to lump them together?
Well, for now, let's do a lump
Yeah, we can reconsider, yeah.
and I can bring lists tomorrow if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm surprised they're not engraved on the inside of your eyelids already.
No, there are, Jane, there also are a number of PDO sections listed already, I think, on the OFI list.
There are.
Which will encompass some of what you're saying,
That's
but
right.
add to it,
They
yeah.
encompass some, but there's a whole,
Yeah.
just the
There might be an opportunity to clarify or change the wording on
distinction.
an existing one
Right.
as well, yeah.
Yep.
So that's my first one.
Hang on
Okay,
a
wait.
second.
But I'm
Paul.
not talking.
Yeah.
Take a 1 minute pause.
Lauren, I think it's helpful, we should be looking at this color shaded list, right? That's what I'm using as a reference back to these points.
Well,
Is that
You
okay?
can, but I say, well, let us hear what you believe is missing currently without even cross-checking them, and we will, I've actually had Natalie, I asked her this morning, she's going to cross-check any of the ones that are brought up right now to just make sure that there's not anything already duplicated on the list.
Okay.
So we'll make sure to do that.
I'm cross-checking while Jane is talking right now. So, and while
You're
you're.
cross-checking while I'm talking?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm listening to what Jane is saying, looking at the OFI list to see.
I cross-checked.
Yeah, but I thought
Believe me.
didn't Judy suggest that we kind of do this in priority order of the new,
yeah, but that's
We will.
the second step.
okay,
Right,
just so we're all on the same.
First, she
So
just
this
wants
is
to
under
get out
the
the
planning
brainstorm.
one, yeah.
that's right. So the first step is we are going to hear from you all. If there is something that is blatantly missing from the list that you want to go ahead and get onto a list for consideration at some point,
That's fine.
then we'll go through the list, John, that you have that is color-coded by strategic opportunity, and we'll do that right after the break. So this is just a brainstorming, brain dump, whatever you want to call it, to get all of your ideas on a list. Okay, Jane, the OFI,
May I suggest something, Lauren?
sure.
I think the approach that you've got laid out is a good one. What I heard Jane say, and Jane, please confirm, is I think what Jane's asking for are more periodic updates to the PDO as opposed to the comprehensive. So I don't know if the OFI name might be provide regular periodic updates to the PDO or something of that
Well,
nature.
that might be the way to do it, but I think the thing to do is to overhaul that PDO, which has, it's threadbare, and it's got a lot of work that needs to be done to it.
Right.
So you're
OFI did
talking
that
about
already.
how to do it, I'm just saying we need to do it.
Yeah, you want to give her the content.
Right.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so and we said, Jane, you did not want to list out each of the items under that separately yet, just group them all into more periodic updates?
Let's just, yeah, for the sake of
Okay,
getting through it, just put a lump there.
okay,
And then
Oh, meat and potatoes.
meat and potatoes, that's right. And then my second one is protective planning for Focus Area 1 and Focus Area 5.
Okay,
And my third one is considering moratoria for commercial development in some of the focus areas to give us time to get our small area plans and so forth done for those. We can't, I don't think we can, under state law, do moratoria for residential,
okay.
but,
Consider moratorium.
okay?
Okay.
Just consider that, yeah.
Got
Okay.
it? Oh, is that it?
Yep.
No others, okay. Anybody else have any you want to add to a list for consideration?
Lauren, I do.
Okay, Lydia?
Last year at this time, we didn't know anything about USGA and this new hotel, and, we had a lot of influence by our local delegation to take this on, and so I would like to consider maybe we work with the transportation planner and the resort to work with our local delegation to get special funding for some of the transportation issues that are going to arise because of the USGA and the US Opens and this hotel. We hear that DOT is out of money. Okay, if that's the case, can we work collaboratively with the resort to go to our local delegation to try to get some more funding for the transportation issues that are going to arise because of this new big new project?
Okay, all right, I think I've captured that. You have anything else, Lydia?
That's the only one that came to mind, glaring.
I think part of that, and Lydia's brought this back to my mind, is that, working with our delegation, the state representatives and senator, will largely involve transportation-related issues, which Lydia's pointing out. But there may be some other sort of non-transportation-related issues that they could help with too. So maybe kind of overall sort of a coordination point or coordination effort with our state senator and state representative on issues related to the needs of Pinehurst coming out largely from the USGA activity. Some will be transportation, as I said, but I think there may be some other kinds of issues in there too. Not sure where that would go.
Along that line, I would be keenly interested in a local sales tax adjustment during the USGA, whereby we get more of that, allocation because of all the things that we're going to be servicing during that time. I mean, yes, we're getting a stipend from the USGA, but, we also gave away all our fields.
Okay, all right, I've got that.
Judy, that's a great point. Wait, I've just been looking at the traffic changes on Highway 5. That's really narrow, but I'm not sure we've really had a brain dump on all of the implications of having the USGA here and having US Opens here so frequently, and anticipating what those changes or those implications might be, and then go through that to see, how do we address them?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's an exercise we should undertake.
Yeah. It's maybe a new area of focus or such. A comprehensive look at the impact of this project in all of its ways and forms and what we need to do to keep on top of that.
How about evaluate the impact of the USGA on the village of Pinehurst? You're trying to get at like a bigger evaluation of that?
And assess, readiness.
To assess readiness or something,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I think, it's going to be coming more frequently. We're not going to have a decade in between anymore. And so that's going to put pressure on the DOT, and we've also got to keep everything sparkling everywhere.
Okay.
Thank you, Judy.
Yeah, and it's as Judy just reminded us, it's the focus on the project of them coming here, but then the continuing effect of the repeated US Opens in the 5-6 year timeframe. It's the whole of that impact, I think. Great.
That's right. And it's going to encompass everything from parking to the beautification committee to, traffic circulation and all kinds of stuff.
There's the Jeff Batten theory, add work with the USJ to add a dollar tax to all the tickets to shine up the village. I don't know if you remember that discussion. Yeah, I agree. I'm just agreeing. There's something that we almost have to have a separate
Yeah,
pattern on.
Okay.
agree.
Does anybody else have any other thoughts to add to this list right now? And of course, we can add as we go as well when we go through the list.
Lauren, back up there, you originally typed what I said, work with the local delegation.
Yes.
To me, that just falls under, what you put at the bottom, evaluate the impact. That's the big issue. Is evaluating the impact. And then we would have our action steps under that, whether it's work with the local delegation or DOT, whomever. But the big picture is, and to me, it would be irresponsible for us if we did not evaluate the impact of the USGA on the village of Pinehurst.
So Lydia, are you proposing we take off this one highlighted that you had listed because we should do the number?
Make it a
Saying
sub-bullet.
that if these are adopted, they would be sequential. You do the evaluation and then follow through with the other ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That
we'll
would
keep
be an
them all
action
on there.
item under evaluating the impact. When
Right.
evaluating the impact, we may realize we need to go to the local delegations to start talking about, we need some more money for Highway 5 or the sales tax or whatever, the thing Judy mentioned.
Right. Okay. Anyone else have anything else to add to the list?
When we say, can I ask for some clarification from Judy on her suggestion?
Yes, you may.
When, thank you. When you say consider a local sales tax adjustment during the US Opens, can you just explain what you're thinking there? Or like a temporary sales tax increase for a period of time? Is that what you're suggesting?
It could be that. It could be that simple that for the week of the USGA that's here, the US Open is here, that all of the merchandise sales in the tent and the village, that we get to keep more of that and not have to allocate it with other people. Because we're really doing the work to service the capability, the feasibility of getting all that operation there going. We set up a separate fire station effectively on the course. We're getting compensated by the USGA for some of that, but there's a lot of other trickle down for policing and other kinds of things that happen. And
I think it might be more palatable if we asked for that, it was done to mitigate the impacts and go directly to the, you know what I'm trying to say, Judy? Instead of like a general, we want the money, that it goes towards specific.
Yeah, right. Oh, absolutely.
I just thought that,
Yeah.
that's the only chance.
Not trying to sell it to y'all, but yes,
yeah.
when we would, but we've got to figure out all the things, if we do that larger thing about just understanding what the USGA impact is, I think this will be one of the things that we'll say, this could offset some of the cost to us.
There's also physical changes in roads, and there's things that we have to do to make these more successful. If that money went to that, I think it'd be more palatable to the delegation than it was
Right.
to the general fund. That's how I was trying to say.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's probably not the right time to be diving into this, but I do recall that Senator McGinnis told us this past summer that he had investigated this possibility, and that what he learned from the state treasurer's office was that they don't track receipts by what municipality they come from. And so if something like this was going to happen, it would have to be either all of Moore County's sales tax bump, or all of their sales tax revenue for a given period of time, or it would have to be some portion, some decided upon percentage of Moore County's sales tax for that period of time.
Yes.
Okay.
Glad to see Brooke taking notes on this part of the conversation back here.
All right. All right, so I think we have a list. I don't hear any others that we need to add to the list right now for consideration. Okay, and we can add to as we go. What I would suggest is that we take a 15-minute break right now. So let's break and come back at 10:35 to start going through the list of OPs by strategic opportunity. Okay? And make sure to mute your microphones at the break.
Good.
Thank you. We're going to now go through the OFI list by strategic opportunity, and we'll modify it as needed. And I have incorporated those additional OFIs that council suggested adding into the master list that I'll have here on the screen. What I've done is I've gone ahead in my list here and updated the strategic opportunity numbers to correspond to the priority numbers, and I've sorted it by priority. So that way we can go in order of priority number 1 all the way down to 10, one OFI at a time. So if you would like to, would it be helpful to have a new printed copy of this in front of you, or do you want to work off of your notes you have? You've got your notes. You want a printed copy, Kevin?
Yeah.
You can, but we can point you to the right page. It'll still be under the same colors. So the colors did not change. Does that help a little bit? I'll help you as we go along to find where we are. Okay. Lydia, are you with us too?
Yes, ma'am, I am, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, on the OFI list, I have it sorted by strategic opportunity number 1, promote high-quality development and design. And in your OFI list, that is on page 2 in the yellow. Are you all with me? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so what I would like for us to focus on is going through this list of OFIs. We'll stick with this column OFI name right now. Make sure we have the right things on the list, okay? So first, for the OFI here, we have comprehensive update to the Pinehurst Development Ordinance, and we have it listed out including multiple implementation strategies directly from the comprehensive plan. Right now, we have that as an IEP already scheduled in for the 5-year planning period.
In a previous conversation I had with John and Jane, brought up that the things that Jane has identified as additional items aren't necessarily included in this when you dig into the details of 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, and that long list of other references. And I wonder, given the fact that in last year's plan, this was earmarked for FY22, which is the first year of the 5-year plan we're developing right now, if we would be best served to make sure that Jane's recommendations are considered for incorporation in this one.
Hey, Jeff, may I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Jane mentioned earlier, and she's mentioned it in council meetings, doing, the county, I believe, does some periodic ongoing updates. And Jane has mentioned that several times, and I'm wondering how Jane's desire to do that, and I agree with it if it makes sense. How does that tie in with this OFI?
Oh, unmute.
Sorry, Lydia, what I was thinking was that we really need to have a concerted initial effort to update the PDO and the most important parts of it immediately. And then going forward, we could have a regularly scheduled, perhaps quarterly, check to see if there's anything else that needs to be tweaked as we go, as we just kind of roll along forward, so that we never get to a point where we've got this great big backlog the way we do right now.
And it actually might unfold in the other order, because Darren's working on implementing a perhaps quarterly update strategy for the PDO this fiscal year yet, whereas this plan is starts next fiscal year. So does that make sense?
So Darren's working on a quarterly starting before this 2022 fiscal year.
This coming quarter, I think, we're shooting to try to start something this coming quarter.
But that's great. I think we also need a big push at the beginning of things
Yeah.
to to do the heavy lifting for it.
This thing needs to be immediately in FY '22, is what you're saying.
Yeah, a big heavy lifting to do.
Can I-
Well,
Can I
can I-
make a couple comments?
Sure, go ahead, Natalie.
A couple things. Number one, I don't have the comp plan right in front of me to be able to know what all of those individual strategy numbers say.
I know.
But I do think that it is worthwhile for us looking at the exact wording of the strategies in the comprehensive long-range plan as it relates to the PDO updates. And I do think that it may be beneficial to, if we don't already have one in there, include one similar to what we did for the historic district guidelines, which just says periodically review and update the PDO as a potential new comp plan strategy that we need to incorporate if it's, and like I said, I just, without having it in front of me, I can't tell you what all those numbers are.
I don't think it has to be a comp plan strategy. I think that we can
We can
add
put
it
it
as an OFI to institute that periodic
think
process
you-
now.
Yeah, I think you can do that. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Jeff, that you can, but I do think that it would be beneficial to have that documented in the comp plan as well. As far as that strategy goes, I might suggest that in January, we hold a work session discussion on what that process might look like, because oftentimes, it takes many, many months to pull together appropriate PDO language to update sections. And it's not something that can be done in a course of 2 months or 3
Yeah.
months.
Well,
So,
but you're right, and what I would kind of envision is there's kind of a rolling process whereby at this monthly checkpoint, we identify actions for future development, update the process or progress on actions that were previously identified, and as they mature, bringing actual text amendments to the council for approval. Does that make sense?
yeah, so at
That-
least at a minimum, see if I can clarify my understanding of what you're saying there, is that maybe there's some type of a quarterly update to the council on where staff stands and demonstrating progress towards developing appropriate amendments to bring forward for P and Z and council consideration.
Yeah.
Well, what they do at the county, which is where I got the idea from, is the staff is always working behind the scenes on text amendments that need to happen, and quarterly, they bring the proposals to the planning board and the board of commissioners.
Right, but to Natalie's point, I mean,
For
you can't,
approval.
there is that process we got to go through. We got to have to identify what you want us to work on, or get your blessing on what you want us to work on. Develop it, then get it through the P and Z, and then to you. And so I think if we're updating you in that quarterly framework on where things are, I think that would be helpful.
Well, that's probably great, but I still think that we have an urgent need to do an initial overhaul, and that we shouldn't be taken out down through a bunch of quarters. I think we should be sitting down and working on that as a project. I'd be happy to help.
Yeah.
Everybody freezes, but I would be happy to help
So I'm
with it.
here-
And then going forward, in order that we not get into a situation where we've got a whole bunch of issues that we need to look at, we can be on a regular basis looking for mop-up and
Do the best we can.
tweaks, exactly.
I think there's two concepts here. One is setting up a regular plan quarterly to receive input from planning department, and obviously some work by P and Z as a part of that, of changes to the PDO that need to be made. And that's going to be effective well, Darren will have a suggestion for that. We're going to talk a bit about how that would work in a work session, say in January, Jeff. I think that's good. And that's going to be set up, maybe by the end of this fiscal year, but certainly for the next year. On the other hand, there's the low-hanging fruit, I think we've used the word before, some very important things that need to be done right away. And I think that's what some of these numbers are, and probably what Jane has on her specific list. But we need to be dealing with those as soon as possible.
I guess I would suggest that with very few exceptions, updates to the PDO are hard. There's a lot to consider. And that's where low-hanging fruit, maybe higher importance, bigger impact is a better word to characterize that, but.
There's no low-hanging fruit, basically.
There are some little things. I mean, there are some lingering problems in language in our ordinance that wouldn't be hard to deal with, but I don't think they're the things that, for example, Jane has on her mind.
I think what it sounds like we need is, we've got to have the list of what are the things that we want to tackle in the balance of this fiscal year and next fiscal year, and just calendar them. Because you could look at them and say, that's a 3-month project, this is 6 weeks, this is 2 days, and get started on it, and then you'll roll into that quarterly cadence.
I agree with that.
I'll bring my list tomorrow, but my understanding is that I'm not the only one out there with a list. And maybe we could all submit our lists and make a big list pile and look at it in January at our work session.
Yeah,
Can I ask a point of clarification?
please.
This OFI here, the comprehensive update to the PDO, and those number references there, are some of those number references part of this list of things that need to get taken care of sooner than later?
Yeah. Let me run down that list, because I've made notes as to what's on there, because I wanted to unpack it and see if maybe my things were already covered. So the first three, 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6, have to do with the medical campus, giving them more latitude for building higher and parking structure, so forth. Then 2.13 is pattern books, and I think that's already happening in the SAPs. 2.14 is to consider taking away a minimum square footage for apartments. Is that covered in 160D anyway? Okay,
Darren is
then
saying no.
I don't see that as a hot topic myself, but
I don't recall.
mixed use, 2.15 is mixed use development in focus areas. Again, that's small area planning. 2.16, a broader range of housing types. I don't see that as being particularly important because according to the 2017 fiscal land use analysis, we already have 55% of our housing is high density. But, small area planning is going to cover whatever needs to be covered there, I think. 2.17, scale of development. That is one of my hot buttons on my list. 3.9 is short-term rentals, and that we do need to deal with, and I didn't add it to my list because it was on here, but I think we might want to even call it out as a separate thing. 4.1 is complete streets, and frankly, I don't know what that means, I have to admit. I don't know what's in anybody's minds with that, but it seems to me that it's going to fall under the category of small area planning. 4.14, parking near, requiring parking in the rear of townhouses. And I don't know what got everybody excited about that. My old community tried that and got a big pushback because it means that if you don't have very much room behind your home, then and you make people put their cars there, then the kids have to play in the street. There's no room for the kids to play, right outside their house. 2.14, shared parking. So that businesses with, different retail and a restaurant, which might have at different times of day, Again, this was tried where I used to live, and it doesn't work, sadly. 6.1, partner to bring high-speed internet. I think we've already talked about how that's not really a village job to do. 7.10 is wellhead protection plans, which is fine. 7.26, renewable energy for homes, and 7.27, incentivize energy conservation, whatever. I don't know that that's a top priority to do by next Thursday or anything. So, but those are what's in there now.
And so from that list, Jane, it sounded like 2.17 and 3.9. I've highlighted in red on here because it sounded like for you, those were some hot topic, get done sooner items from the list.
Right, 2.17, 3.9. Many of the other ones are already going to be covered in the small area planning. Some of them I just don't think are very important. A couple of them I don't think are practical. And then the medical stuff, which I guess we don't have a small area plan for medical campus, but we've already decided that that would be a good thing to do. I don't know if we're working on it or, anyway.
Well, I tried to add it, but I was unsuccessful to this. I tried to get the medical as part of this, but everybody
small
voted
area
against
plan.
it. Everybody voted against it.
Okay.
I think in addition to these delineated numbers, and thank you, Jane, for identifying those, yeah, there's we'll be able to pretty well tell what's the urgent and what can be spaced out. And I'd like to mention on behalf of the planning department, I think that I'm led to believe they've individually in the planning department have a list of things that they think should be done, and we will certainly want to consider those to the degree they're not already on this list. Yeah. So this is good. This is good to be able to make a plan on how we're going to handle this sort of change regularly and then more urgently in the next few months. Good.
Right,
Thank you.
and just to maybe put some context into this, when you look at that list of comp plan strategies, I guess they are, I don't think there was ever an intent that when we said comprehensive update to the PDO, it would only include those things. What we tried to do was boil down that monstrous list of comp plan strategies in groupings of like things. And to that point, I think there's certainly room for a lot more granularity about what we mean by this comprehensive update. And it's not intended to be exclusive to those comp plan strategies that are listed there.
How about that, including but not limited to?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But I didn't agree with the characterization that the small area plan would solve some of these because it only solve it for that small area.
Right, yeah.
So it definitely is not accurate to
Like
say.
complete streets, I mean, the idea is to have a policy for all new
that will only-
development, whether it's a
the small
subdivision
area
somewhere or elsewhere, complete streets, we don't have a policy on that.
Right. By definition, a small area plan is a small area plan. So I don't agree with some of that.
But probably for this coming year and even the next 5 years, that's where we're going to be addressing those kinds of
I'd
things.
hope we'd be addressing it for the complete village of Pinehurst, so.
So I'm hearing we keep this first OFI on here, right? It's our IAP, the full comprehensive update to the PDO. We also add an OFI to provide quarterly updates to the village council on the PDO amendments. Is that correct?
I think the word update is what is not clear enough. I mean, we're gonna create a list, and we're gonna calendar the list, and we'll progress the list against that calendar. And yes, quarterly, we can put forward PDO text amendments to be approved.
Is refinement a better word? Quarterly refinements, too?
No, I think
Quarterly review.
where I'd like to go with it is to have the initial, an initial effort to update the PDO, and then going forward to continually review, a continual review, which is presented quarterly to the council
The reviews.
for approval. You know, it goes on our agenda as, you know, section this, section something, section something up. Here's the text amendment, which is what the county does.
Is that too much, like, for the planning department?
Well, the planning department of the county does it.
Can I speak?
Yes, Natalie?
Please?
Yeah, I think, Jane, what I heard you say was maybe conduct quarterly reviews of the PDO.
No,
No, that's not what I mean.
Ongoing
That's
reviews.
too,
our level. I mean,
Yeah.
Once we create a list, let's work the list. And then let's pass whatever, you know, the medical center triumvirate of those, pass those first, and then move on through it, or, you know, figure out what the game plan is, and then act on it quarterly, at least.
to answer Kevin's question, my view anyway, yeah, our planning staff is very heavily taxed. But by the same token, I've watched over the last 5 years, and we have several lingering problems with our PDO that we've identified years ago. And we're coping with it by, for example, not enforcing specific language because it's no longer legal, or because we've gotten legal clarification. But we've never gone back and fixed it. And you know, at some point, I think you have to say, okay, given the fact that we are staff constrained and they're always busy, we have to have, if we're gonna solve this problem, we have to have a process. And I think there's some value in this.
Agree. I was wondering if it was every 6 months or quarterly. That was really my only question.
And-
I agree with the concept.
Maybe we'll find out as we roll into it that we don't have to do it every quarter.
And tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the financial stuff. We may want to be talking about, do we need more planning staff to help?
Right.
Yeah,
Sure.
but we're trying to.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, that's loud. Can I just add that, I mean, those would require a public hearing for approval upon each one, so we would,
Yeah,
part of that review process is,
Well, then
you know,
that
that's why it will take some time.
probably
Yes,
plays,
yeah, it's
plays
not
right
a-
into what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't mean the work can't be
I
done
think-
quarterly. It's just like the review. It seems like it can't be done quarterly. Or it's going to be like a full-time.
I think,
And maybe you
maybe what
need
I'm
that.
suggesting is not every quarter we're gonna successfully bring an amendment to council, but the process can still roll, and we can give you an update on where we are with certain things, you know?
I mean, it could be that one quarter you have 2 hearings
That's
about
right,
this.
yeah.
And the next quarter you don't, but I think until we get up a list and we get a plan, it's ambiguous at best.
Yeah, and this
I think-
starts that process, that initiative. You know, I couldn't be happier that we're dealing with this issue, point one, number one, so to speak, because this is just very important to the village
really
going
is.
forward. It encompasses so many aspects of important things and challenges that we have, that getting the process set up and dealing with some issues right away and setting up a process to handle them along the line, it's perfect, perfect.
So,
And it goes along with preparing for the USGA.
All of that,
Yeah.
yeah, it'll be all in here, it'll come out, this will help that process a great deal, I think.
We can include parking in there, all kinds of stuff.
Natalie, I heard you chiming in.
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, I agree with Jeff wholeheartedly that, at least from my perspective too, we've all had this list of things that have been on the list for years, and we've known that they're on our list. We just have not had the capacity or the time to devote to moving them forward in the planning department. So, you know, I totally agree with everyone there that this is a good process for us to create, and I'm looking forward to our discussion, I think, in January about how that might look. So Lauren, I'm thinking this may end up being an amendment to the current year OFI list, I think, as Jeff just suggested. So just a note that I think we're going to end up adding this one to the year that we're in.
I agree, I think that's what the council
Excellent.
is saying too. Yeah,
Excellent.
no
Yep.
question, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's an amendment to the
Thanks,
current.
Natalie.
Noted, I'll make sure we add that.
Yeah, and I would just, kind of reiterate if I can, the point that, I don't know how many planning staff there are at Moore County. I don't know what their workloads are like or their,
We're not worried about Moore County. We want
Yeah.
to look at what we need here in Pinehurst.
Exactly.
And we are all committed to, I think, making sure you have enough staff
That's
to
right.
get us ahead of the curve.
That's
Catch
right.
up and
And
get
that-
ahead.
And that's where I was going. So I just want to make sure we have the resources we need to do to be able to meet your needs there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Any other discussion on this first OFI or second OFI?
I do have one question. When we say we're going to convert to a UDO,
Yeah.
give me some color on that. I'm sure you've given it to me before, but I've lost it.
Most significantly, I think what this describes is merging our engineering standards and specifications manual with our development ordinance.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Council, any other discussion on the first two I have on the screen?
The first two and.
I'm sorry.
That's
Yep,
15.
so I added one. So I added one that is a continual review that is presented to the village council quarterly for PDO amendments.
that,
And that will be added to this current year's OFI list as well.
Right,
Okay?
good.
All right, moving to the next one is a project to continue to support the efforts of the Tri-Cities Work Group to create and enforce standards for critical corridors into the village and coordinate with Moore County.
I think that's a keeper.
I gotta find it on my list.
Where do we stand on that? by the way?
16.
It's done?
Is not done.
Not done, and it's ongoing, really, isn't it? I think there's, well, Jeff, you may want to speak to that. I think this is an important issue, how we handle it and prioritize it within everything else of this category, I'm not sure, but Tri-Cities is an important effort for us.
With regard to the corridor standards, though, okay, I guess we're not done, but we are done with the major corridors that involve all, where are you at?
But we have the recommendations coming out of the Tri-Cities group. What we haven't taken that yet to is actually, and this is what, where we get lost, somebody actually has to sit down and write the individual provisions of that ordinance. That's the next step, and that's what we're moving towards doing that, and we have a goal of getting that done, hopefully within the first quarter of this next year. But again, it takes somebody on staff to actually sit down and write it. Same thing we're going through with the tree preservation ordinance. We've been using Kathy to help us write that ordinance, so it's just a matter of finding time to actually sit down and write an ordinance, and then having that discussion and coming to a consensus on it. If you've seen what we've done with the tree preservation thing over the last year, we've moved several different ways on it based on the prevailing winds at the time. So I think the corridor standards, there's a good base model out there. It's just now it's a matter of actually writing it and applying it in as part of the PDO.
Yeah.
But it's being informally done right now, right?
Yeah, I think the collaboration piece of it is
Yeah.
largely done. What we're talking
Correct.
about is following through with execution on our level.
Right.
Yes. I mean, execution is writing and actually adopting an overlay. And that's, we fully intend on doing that. It's just a matter of, fitting it into our work schedule here with everything else that we have going on.
So do we need to change the OFI project to the implementations aspect of it?
Implement?
That's a
Yeah.
good point.
You want to change the wording to say implement the,
Collaboration, the
Okay with that,
Pinehurst.
Darren?
It's already on the way we're interpreting it is we have to create and adopt the highway corridor overlay standards as part of the PDO. That's where we're moving right now. We're intending to move in that direction.
We
Yeah,
say
I
implement or we
think
say
that-
adopt.
Adopt.
I think the wording of the OFI is okay. I just think it's an in progress. We're working on it right now.
But
Of course, there's the Tri-Cities corridors, but then there's also the corridors that the county maintains as they come in, 211 as it comes into the Taylortown area, and 15501 as it comes down from Carthage and so forth. And that, the county has corridor overlay zoning, which they are still as pending, and now is supposed to come back to them in February. And that probably should go under the ETJ one, but we should be keeping an eye on that, too.
Okay, so let's start here at this
Yeah.
one for Tri-Cities, and it sounds like two things. It sounds like, one, council may wish to clarify the wording for this OFI to be a little bit more direct of what's going to be done this coming year. We also are hearing staff say, no matter the wording, we're pursuing it however. It's a one big project type thing. It doesn't necessarily change course with what staff is already doing or going to do. So is there,
Lauren?
yes,
Lauren, I would add that the way we have interpreted, the way staff has interpreted this OFI, so it says, continue to support the efforts of the Tri-City Work Group to create and enforce standards for critical corridors into the village. So those critical corridors into the village are broader and extend, there are more of them than what is in the Tri-Cities group, as Jane mentioned. So from our perspective, we're not just looking at the corridors from the Tri-Cities group, we're expanding that analysis to Highway 211 and 15501 as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah, because,
Coordinating with Moore County the last,
Yeah,
because Moore County is not in the
with Moore
Tri-Cities
County
group.
on this.
right.
Correct.
right. I think you should just restate it to what it is that's being done now. I mean, obviously, the collaboration fell out of the Tri-Cities group, but we're beyond that.
Yes.
Create and implement the standards.
It's, I
Adopt.
mean, I would just delete everything on that first row.
create and adopt.
For standards for critical corridors.
Create and enforce standards for critical corridors into the village, period.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Good.
How about that?
But we haven't done the Moore County piece, only the
Well,
Tri-Cities.
the Moore County piece, that's a broad enough umbrella
So
to
now,
include it.
that's what keeps it in a project. So that's kind of
Moore
confusing.
County's at the same stage we are.
Hmm.
They're creating the actual language, so.
Yeah, that's clear, I think.
Do I hear consensus from council to keep, to have this new tweaked wording for this one?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
A point of order, though, or not point of order, but question. Does this conversation suggest that the Tri-Cities group is, has done its work and is not going to pursue other common areas? No. So it's-
No,
Okay.
could be a good example, Midland Road.
Right.
Is turning that into a park-like
Yeah.
road. I mean, that's going to be the next, I think it's going to be the next big project of Tri-Cities. Well, it's going to be Southern Pines and Pinehurst, but I think we're going to do it under the banner. Maybe not under the banner Tri-Cities, I don't know. But
We identified a work plan that had several items.
yeah, so I mean, there's a lot
I can't
more.
recite that work plan, but yeah, there are other things that we're working on.
Okay, that's good, because it's a coordination effort with our sister towns, and that's good in all areas. Good.
Yeah, yeah.
Fine.
Okay, the next OFI on here is update annexation agreements.
Is this all done now?
I thought
We did Carthage, right?
we did Carthage, and I don't think anything's due for a number of years.
Next one due is
Just
like
did Southern
30.
Pines, we just did
2030.
Carthage. Aberdeen?
I think Aberdeen was was before I got here. Just before.
Timeline?
I think it was
They are
20, I
all
think it was
up to date.
2018.
Beth
wasn't
has the answer. Let's hear from Beth.
2030 is the next time another one. We just completed the Carthage.
Okay, so we are going to remove this from the OFI list, okay?
And Lauren, do we have?
Done.
Time out.
I'm out.
Go ahead, yeah.
Are there any others we need to consider? I don't know, Pine Bluff?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
We
think
don't
what I
have
would
mutual
suggest,
boundaries.
I wouldn't suggest eliminating it because the comp plan is a long-term 20-year plan. And there is an annexation agreement that needs to be updated within that 20-year period. It just falls outside of our 5-year planning period, Lauren.
Right, right. It will not fall on the OFI list at all because
Right,
we
I
plan
wouldn't
for the 5
delete
years.
it.
Right.
It's just a plus 5 years because the next one's not due until 10 years. from
2030.
now.
And if we're on the ball, we'll have a new comp plan before then.
Right.
Right.
But
Right.
plus, aren't we working with Moore County on something that looks like?
Water and sewer extension policy.
Yeah, yeah, which is something, it looks like an annexation agreement, but
It is kind of, yeah.
so that is not done. So there's still work to be done
I
technically.
think it's actually more along the lines of this whole question about ETJ extension. It's under that
It is, but it's
umbrella.
under two things.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. All right, I've noted that this one's completed for the OPI list per se, but another is not due for another 5+ years, so we'll make note of that.
Could we go back and look at the cost on these? For example, on row 15, where we talked about the comprehensive update, we had 200 grand in 2022, and on the right, the total says 40,000.
Not on, yep, I think there was something with the pulling down for the rows there. If you see on the screen here, it's 200,000.
No, but to the far right where it says
The
total.
total, it says
so
40,000.
Right.
cross out the right.
Just really efficient.
Yeah,
No, that's not correct.
that's not correct.
Right.
Thank
If you look, so on the screen here, it's 200,000. There was a,
Lower it, because we
oh, I'm
can't
sorry,
see.
there was a formula issue.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Good question.
Catch.
Yeah, so ignore your entire total column on your printed document.
Right.
Yeah, good point. All right. I've got the next one, to utilize community viz model to evaluate impact of development.
I've got a question on this. I don't, of course, it would be helpful, we looked at what the references are right here, but I don't, the viz model's always been, in my mind, something that we're not fully understanding into why what it will do to help us. So I have a question about this one.
I can give you I can give you a little bit of background about it, and Darren, please feel free to jump in. But when we developed the comprehensive plan, we worked with Matt Noonkester, and Matt used this. It's a software program basically that takes into account, for example, it has variables that are included in the model. So you create the model to be able to quantify what the impacts are of any individual development proposal, or can also help with small area planning in terms of looking at the impacts of development in a specific, target area or focus area, if you will. So if you look in the comprehensive plan today, each one of our focus areas had an impact scenario sheet that described if an area was to be developed in a certain level, it might generate this number of new residents. It might generate this much more water and sewer capacity demand. It might generate this much more traffic. It might, it would increase impervious surfaces to this level, so on and so forth. So it really is just a software model to quantify the impacts of development. So the recommendation comes from the point of when staff brings proposals to council, say, for example, you looked at Pinehurst South Cottages just the other day. We would be able to use this software to tell you, okay, we would expect this number of new residents. This would be how much additional sales tax income we would generate from that. It would quantify how much additional, capacity would be needed on schools, for example, or water and sewer systems, that kind of thing. And
Well, I
Darren,
remember,
No, you hit
that's
it.
helpful. And Darren, do you want to make a comment? And I have a
No,
question.
I think Natalie did a good job. It's simply an analysis tool that's supposed to help you at the decision-making point to determine whether the, what the impacts of the development are. So it's all it is an analysis tool.
Right, I understand that, and analysis tools are helpful in most cases. I think Jane, Kevin, and I had a presentation on this at the county transportation meeting almost a year ago. And the question that came up around the table then from different participants was, what's the input? And wouldn't that be changed by the census? And I think the answer to that was yes, but of course the input couldn't be made until the census is completed. So number one is we want to make sure we're using whatever the updated version of the model is. But, I always have a little bit of a question on the validity of the models or the software and how it really, what it's really calculating, what it's really telling us. So, you know, I'm happy to have that input, but I'm not always sure it comes to a conclusion or gives us information that's useful to us.
Yeah.
We get to change
See,
the
and-
input, so we
Well,
have
yeah.
total control.
We can change it, I
Right.
think you're right. We can
So-
change that.
So if we could say what, we have total control of a tool, I'd rather have a tool than not have a tool. But didn't we get a value on this, a good value, because with them, Natalie?
It was packaged with
We
our.
packaged with the
contract,
comp
yeah.
plan, so we didn't have to pay the retail price
Well,
of this product.
Point licensing?
Did I imagine that right?
Let me clarify. That was the discussion that was held when you selected that consultant. However, that term was not written into the contract.
Okay.
So legally, I don't think they have an obligation to provide it to us free of charge. But with that said, you know, to your point, John, we input the assumptions. So if, say, for example, today our persons per household is 2.15, but when census data comes out in 2 years from now or next year, it's 2.2. We just go into the model, change the assumption, and it will recalculate the impacts based on those new assumptions. That's how it works.
yeah, I had quite a concern about this because when I initially heard about it during the comp plan process, what I understood was that the 2017 fiscal land use analysis was going to be the basis for the information in the model. And that has such a high vacancy rate for multifamily that you end up with some, 68% vacancy rate, that you end up with some kind of strange-looking numbers when it comes to things like how many people per acre. On one of the charts, I think it's in Figure 1, comes out to 2 people per acre in multifamily housing, which I don't think helps when you're trying to do this kind of an analysis for a new project.
So to that point, if on a given for development that we would be potentially analyzing using this software, we could go back in and we could tweak that assumption.
Yeah, you could change any of the
Different outcomes.
inputs.
So
We can
And
customize that.
I think if a model like that is going to be used, then the assumptions and the standards and so forth that have gone into it have to be given to us as well as just the answer that got spit out, so that we understand how to read it and how you got to the answer that it spit out.
you've
Yeah, I
been
think
through the
Jay
fiscal
makes it-
analysis, so that's a ton of
Yeah.
fine print for people, but you're right. We have,
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
that
we
was
could
the
do
data they had at the time.
Yeah.
They have different data, they put different.
We just
data.
have to know what the data is.
I agree with you, Jane, I'm not,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
do
I
not
think-
want to get rid of a tool.
Sure.
I want every tool at my disposal, or, you know, you could ignore the tool, you know, but at least you, I feel.
say yeah, but after looking at the results, and that's fine, but it's just input.
And I also would like to be on the team that negotiates with our consultant, that was left out of the contract accidentally. And
Am I hearing?
So you can, so council, you'll see that, you know, I think we pushed that out, 3 years, Lauren?
We have it in
It's
23.
in the plan, because we felt like, obviously, small area plans and the PDO are much higher priorities, so. you
Well,
know, I
that's a
think
good
if
point.
They would just leaving it there for now, I think we can move on.
Yep. Okay, so council, it sounds like consensus, keep it on the list.
Okay.
Okay?
And to clarify, we don't have the software. We would have to buy it at some point.
Correct, so we might need to, there's no cost associated with it right now, but since then, we've learned.
Unless Kevin can find a way to.
Unless you let me go in there with
So-
a guy named Guido, I know.
If there is a line in a year, then that means we're working on it, but there's no cost associated that year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think we're now coming on our second one that's a 2030. So it might be some way to note the future year, you know, because otherwise you ask, why is it on this list?
For the next one, you mean? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, the community viz is 2030, and there was something, we just talked about the annexation agreements, not
It's,
ones
so
not due till 2030.
Community Viz is for 23.
2023.
I don't
You
have
see the
any.
dash there in this under 2023 in that?
Yes, but that
That's
means
where-
no money.
Oh, goodness. Was that too close to somebody?
Oh, no, you were close to the computer, I guess.
So sorry.
Sorry about that.
Hey, but Laura, doesn't the yellow box just mean for 2023, we'll discuss which model we want to use and what we
So-
want to pay for that
But-
model?
I thought this meant there was no cost.
Right, so when we put together the OFI list last year,
Cost, but that's when it would take place. Now, I think what
Okay.
Lauren's calling attention to is there really needs to be a cost there.
correct, right, so in last year's, in this current year's OFI list, we plugged it in to pursue that in 2023. At the time, we did not know that there was cost associated with that. Now, when we've developed the next OFI list, I'll highlight it here that we need to add in some funding for that to be pursued in '23.
And is it a one-time purchase or is it an annual licensing type thing?
Probably annual licensing, I would think.
It's annual, so you'll need to highlight the next 2
Okay,
years. They
that's
should
fine,
have
well, yeah,
in them as well.
sure.
And you don't think there's room to negotiate this, Natalie, after the fact?
There's probably room. Yeah, I think there's room.
I
Yes.
think
And Judy, for your comment, I'm making a note here. Instead of taking it off the list, this is something that we'll keep on the list for 5+ years. That's good. Okay, the next one is create conservation subdivision standards and evaluate ways to conserve open space in and around Pinehurst using green growth toolbox.
We don't have the green growth toolbox, so that'd be a new purchase?
We have a $50,000 purchase in '24 for this.
Right, I see that.
What is it that we're purchasing for $50,000?
Oh, that was free. It's not free?
It is free. The green group, I think we're referring to the actual conservation plan as part of that.
That's what it was, okay.
Cost of developing conservation subdivision plan standard.
yeah,
That's what that is.
using the green growth.
I've got a lot to say about this, the first two, 2.1 and 4.5. Is this the time to say them, or?
Sure.
All right. I really don't want to allow conservation neighborhoods in the ETJ because I'm concerned that they're not really going to be conservation. They're just going to be taking the same amount of development and squeezing it over onto one side of a track. And because I don't believe that at the Fair Barn, people wanted to have 5-acre zoning plus conservation neighborhoods. I think it was either 10-acre zoning with one conservation neighborhood or 5-acre zoning with no conservation neighborhoods. So I'm very concerned about that one. The other one I'm very concerned about, as you probably remember, is the Western Connector. And what is it that you see doing about that exactly? You planning to buy land?
Are we on which one are you?
4.5.
Oh, out of the,
We're out of this now, okay.
So 4.5 in the comp plan says, take necessary steps to protect the Western Connector corridor so that development is not approved in the proposed location.
So it's a catch-all. It could be purchasing land. That'd be a very costly way to do this. It could be through zoning. It could be through conservation easements, partnership for conservation easements. It could be a wide variety of things.
My concern with the Western Connector is that that will actually encourage development of the ETJ, which I think it's extremely important that we keep rural. We could possibly brand it as Pinehurst horse country, the way Southern Pines has a horse country. But I think that if we bring a road, as opposed to a railroad, I don't think a railroad would cause the same problem. But I think putting a road through there is going to kill the ETJ as a rural area. And that's our last piece of countryside, which is an enormous part of the character of Pinehurst. When it goes, we're going to be just any old suburb.
I never understood that because there's no exits. I guess there's proposed one. How can there proposed increased development if you can't get off it except one location? I've never understood that argument.
So
On the Western Connector, Kevin?
Yeah, because I think it's misnamed. I think it should be called like the Longleaf Pine Parkway because you're going to be able to see the ecosystem. But there's no exits. There's one proposed, right? One. That means there's no development off exits. It's basically a flyover. So I don't see how it promotes development unless you're talking about that one area which could be controlled. So I've never understood that argument. But I do think there are others, but I'm just saying that one in particular, it is a parkway with no exits to speak of.
I think the concern is it starts out to be a parkway and it ends up over time to be something else because there would be pressure to.
Well, that you got a great point. And that's what we need to stop from a.
And with respect to that one connection that's there, again, this is all hypothetical because
hypothetical.
Western can go, but the one connection that's there is Linden Road, which in my opinion now and certainly into the future would not be a place we'd want to
and it doesn't have to be
Terrible,
there.
yeah.
I mean,
I
there's.
think.
But
Actually
I think
helps.
you're right. I mean, it
It
has
helps
to
our
be.
traffic situation to connect it to Linden Road.
Excuse me?
It helps our traffic situation on Highway 5 to connect it. In other words, if you compare the project connected versus not connected, we're better off with a connection than not.
Well, don't forget that when the Moore County Comprehensive Transportation Plan was being put together, this Western Connector was not, it was all a split vote on stuff. And the mayor of Foxfire suggested adding language which did go into the transportation plan, which says, let's look at when the time comes to try and build something that we'll look at different locations then, rather than putting a line on a map now. And of course, all the problems that have come out with the DOT's MAP Act and so forth, it's been considered to be a taking. I think having this line on the map isn't good for us as a village. I think the mayor of Foxfire, who is our, I forget what his title is exactly, but he's the one who is the
He's our representative.
representative to Triangle, not Triangle J,
Harpo.
Tarpo, there you go.
Harpo, thank you.
Okay, so he's not just a miscellaneous person in the transportation world.
Pretty good guy.
There you go. And so I think we would do better to take the advice that he provided back in 2018, the summer of 2018, and to take this line off the map. When the time, great day comes, whenever that might be, which I don't think is going to be between now and Tuesday, then we can look again. But I don't think this is, I don't think it's good.
So with regard to whether or not there's a MAP Act concern, that is DOT's concern, it's not ours, and they don't think it's a problem. And that's after they have had some very costly run-ins with the MAP Act. So let's let the professionals sort that out. With regard to the late addition to the MCTP, I think the one you're referencing, my recollection was that was what was adopted was an additional potential project for a project that was even much further out in the countryside to accommodate what was characterized as truck traffic. In other words, it wasn't this versus that, it was a different project for consideration as a either or both.
And I just want to clarify, I was just commenting on the fact that this would increase development. There would be no development because there's no exits except in that one area. So I just wanted to, I think that should be nipped in the butt. And I think, like John said, I'm against it with multiple exits. You know, I'm just saying it's here, but I want to say something that we're not here to do the most popular thing. We're here to accept the reality that traffic will never be fixed unless we comprehend something like this. Not exactly, I agree with Jane, like, it's not like that exact thing, but we're either serious or we're not. And this is where it's tough being a municipal leader because you have to make unpopular, but there's some false things being said. This could be a way for you to visually see the longleaf pine forest.
I don't think so.
Because there's no exits.
I don't think so.
I mean,
May I throw something in?
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, as I look at this little square right here, and what stands out to me that I fully believe in is preserving and conserving open space in and around Pinehurst. That's number one.
I agree.
Now, it seems like there's several ways to do that. We've got these comp plan strategies, and from what I'm hearing from staff, we can't go messing with comp plan strategies we just can't snap our fingers and change them. But we've got our comp plan strategies. We've got the Western Connector issue, and I'm guessing staff could probably give us several options for how we preserve and conserve open space in and around Pinehurst. And it just seems to me that that's something, that goal right there is something that we can all agree on. How we do it is another issue. And Kevin and I've talked about this. I love the idea of a parkway through there where you can, and horse country, James mentioned horse country. But if that's our goal, how do we get there? And I don't know. I just think there are lots of options. Or there should be lots of options.
I think you have to focus on the conservation of the area of the corridor, whether it's through zoning or conservation easements or whatever, so that it does look like a parkway if that project is ever built.
It could
But Jeff, are you adding to what I'm saying? There are conservation easements, whatever, there are various ways. Again, the goal to me is preserving and conserving open space in and around Pinehurst.
Yeah,
But how do you do that?
right.
So here's what I'm hearing.
This up, yeah, break it up a bit.
Because the implementation strategies are multifaceted, right? There's from 2.1 all the way up to 7.21. There are some that are very different, right? And those are the means that the comp plan says we can get there, right? Associated with preserving and conserving open space. But so I'm hearing Lydia perhaps propose changing this to just taking off the wording I have highlighted right now and say preserve or conserve open space in and around Pinehurst. And we can keep the references to these strategies so that we know that they're incorporated for consideration of the way that we could do that.
Had been suggested that doing conservation subdivision was a way to do that, but that's just a piece of, there are many ways to
That's right.
agree.
So, council, do I hear consensus to do that?
To change the wording to be a little more broad, but to take some of the concepts and make them action items under some priority, I would suggest, from the village council.
Yeah,
Almost turns it into a strategic opportunity instead of an actionable
Yeah.
OFI, though.
Let me clarify, too, that we had this scheduled out in 2024.
Right.
Yeah, I think if I can.
No, it's evaluate ways to, maybe that's the way to put this. to make it an OFI?
Natalie was saying.
Natalie, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, Dave, if I'm wrong, but I believe the $50,000 that we put out there, in whatever year that is, 24, was to really develop a comprehensive conservation plan for the ETJ.
That is correct.
And that might include, you know, subdivision standards that are different, you know, for that area, or, you know, whatever the case may be, maybe zoning changes, whatever, that is. But it's really just trying to develop a comprehensive conservation plan for the ETJ.
Yeah, and
Natalie, with USGA announcement and the possibility that development's going to speed up, would that be a reason to bring that one in, make it now rather than later?
It could be. I mean, it could have that factor. Lydia, I think you make a good point. I think when Darren and I were programming all of the comp plan strategies, again, small area plans where, you know, those are the focus areas, or where the development pressures are that we're seeing. Those are developers calling, the, you know, interest is there. We're seeing it, you know, periphery of the village limits, you know, Winston Pines, that kind of stuff, the La Forêt that's bordering right on the ETJ.
Mm-hmm.
We've had that, but there are greater development pressures in town than in the ETJ right now.
Okay.
Why we put it back there. It might be appropriate to move it up a year if we have, you know, the resources to be able to do that. So I would highlight that one, maybe, Lauren, as one that,
For consideration to move forward.
yeah, if other council members agree with Lydia, that, you know,
I like the
or
general
also
because I
feel that
believe,
might be a little more
sorry.
important or priority.
I believe in protecting that area beyond the road corridor. So, so in order for that to be a parkway, it's way beyond the corridor you're trying to protect. So I like the broader statement.
It's broad.
So do you want me to add in, I've kept preserve, conserve, open space in and around Pinehurst. Do we want to say using green growth toolbox?
Is the Green Rock Toolbox?
I don't think
in
it's
the
important to leave that in
comprehensive
there.
I'm hearing that it's just a tool to use, so I'm going to take it out.
plan? Thanks.
And do you want me to add, and develop a comprehensive conservation plan for ETJ?
I think that's good.
So clarifying what that 50,000 is for out there in the out year?
And pointing out the PDO sections will allow us to have discussion about that going
Correct.
forward.
Yep. Council, thumbs up, we good?
Thank you.
And can we make a note to, how does council feel about the timing of that one? I mean, I know we're not doing timing right
I
now.
would bring it in.
Okay, I think I'm,
Say that again?
I would bring it in, you know, have it
Earlier?
earlier.
Yeah, I would do it earlier, but you make it,
Yes.
you kind of moved me that the priorities were closer inside, but I think, once again, this whole paradigm, we started this new USGA focus. You might find it in that focus, we're moving not only this, but other items because of that. So
Right.
is that why
And
you're
that's-
proposing it?
Yeah, I mean,
I
certainly,
think
Yeah,
I was gonna say, I think Lydia does make a good point. I think that
yeah, I agree.
the announcement, we're, you know, we're a very, not that we weren't an attractive community before, but you know, our notoriety might be a little more than it was in the past. So I think I think we might experience pressures in the ETJ a little sooner than we thought, now that we have the USG.
And I would say, I don't know, I haven't gone through all the numbers, Lauren, maybe, but there are partnerships out there to do this. Do one of these note that we're
Yes.
working on partnerships for that to
It
occur?
does. I mean, it notes,
Yes.
North Carolina Wildlife Commission.
Three Rivers Land Trust.
Three Rivers,
Yes,
yeah,
they're all
those are in
718.
Yeah, I just
Yep,
wanted to.
They're all in there.
Those take time to develop, so I feel like we need to start earlier.
Okay?
and I know Senator McInnes in particular talked about manufacturing opportunities that might come to Rockingham and Montgomery County and places like that. But I'm also hearing people talk about, well, West End would be a good place. We got plenty of room for manufacturing down there, so it might come at us in a different way.
I agree with you, Judy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move us to the next item. Is that okay, council?
Please.
Okay. To complete a housing study to assess housing market, enhance quality of housing, and incentivize private reinvestment in neighborhoods.
How do we define the housing
Number is
study
that?
here? I'm okay with this item, I just wanted to have a little more on what would the housing study do? Tell us how many homes, what kind of homes, square footage, categories, things like that?
Aaron or
What would
Natalie,
it-
do y'all want to chime in on that one?
What I remember most about this from last year's discussion is that we're trying to find a way to have individuals reinvest in their homes in some of our older neighborhoods.
Right.
Eventually for their own benefit, but to the benefit of the whole community of Pinehurst.
There's a whole lot of
And
that.
the housing
going on
study, I
right
didn't know
now.
how, what we're gonna, do we have a plan on that yet? This is a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I think we've got this one programmed for 25, I think.
That's correct.
5 years away, but I think, John, to your point, I think it is contemplated probably along the lines of what you've described, where it's an assessment in terms of the housing quality, maybe the, not quality, excuse me, the age of the housing, the types of housing, condos, townhomes, single family, apartments, the mix of those, where those are located physically within our corporate limits, those kinds of things, so. But
This
we've got a
got-
program.
this
pretty
got on
far out there.
on the list like 3 years ago when we came on, right? I think it did, and I thought, if I'm not mistaken, and it was about, we were concerned about, it was about neighborhood concern, and there was all this emphasis on new homes being built, and we were trying to figure out how to just evaluate where we're at in our housing stock and how to figure out some incentivization to not just go to new developments,
Invest in
and I
existing
so I think
property.
it was just the reality of the time, and I think we're in a better place today. I think you're seeing reinvestment in homes. So we weren't in that better place when this got put on the list. I think we're in a better place, anecdotally.
Yeah, I mean, I think the market is just going crazy with this.
But I think we're in a scary place 3 years ago
think this-
on our housing stock.
This might be another opportunity for us to leverage our GIS technology, and it won't be perfect, but for example, we know that the county's GIS system can tell us the age of every home or structure. It can tell us what the county tax department assesses as the percent depreciation on that property,
Yeah.
which won't be perfect, but, for example, my understanding anyway is that as renovations take place, that factors into that number that goes into the tax department's database. So you might be able to do kind of like heat map type products that show ages and percent depreciation and value and all that stuff to try to understand what the landscape looks like.
I thought it was going to show us what neighborhoods needed investment.
Yeah, that's the
It
idea.
would,
Well,
yeah.
you would see.
It seemed the county
That's why,
information.
this was the importance of neighborhood.
And certainly, if anybody has to pull a permit, you know that too.
Right.
We got it in our own little system. When is the next revaluation for property taxes?
3 years?
5 more years, I think.
I'm thinking 23, but let Brooke confirm.
23 or 24?
So Brooke is 4, they're required to do it every 8 years.
Yeah,
But they do
But
it more
it's-
frequently.
But they do it more frequently, we just don't know
they'll do it before then,
if they'll
yeah.
do it before.
Especially when property values are going up.
Yeah, there's been an uptick, yeah.
So I will
I
say
would,
to.
I would,
Oh, go
I
ahead,
was going to say, Lauren, if I can, this does contemplate, John's right, that strategy 3.3 is this, are there ways that we can work with homeowners associations in existing neighborhoods, since we don't have authority, over architectural design, that we could entice or encourage them to enforce architectural standards in neighborhoods. So that is part of it too, John.
Well, I guess that's my point. I think this is an item to keep on the list, but, and not knowing which each of these subsections are, if you're saying 3.3 is an effort to have some discussions with homeowners associations, that to me would be something we ought to try to do soon. But the broader thing of how to categorize all the housing in Pinehurst, which we would need to do and may come from county material, is off a little bit further to have the time to evaluate that. So I'd say keep it, but again, we need to kind of figure out, what are the most important subsections to be emphasizing.
Okay.
So I'm hearing maybe a hot topic is 3.3, which is about creating the how-to guides for neighborhoods to develop architectural, let's see, I've got it here. It's the how-to guides to how they can create property owners associations in existing neighborhoods in order to create architectural standards to enforce.
Or other covenants.
Or other covenants, right. That's what 3.3 is all about.
Okay.
It's a dandy idea, but I don't know.
It's hard.
It's going to be like herding cats, I think.
Yeah, it may not.
And good homeowner associations already have that stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
But I mean, I think the Lake District almost got it done. I mean, they didn't, but, I mean, there was a gallon attempt.
Yeah.
I believe so.
May I ask
Yeah.
relates to this? Just a thought. I'm thinking Pinehurst South Cottages again. As new development comes to us and new neighborhoods are created that are going to have homeowners associations, if we had this how-to guide, I guess, you could have that readily available when a subdivision, proposal comes to us. But are there ways for us to kind of influence that on the front end?
On the approval side.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the
State law.
approval side, to say, we really want you to
Require a
have.
homeowners association with covenants and
Yeah, we want you to
restrictions.
have a homeowners association with an architectural review committee.
Will the General Assembly let us do that?
That's what I'm.
I don't know.
I'm working on.
Oh, probably not carte blanche, no, but maybe there are situations where we can dangle the carrot, if you will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that we keep this on the OFI list.
keep it, yeah.
We will evaluate if we can do any of them before where we have it scheduled currently in order to dangle the carrot for potential development in the future. Is that right?
Good.
All right.
And I'd say in the interim, I would look for ways that you could track some of this through P&I, because you know the age of properties that are coming through and getting permits, and you'll have an idea of, what's new development. I mean, there's mostly renovations, going on. So I think you have a little thumbnail
Okay.
perspective.
Okay.
As time goes by and existing housing stock gets older, can we expand the boundaries of our historic district?
Yes, we can.
Have one of the largest historic districts in the
We
state.
could create a different one.
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
have additional districts.
Yep. Okay. The next item on the list is to pursue public and private development partnerships, issuing requests for development proposals as needed. This is associated with strategy 2.2.
This is, I didn't understand this one because 2.2 is asking the county to require annexation in order for new development to hook up to water and sewer, and I don't know if that's the one you really meant to put under there.
I don't think that is the appropriate number.
No, good point.
Darren or Natalie, do y'all recall what that one might be referring to?
I think this refers to some of the, similar to work we're doing on the small area plan, where we do have a large assemblage of village property within that
That sounds
area.
right.
We have an economies of scale with our lands in there, where we could work with a potential developer to issue a request for proposals for a development, for a future development. But we're still working through the small area plan. That requires us really to get through that small area plan effort first before we even think about moving into that.
I found it. It's
Goodness
two-
in that
it's
is they would be
2.20.
on the hook for all the
2.20.
infrastructure, and
Yeah.
and also they would afford us the opportunity to look at the development as a whole and make sure that all of the ensuing development is of the right character.
Yeah, it seemed to me it would fall out of the small area plans.
And it is a reference to 2.20. The 0 is off.
Correct.
Council, how do you feel with that?
I think we wait for the small area plans.
Keep it on the list and wait?
It makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, but I'm just going to say.
Aye.
There's no money and there's no time, so this is good.
Council, anybody else? Lydia, did you say something?
No, Jane said, I asked Jane why it made the hair stand up on her neck.
Why?
Yeah.
We're going to reach out to developers and ask them to develop stuff? I don't know.
I don't read it that
But
way.
maybe under the small area plans. We'll see.
Consensus to keep on the list as it is?
Yeah, with the,
Okay.
yeah, 2.20.
All right. the
It might be
next-
helpful to point out that a lot of what we're talking about is redevelopment of
That's right.
Not
not
development.
very attractive property.
Improving existing property.
That's helpful.
Okay, the next item on the list is to consider partnering with others to promote private or public acquisition of historic properties to hold, manage, preserve, restore, and improve properties to promote historic preservation efforts. Very long-winded.
With
What is
with what
1.4?
money?
1.14 is
Same thing.
the same thing, exactly.
Okay, it says, I'm all for historic preservation, but I wasn't sure where we were going with this.
Yeah.
I think it
I'll
was,
add, the discussion during the, if I can, the discussion during the plan on this particular strategy was, historic preservation commissions have the authority, or the local government has the authority to actually acquire a property that it wants to maintain, preserve, or restore. So we have historically not acquired historic properties for us to restore ourselves. And that's where this came in, is that are there opportunities to partner with others to promote or maybe restore a historic property that, needs some attention?
I think it was Jack and I that got this added with everyone's help,
Yeah.
because it was a missed opportunity, the federal building, that could have been a library, we didn't buy it.
The post office.
It was just the post, yeah,
I
post
see.
office. I'm sorry, the post office. And it just thought, while there already is authority built into the Historic Commission, and we haven't articulated it, I think it's, unlikely, but we should have our minds open to it. And if we don't have our minds open to it, it will never occur. So it was just a way to memorialize it.
It's okay with me. I'd say we keep, now
Codify
I
it.
understand.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
keep it, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I hear some consensus to keep it as it is. Okay?
Is
Anybody
there-
else?
Is there a place then, along the lines of what you're suggesting, to have like a defined program or policy that says that if certain circumstances arise or are met, here's what's on the table that the village might consider doing?
Jeff, to that point, and this is sort of back where I went to preserving green space or open space. To me, the goal here is to promote historic preservation efforts. Okay, so how do we do that? And this is just one way, is partnering with others to, finish the rest of the sentence.
Yeah.
But John, obviously for John and me, promoting historic preservation efforts has become very important. I'm just wondering if there are other ways to do that in addition to what's listed here. And Jeff, maybe going to your, what I think adding to what you're saying, do we need to have some sort of policy where we identify ways that we can promote historic preservation efforts?
So Lydia, to your point about promote preservation of historic properties, in the comp plan on page 45, we've actually have 5 different strategies to do that.
Okay.
4 of them we've considered as ongoing operational things, like consulting with the Park Service, continue to maintain the historic landmark designation, periodically review and amend the historic district guidelines, to name a few. But when we're in the when we're at that OFI level, we try to be specific about the action. So I think the promote preservation of historic properties is kind of like an overarching goal. But in this particular instance, all the other strategies that were listed were ongoing things that we do, whereas this OFI for considering a partnership was a specific thing that is above and beyond like every day what we do to maintain it.
Does it belong on the OFI list? I mean, it's not something that we're going to start working on. It's just a possible tool in the toolbox that if something came along, we could refer to the fact that this is an implementation strategy in the comp plan, and we could use it. It's not like we're
I think that's a valid
about
point.
to use it. Yeah.
A valid point. Does it belong here, Lauren?
Right, so it's either this is something that could be considered, or Jeff, if there's more of an actionable item like you were mentioning of,
We'll see.
is there a policy or a plan?
Consider developing a policy that would allow,
That would be on the OP list. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Lauren, I might suggest this is an evaluation instead of a project, if we're gonna consider partnering, if we haven't.
That's a good point.
Yep,
Yeah.
agreed. Consider
Developing a
policy
or
to partner.
that would allow something
Evaluation.
like that.
Yeah.
So just reword it as an
Yeah, maybe just take a
evaluation.
note to wordsmith that, Lauren, rather than try to
Wordsmith
get
it
it
into
exactly right
evaluation.
now.
Okay,
And I think I agree with your classifying this as an evaluation. And is that really what we should do with the one above it, about pursuing the development
Yes,
partnerships?
yeah.
Probably.
evaluation there,
Yeah.
evaluate pursuing the public-private development partnerships. Okay, all right. Everybody good to move forward? Okay, the next item on the list, well, the next 3 are the ones that were brought up at the beginning of the meeting. So these are the additions. You're not going to have them on the list in front of you. So let me make these larger for you.
Already added the first one up above, right?
Right, so Jane, do you feel like we have included your comment to provide periodic updates to the PDO
Meat and potatoes.
already in? That's right, because we added it. A continual review that is presented to the village council quarterly for PDO amendments, correct?
Uh-huh.
Does that take care of that one?
Yeah, I think we're going to get specific about it at a different point in time.
Okay, all right. I think we've got that captured above with the addition that I added. Does council agree? Okay.
Yes.
Good, okay.
And what about the,
Protective planning for focus area 1 and focus area 5. Council, does this stay on the list? Do we need clarification of what that means further?
I think some, yes. Let's put a few more words on that.
Maybe,
Start over.
maybe a
Where are
more benign way to say that is would be to follow through with zoning updates for focus area 1 and focus area 5.
I mean, that's what would be required, right?
That's right, yeah.
Like this?
The idea is that this is maybe a higher priority than other places around Pinehurst.
Yeah, and a direct fallout of the small area plans.
Right.
Yeah, I wish we would have included it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Is it really, Is it really review and update zoning for focus area 1 and 5 to align with the comp plan?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, that's even better.
Review and update zoning for focus area 1 and 5.
To align with the comp plan?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say
Okay.
that. I do not want to say
Just-
that, no.
Just review and update the zoning?
I like that.
I don't.
We'll say to
Maybe
align
two-
with the small
Maybe two
area
different
plan.
ideas, but
There's there's an opportunity for two things here. One is to align with the comp plan, and then factor in other considerations. I mean, I think the comp plan is the only set of factors that the council should be considering when approving new zoning.
And you're also going to have a small area plan that you want to make sure it's compatible with as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm hearing review and update zoning for focus area 1 and focus area 5.
It's
There's
fine.
no plan to do small area plans for 1 or 5, right?
Or one.
Or,
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
so.
Well, 5 is the ETJ, right?
No, 5
No,
is 211.
1 is the
One is the
ETJ.
ETJ.
Yep.
5 is 211.
Oh, okay.
So would review and update the zoning for focus area 1 be associated with the conservation plan?
Yeah, that's what
Talked
I was
about
thinking too.
Previously?
The conservation plan?
Well, that's part of it, but there's other things, I think, in the meat and potatoes department that we can be looking at as well.
Why would
I think we're going to need to know what we desire with that
What those
conservation
are.
plan before we do this rezoning.
Right.
But we should be working on it.
Yeah.
Why would we leave 3 out? I would, I mean,
Well, we already had
I would leave
that
those-
under the very first one.
Part of the PDO update.
There were 3, the very first 3
Elements were in that one.
that were already in there.
That's the medical
Yeah,
district.
Yeah.
2.4, 2.5, 2.6, they're already in there.
To me,
So I
that's,
didn't
that's the
add 'em.
most immediate pressure.
Well, it's already in there, though, so,
That's more immediate than the other two.
Yeah. But if it's included there, we got it listed for just first.
Are you confident?
First year in the plan,
You're confident
yeah.
it's completely included there, okay.
It is, Kevin.
Okay, okay.
It's the height limits,
So should we add a
included in
general?
the overall update of the PDO.
So back in the first one, should we also just add a statement to review and update zoning for focus areas as needed?
It should be consistent with this.
Well, I guess, let's,
It happens with
I could
the
ask Darren,
update
what,
of the PDO.
in your mind, should we be looking at doing all of our rezoning at the same time or in piecemeal?
Well, I mean, piecemeal.
As it relates to the comprehensive plan?
Well, theoretically, you'd want to get it all done at once, because that's the best way to do it, because it's the best way to get your comp plan implemented quicker. It's also the most time-consuming, it takes the most amount of work to get those all done. Piecemeal, like doing piecemeal updates, is the easiest for us to do at this time with our staff
Off in
capacity.
chunks?
But it's not, when, the other problem that we have with that is, we don't have, we know what type of land use we want from a land use standpoint relative to the comp plan. We don't have right now, we don't have a comparable zoning district in our PDO that implements that land use goal. So we could do a series of zone changes right now. We could change things to OP, we could change things from NC, but that OP that's currently on the books doesn't implement the goals that are identified in the comp plan. So it's a twofold thing. We have to change the actual text or we have to change the zoning map and do a map amendment. Then we have to correspondingly do a change to the PDO.
Creating new zoning districts or modifying zoning
New or
districts?
modified, correct.
My
You
comment,
say that, you're focusing, I think, on the small area plan areas.
Right now we are, correct.
Say that very well. Extent to what you just described as a problem, to be dealt with, it seems to be focused on those two areas.
2 and Yes, the ones that we're working in the small area plan, because that's where we have the most pressure at this time. So that's why we write that from a priority standpoint, just because of all the growth pressures that we have in these two areas. That's why we think we need to get the zoning changed quicker, or do a moratorium to allow us to implement or develop that small area plan.
My comment on 3 was that there's going to be a comprehensive plan done by First Health. And we're not caught up with that focus area on the non-First Health owned areas of that area. And I feel like that is the next pressure. And it looks like we're saying the next pressure is going to be 1 in 5, I think it's 3.
But we know we have significant pressure right now in 3 focus areas.
Yeah, and the third one was left out of the small area plan.
It might also be true that, for example, that with the USDA project and what's going to happen strategically as a result of that we might see increased pressures in focus areas 1 and 5, but the reality is we already have significant pressures in the other 3.
Right, that's what I was talking about, why I was focused on 3. I mean, you're talking about the height, there's a lot more to it. There's a pedestrian walkability quotient, you got to hold, I feel like First Health will hold to what our comprehensive plan standards, but there's other owners, and I'm worried about everything being cohesive. So I thought does that really cover all that?
Our current zoning probably doesn't. I don't think there's a lot of development standards in that particular district, so that would be one thing to consider. You're also starting to see some redevelopment occurring in that district because there's more and more pressure. So you're going to see more and more development pressure in that particular area. So yeah, you're going to see some more development occurring. And does the current PDO implement growth policy in that area like you'd like to see?
Consistent with the comp plan.
Consistent with the comp plan, correct.
So I think it's true that the rezoning requirement for focus areas 1 and 5 is not captured anywhere else, so it needs to be on here as an OFI, right?
I agree with that.
And we got to figure out how it timelines out. I think we're going to have to come back to.
Okay.
Well, and the one thing you have going with you in focus area 1 is the vast majority of it is zone R210.
Yeah.
So it's our lowest density residential district.
Right.
And anything that has to come through would require a zone change, which is a legislative decision, so it lays it within the council's hands at that point. You're not required to change the zoning to allow for another Winston Pines to come through.
Good point, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm again back to 3.
Okay, so I'm hearing keep it on the list, council, consensus, keep it on the list, make sure we incorporate it somewhere. So we'll do that. And then the last one to consider is consider a moratorium for commercial development in focus areas to get the small area plans completed.
I think that's going to be this year.
Yeah.
I think it's outside of this plan.
Is it commercial development or is it commercial and residential development?
It's all development.
So it says only commercial
Yeah.
development.
That's right. I
Are
think
we
need to.
allowed to do a moratorium on residential? Maybe we are. I seem to remember distantly
Yeah,
that we can't, but whatever. What we can do, whatever we can do.
That's right, and you have to do that quickly. So
So
That's-
this is one that it sounds like,
It's an add to current year.
is add the
Yeah.
current year, yeah.
Yeah.
okay?
Thank
Can
you.
can I understand it a little bit? Like, is there a friendly way to do it? Like, you're still working with developers, like, you're trying to change the PDO to match the comp plan. So developer, you got a moratorium on, you're still talking to them, telling them honestly what you're trying to do. You're trying to unite the PDO
Yeah.
with the comp plan. And it's not like they have to be at a total standstill. I mean,
No, I think, but what it does is it necessarily focuses them on what the comp plan says,
I'm just trying to
pending,
figure out a way to,
the granularity that's provided by zoning.
Aaron, you hear the crooked line I'm trying to say? They could predict where we're going in this moratorium. They have a document that will predict where we're going. There's got to be a friendly way to do this. I'm for it, but I'm just saying there's got to be a friendly way to do this and still allow for thought and communication to occur with the planning and zoning department during a moratorium.
I think there is a friendly way to do it, and that's why I think it's important to include input from the development community in the small
Thank
area
you.
plans.
Thank you.
And to the extent that this is, that's a poor choice of words, because it really is. It's a public process. Development and approval of these small area plans will be a public process, so they will be able to keep up with it in real time and have a sense for where it's going, and what might be feasible and what they might be able to do with those properties.
And I would add that when we shared with you the stakeholder list for the small area plan, and you'll see some of the largest property owners are who we want to interview as part of the development as development of the plan as a key stakeholder. So they are included, so they will be part of the process going forward.
Right, and you really have to do that, because at the end of the day, any zoning changes are going to have to consider existing property owner rights. So
Correct.
to the extent that they buy in with the plan, it makes the whole rezoning thing a lot easier.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, great. Council, we have gotten to the end of strategic opportunity number 1, which was the top priority. Is there anything that you wish to add to the strategic opportunity OP list?
I don't see anything to add, but I'm wondering if we paid much attention to the type. You know, we have project, valuation, IAP. I don't think we focused on that enough. Do we need to look at those quickly and?
So we had one IAP already on the list, which is updating the comp plan.
And that IAP would be
sorry,
the
the
most
PDO.
urgent attention, right?
No, it means it's broad in scope, probably it's multi-departmental or multi-year,
Significant resources in order to accomplish it.
not an indication of priority.
It also is, its impact across the community as well.
So if it's a project,
Something we're definitely going to do, but it's not as broad-ranging as an IAP is.
an evaluation.
Evaluation is something where we're deciding
We're
what needs
working
to be
on.
done.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I want to keep that in mind as we go through, make sure we're dealing with those. Thank you.
Sure, yep.
So the additional ones that you added, the one about the, where's the first one you added? The review and,
Potatoes.
The zoning,
Yeah,
rezoning, PDO update.
so is that a project or is that
That would be a project.
IAP?
The
I think that's a
continual review
project.
is a project. Yep, so the continual review that's presented to council quarterly.
No, she's talking about the rezoning, I think.
Well, no, I am talking about this one and the
Okay,
rezoning,
okay,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I was, so this,
It's a project.
The
yeah.
continual review would be a project.
So what's the difference again between a project and an IAP in practical difference?
Several factors. It's degree to which multiple staff departments are involved, multi-year versus quicker turn. Lauren, what about?
Yep, so slide 15 on your,
Dollar amounts. Significant financial resources.
right, so slide 15, significant financial resources, or significant community impact over the period, over the 5-year period. So the difference within what staff does is an IEP, it requires an IEP workbook. It has a whole, it's a lot of more detail that has to be.
Staff collaboration on it.
More collaboration, detail for that. A project, staff can usually get started up a little bit quicker and can accomplish it usually quicker than an initiative action plan.
other than the cost that you've got there, $200,000, I mean, isn't it, I mean, how much more collaboration is there than in the one below it to create the review and get going with a more frequent process?
The comprehensive update involves collaboration with an external consultant. So it is, and it's a lot more content to go through than one-off PDO amendments. So the amount of staff resources invested as well as financial resources are much more extensive with the comprehensive update.
And more of the staff will be involved in that. And the
And
other thing
more
is,
staff
when I
will be
look at the
involved.
way, look at the second one listed there, the continual review quarterly deal. I look at that as a project to put that system in place.
Right.
And there will be, there'll be ongoing, for years and years and years, there'll be updates that come through as a result of it. So yeah, over the years, it's a big impact, there's a lot going on, but it's the system that we're trying to put in place. It's a project.
Okay.
Okay,
And it's FY 2021, which is
Okay.
good.
all right.
Okay. Any other questions for, or additions or anything for this strategic opportunity? Council, we feel like we're good there?
I think we're getting there. And the reason I asked the question about the type really has more to do with the timing. So and I just want to make sure we're moving up the schedule, including to the current fiscal year, as you pointed out, Jeff, those items that we feel are urgent and we've got to get moving on, whether it's a IAP, an evaluation, or a project. It's the timing
Right.
Almost shorting
for
that.
that. And we'll go over that in January, I think, when we see all this further, huh? Or
Sure.
even
So
today.
I've made a note for any of those that we need to go ahead and move up to this current year's OFI list. I've made a note on our OFI, on our electronic version here. So we'll make sure we do that after this meeting, that it's added to the current OFI list so that staff knows that's an item on the to-do list this year. And then what we will do is come back to you once staff is able to develop their full budget request, all of their items that they do during our development process within the strategic operating plan. They will go through and we'll work together on figuring out where to schedule these, given our resources available and given the priorities that we're hearing from you today. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, so to that end, Lauren, that is exactly what we do. But if we're seeing that there are a lot, like we just talked about earlier, if we see that there's a lot of urgency in terms of your priorities and we don't have the current resources, we might come to you and ask for those resources.
Right.
Or,
Please
yeah,
do.
so, yeah, the whole budget that we prepare is based on your priorities and that expected timeline that you'd like to see things done.
Yep.
And then we just go back and figure out what it'll take to do that.
Get it done.
Yep.
Yeah, what does it take to get her done?
Get her done.
All right, council, are y'all okay to have a stopping point right here? And we can break for lunch. We have 45 minutes scheduled for lunch, so we will circle back at,
Do we need to take 45 minutes today, Lauren? Could we shorten that a little bit? Because, yeah,
we can,
Come back at 1?
can we do 1 o'clock?
I would say, yeah.
Is 1 o'clock
Let's
okay?
make sure that, yeah.
Okay, all right, let's plan for 1 o'clock. If you'll mute your microphones, that would be great. want to mention in front of you, Beth, Beth passed out the new areas of focus mapping document for you. She passed it out a little while ago in the meeting. So you may have already put it in the tab. Yes. So it has the new prioritization of the strategic opportunities. And Lydia, I'll make sure to email it to you as well. Turn the page one time. That's the right one. Yep. Sorry, my microphone is very hot. Okay. All right. Everybody ready to get started? Here we go. All right. Lydia, you with us? Lydia, can you hear us? Oh, okay. Okay, I think you're muted still, but we can see you
Yes,
moving.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, great. Natalie's back too. All right. We'll go ahead and get started, and we'll go to the next strategic opportunity, which is to seek ways to minimize traffic congestion throughout the village. So if you're in your old packet of information, it's on page 1 in the brown. It was actually already number 2. So the first OFI on here is to develop a consolidated multimodal transportation plan. This is a current initiative action plan that we have scheduled for 2024 to develop this. Council, is everyone still okay with this remaining on the plan as is?
I've gone on record as it has to be done earlier, but I've been outvoted every time, and I assume I will be again.
Well, I was just going to ask, with the advent of the new transportation planner on staff, does that create an opportunity to bring it in any at all?
Board?
Yeah, and my concern is we have these 2 small area plans that will involve multimodal. And they're going to be orphaned.
I think if I recall correctly, and maybe Darren can jump in here, but I think as it relates to the multimodal transportation plan, it is scheduled there because that's when the update to the pedestrian and bicycle master plans are due. If we do those on I wanted to say it was like 7 to 10 year schedule. And so I think at least the thinking this time last year was when it's time to update the pedestrian and the bicycle plan, that we would bring into that all multimodal transportation.
Yeah,
And it would also be done after we have evaluated if we're going to adopt some type of complete streets policy.
that's correct.
It is.
Would it make sense that once you have the small area plans in for Pinehurst South and Village Place, that you would look at this again in light of those and actually the imminence of the next U.S. Open coming? Because Pinehurst South, traffic coming from there's going to be a good bit of that for the U.S. Open. And I just think that it's all going to kind of, a lot of it will be in those 2 areas.
Yeah.
So I'm just, what are the tea leaves that come out of the small area plan that might affect the construct of the consolidated plan?
When you throw in, I think the world's changed traffic-wise a little bit. A lot. The world has changed dramatically. I understand that you have this methodical schedule that every so-and-so you update a plan, but I think when you see the exponential traffic growth and the possibility of impacts with pedestrians, that's what's motivating me, on top of what you're saying. So,
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but we still have plenty of very viable work to be done consistent with the current plan.
yeah, but I wonder if it would change if you updated it. That's what I'm concerned about. If you're, I know that, I guess that you always could live in that world,
Yeah.
right?
So what I'm hearing is that, yes, we definitely keep this on the list as an initiative action plan. I'm hearing discussion about moving it sooner than 2024 if able, based on
That's okay
resources.
with
Is
me.
that right?
And I would add to that, Lauren, that there's another, 2 entries down, there's another reference to multimodal transportation plan. Do we need to combine those, or I'm not
Nope.
sure I
Yep.
differentiate?
So the difference, this one, a couple of rows down that you're mentioning, consolidate and align multimodal transportation, this one will go away. This is hiring the person.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
All right, I look at these three, and maybe it's clear in your mind, but these three seem so similar to me that I have a hard time I have a hard time differentiating one from the other among these three.
Well, and it's interesting that you'd say that, because there's actually some activity that will occur next year on the Highway 5.
That's this year.
Yes, this year, sorry. So what is that, and how does that relate?
Are you talking about the crosswalk or the crossing?
I mean, it says develop a comprehensive plan for
Okay.
mitigating future traffic on Highway 5.
Right, yeah, that was programmed for us to talk about this year, and we have not gotten around to it because we've been diving very deep into a variety of other topics.
Right. So is it still viable to do that for this year? And does the advent of the transportation planner help that?
Oh, yes.
Excuse me.
Well, didn't develop a comprehensive plan for mitigating future traffic on Highway 5. They came out last year because we were hearing so much from the public about Highway 5. So it's my recollection, we put this on there
Right.
We did.
because of the public demand that we do something.
And it's-
Or the
and it-
public, the what?
And it's bigger than transportation planning. It's also development pattern planning and
So is it in the right place? Does it need to straddle 2 years?
yeah, it
And
takes.
is it
it's
sort of
gonna
the predecessor of the,
Slide to this coming year because we're not going to get it done this year.
So I'm putting it also into FY =22. A lot of these that if they are continuing after this fiscal year, we will roll them forward automatically on the OFI list. But it's sounding like they will definitely span into next year based on this conversation, for that one in particular. Lydia, you said the three are very alike. The consolidate and align, I don't know if you heard us say, consolidate and align
Yeah.
multimodal transportation planning / engineering. I've made a note here, we're going to remove this in future years. This was the
Okay.
initiative to hire the transportation planner. We wanted to make sure we took into account what that would look like over the 5-year period, but that's something that's an ongoing cost after this year of hiring. So that's removed.
See this line item in this SOP that we're developing.
right?
So it's really the going back to develop consolidated multimodal IAP. Council, right now it's in '24. I'm hearing perhaps move it earlier if it can be.
Yes.
I think that whatever work you get out of the Highway 5 will certainly inform that plan to some extent. I mean, obviously, it's one piece of it. But, so if you get that work really done in '22, maybe you can begin some pieces of it that fall out of the SAP for the 2 areas as well. So maybe this will be something different next year. But it seems like there's another, you got the Behemoth project, but there might be some feeder
Yeah.
projects.
I don't know how you could fix Highway 5 without thinking multimodal at the same time, so, that's the thing that I'm always struggling with.
Comprehensive, that word comprehensive, yeah.
Yeah. But, oh, I'm sorry, I'm causing that. But I do think, I was just thinking about this USDA thing. I think this is deserves like a red dot, that this is something that should be discussed with our legislative group as part of the USGA impact. And I don't know how we're doing this new USGA like pullout, but some of these items are directly, this Highway 5 thing's directly impacted by that. And maybe it's, well, it's already mentioned that we're trying to work with our legislative delegation to move some of these things up.
And look at number 9, influence NCDOT.
Yeah.
Right.
It's probably in there. But there's also on our own, like the crossing.
Yes.
So.
Okay, everybody all right with keeping the
I had a couple
Yes,
things.
Yes, ma'am.
Is dealing with the traffic circle and getting people to use it as opposed to cutting through on other streets, is that part of this?
You mean the roundabout?
Part
You're
of
talking about the
number-
roundabout on
The
Carolina Vista?
Rundegefahrten, it would be the German term.
Yeah, we're skipping down, though.
Which one?
We don't mean to do that, right?
Are you on,
Skipping down? I'm
Develop
not
it.
skipping down.
Oh, develop and consult.
Jane, was your question about the roundabout or the traffic circle?
Traffic circle.
It's parts of both. I mean, it's part of a comprehensive plan, and it's necessarily part of item
10?
9 on my list here. Which one are we talking about here? Yeah, influence DOT to fund the MCCTTP, too many letters in there.
Projects.
Transportation projects.
There's modifying the traffic circle, which personally I don't think is necessary, but that's a concept. And then there's also figuring out ways to get people to use the traffic circle as opposed to not cutting through somewhere else in order to avoid it, which is part of what's driving the Route 5.
Like what? Like what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is why we're hiring the transportation.
Well, if you fix the traffic circle, so it's all the same thing.
I don't know. I guess maybe there's an opportunity to, if there's information out there that we can communicate to the public that the traffic circle is in fact a faster route between, point A and point B or something like that. At the end of the day, people are
Making some
making
roads one
transportation
way, or, these kinds of things.
routes
so
based
that-
on their perceptions of how long it takes to go one route versus the other. And so if people's information is skewed or wrong, maybe there's an opportunity to inform people about that. But other than that, it's going to take fixing the traffic circle, I think.
Well, it may be possible to make some roads one way, so that they don't become a cut-through, and this kind of thing.
Cuts both ways.
Then there's also the possibility, and I'm not sure which one this will go under, of seeing if we can get the railroad moved.
Yeah,
It's my
that
very,
came up in a conversation a couple days ago, didn't it?
and, I mean,
Yeah.
I bring it up a lot, but I think it'd be very helpful, but it's going to, railroads apparently have more power than.
Well, that's true, but
Maybe, I mean, this is really more strategic discussions than it is probably SOP, OFI related, but I think that there might be an opportunity for us at a leadership level to engage the leadership at the railroad and say, what would it take? I mean, let's just have a conversation about what's the art of the possible about moving. How does it get funded? What has to happen? How
And
are-
Jeff Sanborn,
what can we do to influence that process? And then maybe take it from there.
Lydia, you had a comment?
maybe it's part of the
well, I like what
USGA.
Jeff is saying, and Jeff Batten has a lot of experience with the railroad. So Jeff Batten, do you have any views on that? Like, how we move the needle with the railroad company?
Well, we've got a good relationship with the railroad company from the standpoint of opening up any dialogue. But, how feasible it is to physically relocate tracks, I got to imagine that's very, very challenging.
Well, I think of
very
the challenge
expensive,
we're
but-
having, just trying to get an upgrade to that trestle. that's small potatoes compared to completely moving a railroad track, and I don't know who all the partners, I mean, we're talking on the federal level, are we talking DOT, are we talking Federal Transportation Association? I mean, it just seemed like there's so many players in that discussion, I wouldn't even know where to begin, other than like Jeff Sanborn is saying, have a discussion with Jennifer and Anthony and see what doors we need to start.
Should be a great place for a walking crosswalk right there.
Well, we heard from, was it Tarpo or Triangle J, that they're building a new passenger railroad that's going to come down.
Find the track to try to.
Right, so they're doing some of that stuff around
Make that a real
here.
passageway where you don't have to take a right and you go straight.
Yeah, so they're doing some stuff with railroads around here.
Tell us what you're saying they're going to do.
I'm sorry, we're not talking about our tracks, we're talking about the main Amtrak tracks. That right now, they're not it's not very viable, it's always late because it has to, somewhere it has to take a right
Okay,
north. And Virginia's buying all this track, and it's trying to get North Carolina involved, and eventually that Amtrak will go straight. And we'll choose a train over flying to DC, or something at some point in the future. And passenger rail might be a viable option to visit Pinehurst. And, but we're talking, a long number of years.
our grandchildren?
But Virginia started the process of buying private railway and North Carolina partnered, but it doesn't affect our Pinehurst tracks. It does affect the.
Yeah, it's a different line. It's a different
They're
line.
talking about these kinds of things, and maybe we can, especially, maybe as part of the USGA thing, we can say, look, here's a way to enhance the look of the resort. If we take the railroad away from there and we're able to make use of that corridor where the railroad tracks were as bicycle, pedestrian, walkway, golf carts, and widen Route 5 a little bit, right?
So do we,
Some turn lanes to get onto.
I would choose the route of slowing traffic on Highway 5 and turn it into a boulevard rather than speeding it up. So, I'm in a little different mindset.
Traffic
And then after Morganton Road, that's a different story, because there's schools and maybe that speed is, but.
These are all
When you look at Highway 5 on a map, it bisects the historic village of Pinehurst. It needs to be turned into a boulevard, and some psychology has to occur to get people to slow down. I don't know what that psychology is. I'm not a transportation planner, but we're going to have one. But there's that possibility of a circle, that could dissuade.
One sure way to slow traffic down is create gridlock. So if that's your objective.
But
To me,
these
it's
are
not
all,
speeding up and widening, and turn lanes make sense. but-
At the end of the day, it's going to take other more viable alternatives for people to move north and south through this area of southern Moore County.
So OFI list for next week?
but the point is that, yes, all these items with DOT, Highway 5, all that related are things we want to keep on the list. We're talking about different tactics that might occur.
That's right.
Under that, but I don't think there's any objection to keeping on the list each of these that relate to multimodal transportation, DOT, Highway 5, all that, Moore County. Anybody
Okay.
disagree? Yeah.
I think I did hear, though, maybe the addition of another OFI specifically around the railroad.
right?
Yeah.
I
Around
think
what?
that's what I just heard you say.
Repeat that? I
How would
didn't.
you describe it?
What would it say?
Maybe another OFI about this railroad question.
Yeah, I think it's something like engage Aberdeen,
Carolina Western Railroad?
ACWR,
Right.
Or
investigate opportunity to
Yeah.
relocate or
To
re-rec.
mitigate congestion resulting from the trestle? Or- Yeah.
I think you want to reroute the lines, right? Is that what I
I think
thought
that would
that's
be the
what
most beneficial thing.
I mean, from Route 1 all the way up you know, to 11, that'd be
Well,
wonderful.
I think there's several things that could occur, so
Could we
I
call
would leave
it-
it more general right now.
Railroad improvements is what I've listed.
Yeah,
So
I like
engage
that.
ACWR for railroad improvements.
Not really improvements, it's really just routing,
Changes. Rerouting.
rerouting.
It's,
Railroad rerouting,
Right.
is that
I
good?
have another question for Jeff Batten, or maybe Jeff Sanborn would know. What was the amount of the federal grant that they just got? It was millions, right?
Yeah,
Multi-millions?
it was multi-millions. I don't remember
and
the
they-
exact number. $5 million,
they got
maybe.
it.
It was a lot. It was substantial.
And they made I don't know if they got it for the specific, for specific projects, but one project was not this, and they were relocating small amounts of tracks in other parts of the state. And that took a federal grant of a lot of money to do a little project somewhere else.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to be realistic about this. I mean, it's okay to put it on here, I'm just trying to be realistic.
yeah, I think
That's
that,
where,
I think.
I'm not sure if it even,
just a-
if it's an OFI or if it's just let's put out the feelers at the leadership level.
I like the engagement of them, but I'm not sure about movement. I mean, I see that empty trestle. There was a second railroad track long ago, and there's an empty trestle that could be a pedestrian walkway. How do you get involved with the railroad without talking to them about it? I mean, you can't. You got to talk to them. Got to engage them. So I think it's engage them for sure. Oh, with the engagement, you know.
I mean, they got a corridor all the way through town, so there's also the opportunity, it's very difficult for them to
Maybe if we
agree
say
to,
just
but to-
engage the
on
railroad for
transportation.
mutually beneficial outcomes, or in pursuit of mutually beneficial outcomes.
I like that, Jeff.
Closer.
I like that.
Engage them for traffic calming outcomes.
Well, it'll be a lot of
Traffic
different
and
things.
pedestrian.
There could be
The railroad track
Traffic,
closer to the
multimodal,
Multimodal.
multimodal transportation
Traffic and
within their
multimodal
corridor.
Move
reasons.
it closer to the road.
Specific to transportation, you know, traffic and multimodal improvements.
How about engage them for mutually beneficial outcomes with railroad and transportation? Is
Good.
that okay?
Like it, like engaging people.
That's a good ad.
Okay,
Good.
all right, you want to keep moving down the list?
You talking to me?
Anybody?
Okay.
Are we good to so we've got, keep the Consolidated Multimodal Transportation Plan, IEP. We've got this new one to engage the railroad. We have another one to develop the comprehensive plan for mitigating future traffic on Highway 5 that will roll forward into the next year as well, probably. We're removing the consolidating, aligning multimodal transportation because that's the person. And then the next one is influence DOT to fund the transportation projects. I'm hearing keep that one on the list as well,
Yes.
right?
I'd say it's in the
Yep.
right year.
Okay.
Now, we're not moving it, right?
No.
We've got another one after that to say cooperate with MCCTP to implement and update the Moore County Comprehensive Transportation Plan
What is that?
CCTP,
is the plan.
it is the plan, and
Want to be Moore County?
even Moore County doesn't implement the plan. DOT implements the plan.
Yeah, I'm wondering,
Same thing as the one above it.
it's the
really.
same thing as the one above it, really, yeah. I mean,
In 4.2 and 4.3, what do they refer to?
Except for the update.
Right,
you
I
know?
think it's the update.
So 4.2 is, so the one that Lauren's on right now is really cooperate with the Moore County Transportation Committee,
Two,
of all the other Moore County municipalities to implement and update that plan.
and
Update the,
they don't implement. I guess maybe collectively we have, you know, if all of us are singing the same song with regard to STIP prioritization, then
this is something we
collaborate,
do
but
all the time.
oddly enough, hasn't happened in the past through the Moore County Transportation Committee. It's happened by representatives of each, of each community getting together and sitting down at a table and providing input directly to Matt Day.
Is with Triangle J, really.
Yeah.
So it's Triangle J. Tarpo.
Again, this is a long-range comprehensive plan strategy. And so, the notes here are saying, ensure that that plan continues to align with our goals. So over time, as our transportation goals may change, it's saying seek an update to the Moore County Comprehensive Transportation Plan. So,
I think it would be good to add,
Jeff, it's not really implement, it's really update.
but also I think your comment about aligning with, evolving Pinehurst goals needs to be in there. Because that's really the central issue.
So cooperate with Moore County Transportation Committee to implement and update Moore County Comprehensive Transportation Plan to align to Pinehurst goals.
Makes it at least something new. But
And is it really is it update, not
I think
implement?
it's just, I think the
Same as the one
implement
above, I
is
think.
above it, yeah.
I just don't see it as being different.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm hearing a couple of people here say that they don't see these two as being different. That it sounds like,
But you could move 4.2 and 4.3 to the above one, that you have in the.
I think the difference is 4.2 is influence DOT to get the projects funded. So use influence at DOT to get Highway 5 fixed. And then the one below that is, as our transportation goals and needs may change over time, just make sure that that comprehensive plan is updated to align with our goals.
But that's
So
what
that-
it says.
So on 14, we need to add 4.2, and then on 15, just have 4.3?
Yeah.
like this.
Numbering's different on my old one, so.
So
Good, I think that helps, Judy.
4.2 is influencing DOT to fund the projects. The next one is cooperating with them with the Transportation
Update the
Committee
plan
to
as
update
needed.
the plan. That's clear? Is that okay?
I think it's the same. I don't think when you could use one, but if you want to have two, you could have two, but.
It does seem to me that second one is, it's just kind of out there. If we knew that there was a timeline for updating the existing Moore County Transportation Plan, then we could program something like that in the future. That's one case. Or if we knew that there was something that we wanted to influence the committee as a whole to pursue an update in order to incorporate, then we would, again, program that somewhere in the future. But right now, it's just it's air. There's nothing there.
I say take the opportunity to delete it.
And then just put
Three
4.3
up there.
up there and the one above.
I think you got it. We rarely find these opportunities to get focus.
Yeah.
Let's take it.
So what I'm hearing a proposal is to add 4.3 to the top one and to remove this one.
Yeah, because, it's just an ongoing thing you'll be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got it.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
I hear a consensus.
We're leaving out 4.2 altogether?
No,
We're
Goes up above.
pulling it up here together.
Okay.
Supposed to be. That had no numerical alignment before.
Okay. All right. The next one is to coordinate with the resort and local transportation services to provide transportation between arts and entertainment venues in the village. This is from the comp plan, strategy 5.1.
Never understood this one, so someone's got to help me.
it seems so beyond the pale.
I think
Yeah,
it's just working together with our major businesses, and I think doesn't belong here.
No, I
I
don't
mean, we
either.
could certainly,
And I don't know what 5.1 is doing there either.
Well, let's look at 5.1 though and see where it belongs.
Well, it's village core, streetscape, and landscape and pedestrian crossings. I'm not sure how it
No,
segues to
That's not it
shuttles,
either.
but
Well, that
is-
belongs,
it's 10, there's another 0 missing there. It's
510.
5.10.
That changes things.
So do you want it?
well, we need to put
I
think what I-
5.1 somewhere, I mean, 5.10.
I think,
What is
I
510?
think,
It reads exactly the same.
I had this coming out,
if
but
I,
I think,
Finale?
you know, we're in the topic of seek ways to minimize traffic congestion throughout the village. So the idea always was, is there a way that people can get around by using current transportation options? One of them is the resort vans that are going around all the time. How practical and how quickly that would happen are both up for discussion, I think. I would have it, in my case, way down the list of timing priorities, or maybe it comes out altogether.
I can add a little bit to the conversation as it relates to this one. So prior to your strategic planning pre-retreat, several of us department heads got together and went through all the strategies, obviously, to figure out where we are in terms of those. So Parks and Recreation is already using local transportation services to provide transportation between arts and entertainment venues. So, you know, they're shuttling people from, let's say,
Yeah.
Hall
pub.
up to downtown, so on and so forth. So, and Mark, if he's in the room, he can speak up, but I think we felt like this is one that, I mean, to John's point, it's really low-hanging fruit, and I don't know that there's necessarily a specific action that we need to do. I think that's just kind of ongoing operational work and coordination,
So
so.
Natalie, that's the one that's right below, right, that you're talking about? Utilizing shuttle services for village
It's,
events?
they were both kind of together.
Okay.
I'm still talking about,
Top one, too.
We're still
yeah,
on 11
kind
now.
of together. The conversation during the comp plan for this one was to explore some type of partnership with the resort to use their shuttles, because they have the vehicles, to use their shuttles for our events. But we've chosen to use a local vendor for that. I believe it's Kirk Tours, as opposed to doing that. So I guess what I'm saying is I would support striking through this one if council
I
agrees.
mean, I don't mind it staying in the comp plan, but I think it should be off this.
Yeah, we had that out past 25 anyway. I mean, say for example, if you did, 10, 15 years from now, put a amphitheater entertainment venue in the ETJ, you might want to work with the resort for shuttling people out there. I think it was more of a longer term thing too.
So I have a proposal to remove this one from our OFI list. Is that correct?
I'd agree.
Yes.
do I have consensus to do that? Yes, yes. Okay. That one is removed. How about the next one down, expand efforts to utilize shuttle services?
Same thing.
Remove it?
We're already doing it.
Well, wait a minute,
We're already doing that.
You're already doing it, it's not like a
It's not new, right? It's
Yeah.
not it's ongoing that we're doing that.
not being used much, is what I'm.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Mark, when we had the modified Holly Arts, do we have any more ridership on the parking up at Village Center down to the village?
I'm not sure if we have, I don't know that we ever got that information from Catherine, but we could certainly look into that. But, in terms of the discussion here too, whether these stay on or not, these are ongoing things that staff is currently doing and implementing for all events. So we are going to do this whether it's on the list or not, so.
Yeah.
Do I hear strike it?
Strike it.
Yep.
Okay. Great, we are through.
Oh,
Okay, so the added ones, there were a couple of ones that were added about evaluating the impact of USGA, but we've categorized those specific to thriving business environment. Unless you want to talk about them here,
That was the intent.
right?
Where are you now?
These were the 3 more items that were added specifically from you guys about the evaluating the impact of the USGA. Y'all don't have this list. This is the one I created when we were adding items to the list. I'll zoom in.
Evaluating the impact of the USGA, that's a multifaceted evaluation.
It is.
That covers traffic, it covers quality of life, I don't know where we put that.
I was actually thinking it was more about quality of life, because it's, whatever it is and how it weaves in with, quality of life gets to, I think some people think about it's mostly housing, but it's appearance, it's moving around, it's a number of things, and not just necessarily a thriving business environment.
Right, it's not just that. I guess that's the point I was about to make, is that it's about impacts both positive and negative, right? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because we might be able to leverage the positive in order to deal with the negative.
Jeff, I just don't know I know which strategic opportunity we put this when there's so many impacts that we haven't, I don't know if we fully identified them all.
Yeah.
So
maybe-
I don't know where it fits.
I'll make the point that all of our OFIs don't necessarily have to
They don't.
align with
That's right.
strategic opportunity.
Yeah, this
More
could
of an
be,
overarching OFI, I
yeah,
think.
this be an overarching OFI
Just
list.
the overarching and we just, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe the opportunity here is to see where all the things that exist that impacts, that already exist, that we want to use it to accelerate,
I wonder on this one, picking up on your idea, Kevin, that it does involve so many different places. Would this be one where the staff could look through this a little bit further when we get all through the retreat? Come back in January with, here's this USGA thing, and here are all the areas that it might impact. Maybe we fit it in somewhere at that point?
affects multimodal, affects Highway
Like, for
5.
example, that second one, I mean, we know clearly that's a transportation issue. It would fit into that
Yeah.
strategic objective, but the rest of that stuff is really wide-ranging.
And I think we'd want it to end up on the balanced scorecard, just because,
Right.
At least for a couple of years, till we get our feet wet with
Try to
how this is
measure
going
things,
to
you
work.
mean?
Yeah.
Well,
And so it needs to be that overarching.
And the
It
one
might be
above
a-
it, the Carolina parking lot fits into that one. And that issue kind of fits in the one above it. And we don't have it listed.
Right, that's one of the things I was just thinking about, where we're going to put parking.
Where's that one? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
pedestrian
that would
friendly
fit in
maybe.
there, that'd be kind of new.
There's a whole OFI missing here on overcoming our various downtown parking challenges. Is that anywhere?
It's coming up, I think.
We have,
So may I say something as it relates to that? Because parking does not specifically address the strategic opportunity of minimizing traffic congestion. So as you've been talking, I've been listening to the conversation about railroad as well as knowing that parking needs to come in here. I think you may actually end up you could consider revising, or did you put parking there in thriving business environment?
correct,
Okay.
Oh, including parking in the thriving
thriving
business environment?
right.
Okay,
I agree with that.
that could work.
Yeah.
We might want to consider adding, under strategic opportunities, an 11th category that would be all around the USGA relocation and house all these other impacts under that.
Don't call it a strategic opportunity.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I don't know,
I
it's a
think what I-
strategic opportunity that they're
It's
going to
just
relocate.
it's just a category of OFIs that we're dealing with.
well, if I could finish my thought
Don't
real
call it a
quick.
strategic opportunity yet.
Natalie's trying to.
As if
Natalie's
you
gonna-
scroll back up, Lauren.
I will, yep.
To transportation. So the way it's worded now, again, is it's minimizing traffic congestion. I think it might be bigger than just congestion. I think it's maybe enhance our transportation systems.
Enhance, I don't know how that fits there, Natalie.
Or some other
Well,
word,
I think, I hear where she's trying to go. She's trying to get to, it's not about minimization, it's about making it great, and making it
Improvement.
work. And I don't know the word, but
Traffic flow.
Maximizing the utilization of our traffic systems or the
So-
efficiency of it or something. Effectiveness.
we can come.
Increase
we
the
can come back
effectiveness of
to it.
our transportation systems?
Yeah, but when you when you look at all of the strategies, we've got it. Multimodal can help minimize traffic congestion, but it also just enhances connectivity. Like
yeah, it's repair.
it does more than just minimize. It increases accessibility. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, minimize seems like you're selling out a little.
Looking through the wrong end of the telescope.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with you 100%. This is about fixing a problem.
Well, it's about the effectiveness of our transportation systems. So isn't it not just improving the effectiveness of our transportation systems?
Yeah, that might work.
It's dysfunctional now.
Well,
It
I
has
like
to
that
be,
one,
it
Jeff.
has to be.
It mostly works, but
Okay, so I'm hearing a potential wording change to a strategic opportunity. Potential wording change. And when we'll need to improve the effectiveness of our transportation systems.
Improve is still minimized. It's really trying to get to the finish line on transportation.
there's no such thing.
I know, but I'm trying to, Natalie, is that what you're trying to say?
We don't have that much money.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Or maximize the effectiveness of transportation systems.
Yeah, okay.
Either, yeah. I like Jeff's wording.
Yeah, maximize can work.
Yeah, either
I
one.
don't know that it's really feasible, but
But doesn't
Aspirational.
improve maybe capture that better, though? The word improve rather than maximize,
Improve.
minimize?
Seems like it goes all the way.
If it's not something that can be attained 100%,
yeah.
trying to
Maybe
work with
improvement's a better
improvements,
word.
continuous improvements all the time, to go back to.
I'm hearing improve the effectiveness of our transportation systems as a potential wording change of a strategic opportunity, which,
So we would seek, that would become the name for this SO. Change it. Yeah, good.
Yeah, Natalie, you gave me a bite of the apple now. Dramatically improved. I'm now, I kind of want to not accept minimization, just.
Yeah.
I want to get there, and I just don't know if we've ever had the will to think big enough.
all right, I'm going to keep us going. I've got the parking list item of determining, is there something else we need to categorize these three additions?
It can go in that same category.
So this one can go to that new one, which I'm just going to go ahead and put it to here, knowing that that wording will change. And then these other two, you all are saying, are bigger than a thriving business environment.
I think we need to define maybe in better detail what we're talking about on the third one, and then maybe we
Took
can.
that and offered a new category.
That's a tough one.
We can leave it like this, but on a variety of issues, readiness on a variety of issues. So this is
Yeah,
readiness to accommodate the relocation?
So the first one up there is to evaluate the impact. And now, once you've done that, then you've got to move to what needs to change, you know, what,
What you need to do as a result of that.
Right.
What you learn in the other one.
yeah, I see those, you
So
know,
typically, we don't, typically when we have an OFI list, we would put an evaluation on the list. And then that evaluation, once completed, then is an input to change, to make a project on the list.
Strategies to deal with what we learned.
okay.
So what I would suggest maybe is that we keep this first one, the evaluation to be done. Whoops. And then once we determine that impact, then we create action item projects that would address that,
That's where that would come in.
which is where this would come in. Does that make sense?
But back to the question of where do we park this, the USGA?
Where it is at the end.
At the end
So
of,
to our earlier points, not all OFIs are tied to strategic objectives.
Right, we have
We have several pages of them.
other OPs, yep.
It's how we work with the state to, we're, those words, where the meteor landed, the USGA and the US Opens, and now we're welcoming the world here, and we're representing the state. And that's why we're asking for help from the state, because we want to represent the state well. I guess I'm trying to PR it, that, everybody's asking stuff for the state, but there's a reason we want to ask for stuff for the state is we are hosting and representing the state on these events. More than US Open, there'll be all these other events in various off years, so we're going to have to parlay this in support. So I don't know if it fits here, but I'm just trying to articulate, what the strategy is with our legislative group. It's, hey, we're representing the state on these events.
Okay, everybody all right so far?
Good.
Keep going, all right. Strategic opportunity number 3, seek.
Let me go back that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to drag you back.
You're right.
On the thing listed in row 7 there,
Here?
I wonder if we can be more specific, or should be more specific about that. I think what we need to be focusing on is aligning the current STIP projects as early as possible, given the US Open
That's what,
timeline.
like that.
Yes.
That's what I was,
We want to work with our local delegation to achieve that outcome.
we got to move it up to date, move up the dates on these SIP
Yeah.
projects.
So we want to work with local delegation to align current STIP projects.
Thank you.
but you also already have the one about influencing NCDOT,
This is related to that, yeah,
the fund.
yeah.
Well, you want to influence them on things that aren't even in those projects.
Aligning current STIP projects to
Timing?
timing
Increased
to be
frequency.
as early as possible and align with, and accommodate the USGA, US Open timeline or something like
Schedule.
that.
Or in order to
about that?
maximize the state's benefit of hosting the USGA.
Work with
I'm
local
just-
delegation to align current STIP projects to the timing and impacts of USGA, US Opens, and new hotel.
Hotel doesn't have anything to do with it.
I would leave the hotel out.
It's the US Opens, really.
It's really just the Opens.
In '22, the women's will be here as well, so.
Next year, we're going to have the junior. I mean, we got to have USGA championships lined up like airplanes at LaGuardia. Well, not right now.
All right, so council, we've got work with local delegation to align current STIP projects to the timing and impact of US Opens.
I think there's a piece of this that's missing. I don't know how to wordsmith it in, but to be as early as possible and accommodate the US Open timeline.
Maybe the word is to expedite,
I like it.
Current.
Expedite.
Accelerate, yeah.
Thank you.
accelerate,
To
expedite.
expedite and align,
Mhm.
Expedite, and align. Correct.
There are other things we're going to want to ask our local delegation for help with respect to the USGA coming here, besides road projects, such as maybe getting some local legislation on zoning Authority and those kinds of things. And so I don't want to leave those things out. I want to make sure that we leave a marker in for other kinds of things that we want to, and I have a list of that also, which I didn't bring, but I can bring tomorrow. You know,
Okay.
so,
So it sounds like we've got one specific to traffic, but that there might be another OP to add that's more for development. Would that be?
I've got a whole list, but
I don't
I'll
want to
bring-
confuse the two. I don't want them bundled together.
No, there'd
Wouldn't
be
that
different
fall
things.
but I want to make sure that we leave it in there, so maybe we have a second one.
Well, I think I said earlier,
Something like work with local delegation to increase local development regulation
Authority?
authorities in light of USGA location.
Let me bring my list tomorrow, and we'll see, but yeah, but let's put that in there now as a marker, and there might be other things
Okay.
on that list.
And that
I
would
can't-
go to
can't
quality
remember
of
what they're-
life, right?
correct, a lot of those would be quality of life, some would be transportation. There's a whole list of things that get
There's a list of
impacted,
things, yeah.
which we talked about this morning, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have we'll circle back to this one, okay?
Thank you.
All right, seek to expand the ETJ to the north of NC Highway 211 and west of 15501. We've got one here, which reads the same way, except consider expanding.
It'll flip.
I'm torn here between making that more broad or maybe adding the other strategies that we have under consideration.
Let me tell council, this is on page 4 of your old packet. At the very
It's
top.
item 7, yeah.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Sorry.
I don't think that the northern ETJ specifically is something that we're going to be doing in 2022 or necessarily, but there may be other things having to do with our perimeter, protection of our perimeters. So I think we should amend it.
Yeah, I guess we know now that we don't have unilateral authority to do this, and that's what we were waiting for, the results of that court case to do, to clarify for us. But there still is potentially an opportunity to work with more county officials in pursuit of some sort of an extension. We did seem to get an indication of an appetite for something more limited than what we asked for a few years ago, maybe focused on the corridors. Maybe that's an option, but I think the other thing that's tied to this, again, is the water and sewer extension policy. Was that
Right, that's what I was,
somewhere else?
well, we
What's
talked about
happening?
earlier.
What's happening with that, by the way?
We talked about it with,
They countered with, they got an opinion from a school government that they didn't have the authority to do what we wanted to do, so we countered with another proposed way of accomplishing the same result. And I haven't heard anything back, so.
So we're just trying to get more highly developed properties, which is what's going to happen if you bring water and sewer in, annexed in.
And ensure that when that development happens, it's to our standards and in accordance with our
With our plans,
desires, yeah.
our planning, okay.
we discussed it,
Extent possible. I mean, they can always walk away from the table, but at least we brought people to the table.
we talked about under update annexation agreements. That's, no, well, I brought it up there. Right? I don't know if it, but got entered in there, but yeah, I like that strategy, because over time, it would accomplish the same thing as expanding the ETJ.
We do have it somewhere.
So do we want to amend this then to say,
Add that second one.
well, or amend the whole thing, so that instead of saying pursue the ETJ, the northern ETJ, we say protect our perimeter areas the way we did in 2021.
That's kind of like, that's worded like an ongoing,
Yeah, to see
Actionable
whatever
thing.
opportunities are as they come along, but I don't know that the northern ETJ is the lead one at this moment in time.
I think it could be. If anything big that occurs there will create traffic problems and have impacts, so I think it is extremely important. Anything that occurs there, they'll come for services here. It will affect our fire
Kevin-
department immediately.
Yeah, to kind of support your point, Kevin, I
Yeah.
mean, First Help views that 15501 as the gateway or corridor to their district
Right.
from
I
the
mean,
north, so.
We, with these inner, I don't understand them, like, we got the chiefs here and, both chiefs, but anything that happens there will have to be serviced by our fire and police, probably. So, I mean, we are directly impacted by anything that occurs there, even though it's not. And so I think it's a priority. I don't think it is to develop, but it's to maybe stay the same,
All right, so you want to leave it the way it is?
I mean, that's not, I think, I'd like us to have some input and control, that's all.
So I hear one council member saying keep the OFI on the list as is, or consider expanding the village's ETJ. Any other council
Well,
member?
I would have changed it, but I don't care enough about it to talk about it anymore.
How would you change it?
I would change it to the language, more like the language that we had in 2021, protect our perimeter territories.
This is 2020. I don't understand what,
Yes, the list of strategic opportunities for 2021 had this written a little differently. It was written more broadly, and it said, let's protect our perimeter areas by A, looking to expand the ETJ, B, doing the annexation agreement with the county, and C was something else. So
It was pursue regulatory authority around our borders through ETJ extensions, annexation agreements, and amending the water wastewater agreement with Moore County.
So I would have gone there, seeing as how this particular one now looks like it's,
I mean, it doesn't.
I guess what's, that language is worded more like a strategic opportunity. Maybe we're better served to take those elements and list them as OFIs, even though they're not all specifically about expanding the ETJ. It really is about increasing development influence on that area.
I think I'm hearing Jane make a proposal to change the wording of the strategic opportunity to preserve the ETJ.
right, that's what I was
More
looking for.
broad than that, that's the whole point, right?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I think she's trying to make that opportunity a little broader to,
Not to
Preserve.
exclude the
That would
northern
be in keeping with
ETJ,
the
but
intent
to
of this current language, right?
add to it,
yes,
right.
it would. This action would fall underneath that strategic opportunity still.
Does that do what I want to get done?
Work on all that stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
okay. Different way to skin the cat.
I'm hearing a proposal to change a wording of a strategic opportunity to protect the ETJ. Is that what I heard?
No, it was, say that again, Jane?
It's the language
one.
from
Oh, it was
2021.
pursue regulatory authority
That's right.
Right, there you go,
around our borders.
right.
So this would,
Want to say around our borders? Do we want to say specifically about this area to the north and?
I think around our borders generally,
Okay.
and then this will be one of the places.
pursue regulatory authority around our borders, period.
Right,
And then we have multiple ways to do that,
that's right.
Yes.
Yeah,
right? So one would be to consider expanding the ETJ.
Yep,
Is that right?
yep.
Another would, say that again?
We're good.
Okay, the next is,
Influence county officials to amend their water and sewer extension policy in ways that would, that's, yeah,
Aligned to village planning, right.
yeah.
Yeah.
something. Influence county officials to amend water, wastewater agreement in ways that would align to village planning.
Yep, there you go.
And we already talked about the annexation agreements, right?
No, they're good.
Right,
Yeah.
that was earlier.
Yeah, we did those.
We didn't really list it in there unless you could tell me we did, because
Well, I think Judy suggested putting a year out here. Well, we actually took it off the table because it's,
We took the annexation agreements off the OP
Right.
list because we did them already.
There was,
they'll
back
be
when we
renewed
had
and-
this original discussion, the third element that's not captured in any of this stuff, I don't think, was this notion of us potentially partnering with Carthage on, at that time, a potential sewer line extension
oh, that's true.
Coming
yeah.
down 15,501.
down 15501. I think we had since learned that they had subsequently chosen to route that down.
22.
Yeah. So that's out of play now, right? Yeah.
All right, so right now, we have 2 OFIs under a newly worded strategic opportunity to pursue regulatory authority around our borders. One way by consider expanding the village's ETJ north of Highway 211 and west of 15501. And number 2 is to influence county officials to amend water wastewater agreement in ways that would align to village planning.
Right.
So, Lauren, going back to the updated annexation agreement, that was in number
One.
strategic opportunity.
One.
Yes, number 1. I was just going to say the same thing, move it over here.
But it's not
Just, I think
completed.
it should move down. Yeah, I think that should be reclassified.
Yes.
Perfect.
It's completed when in fact there is one with Moore County that isn't,
Is there still one remaining with Moore County?
we haven't negotiated it.
Moore County is working on corridor overlay standards, but we've got that one under,
No, I'm talking about something different.
Annexation agreement?
Talking about, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about annexation.
Yeah, so when we go to update the comprehensive plan based on this input right here, we just know that I think we need to move the annexation agreement discussion into this newly reworded
Strategic opportunity.
Okay.
Even though it's not anything we're gonna do in the 5-year plan, it's out,
Yep.
you know, it's plus years, but it needs to be in that bucket.
Got it.
But there is a portion we're still trying to do with Moore County.
Well, yes and no. I think what we were saying was that this water sewer extension policy thing might act like an annexation agreement.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Which that's going to be captured here.
that's being captured, okay.
Okay. Council, anything else for number 3, strategic opportunity number 3?
why was number 3, why was this stuff so popular? I didn't have it as popular. How did it make it to be the third
Yeah.
most important item?
I didn't vote for it.
I didn't either.
Aye.
Well, because if
I'm sorry.
482 home development occurs there, it will have a dramatic impact on the village of Pinehurst. You know, I'm just trying to I'm making that up, I'm just saying. Anything that happens
Did you put
there-
it first?
What?
In terms of real strategic outcomes, it's
Yeah.
really, you could make the case that it's a bigger priority than, for example, the existing ETJ.
Yeah,
Because we already have a very low density regulatory framework in place there.
I think this is the
There's
biggest.
a lot of outcomes that could occur to our north that we have no control over, and it is consistent with current county zoning.
It will dramatically impact our fire and police, even if and it will dramatically impact our roads,
Yep.
our traffic. And one bad move up there we'll feel it.
I will say that this was a tie, a numerical tie between the next one with stormwater. They both tied, number-wise.
Interesting.
So they're both right there. I mean, both are of significant importance to the way we all ranked it, so
Yeah, the top two numerically were very low, like meaning the most priority. And the next one, I'm looking at average rankings, right? So the next one, it went from 1.4 average to 2.4 to 4.8, if that gives you an idea.
all right, well, I think we've,
Also rans.
Right, it's cats and dogs and bunny rabbits.
Do stormwater, that's
Okay.
pretty
so
important.
let's move on. I
Number
think we've got
four.
the ETJ
Yep.
nailed.
All right, we're moving to number 4, expand and enhance stormwater management efforts, which is on page 4 of your old packet.
Okay?
In the blue, we have, the first one is to prepare a comprehensive stormwater master plan to identify effective stormwater management strategies. This is a current IAP, as you're aware. Work beginning this fiscal year and funding for next fiscal year to complete that. Is council still okay with us continuing that?
It's going to cost $125,000 to do a plan? I thought that was
Mike?
what the GIS was about.
Mike, is that in his realm?
Who's Mike?
Gapke.
Mike Apke?
There we go.
Oh,
That's just a placeholder in there for a number. We would have to, select a consultant for that and negotiate a fee. But depending on what the scope of work would be, it could cost that much, yes.
thank you.
Placeholder.
Council still okay with that? I'm getting a thumbs up, a head
Yes.
nod. Yes. Lydia, you still good?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move forward. The next is to implement rules for post-construction stormwater maintenance requirements. We put this in an out year in '23, once that master plan is completed.
Now, this relates to obligations of a builder, right?
There were some,
Why would that have to wait on a master plan?
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because there was this exchange last week
Yeah.
between Lydia and some woman from Pine Wild about things they were doing. And it seemed like there's some momentum that could be, hit the road sooner than.
That can go into our PDO updates, actually,
I think you're right.
Maybe this is
things.
more PDO related.
Line it with a PDO, big PDO update.
Yep,
Let us do there might be some language at the statutory level that requires, in order for us to implement those, we have to have a stormwater master plan approved by the state. I believe that by DEQ. I think there's something, we need to research that out, because I think that's why we've held up on it.
okay.
Is this the
Thanks,
consumer
Darren.
one we added? Is this is still commercial? Or this isn't the residential?
Yeah, I always saw this
Could be a
one as
subdivision.
commercial. So,
Yeah,
for example, a new office building comes in and they have to provide, some sort of stormwater mitigation on their site. We approve that, they construct it, we determine that it's compliant with our standards, but we have nothing right now beyond that, requiring or some sort of maintenance agreement or something to ensure that they are maintaining that beyond the point when we approve it in accordance with the plan.
Would it also not pertain to subdivisions that have stormwater systems that are
Right.
part of the development?
It would, yeah, that's a good point, like a new subdivision.
Yeah.
Is there a place, it's probably in the third one, where we can put that discussion on residential management of your own stormwater? Maybe it's,
You're talking about individual lot development where,
Yeah.
like, for example, to have
we had a brief discussion on
pre
it.
and post
I didn't know if it's an
different
opportunity to.
on-site storage requirements.
Well, it's in their best interest to manage their stormwater is what I was trying to put in and trying to make that part of our residential because we're starting to realize a lot of our complaints are when a new home gets built, it's not.
Infill.
The commercial development, usually, we do a good job of getting them to manage their stormwater. It's the residential development that seems to be having the most phone calls. And, I mean, if you gave me a handbook on how to manage my own stormwater, I think some people are handy enough to handle it on their own or with their landscape guy, you know. So it's really, if we could manage this at a micro level, I think you might find a macro outcome.
Should we, along those lines, not the same thing what you're talking about, but should we have an OFI about either doing or evaluating the opportunity to require on-site storage of stormwater for single lot development?
Right, to the 25-year storm.
Is that not something that would happen when you're doing the stormwater master plan?
Sorry?
Or,
Well, I thought y'all said the stormwater master
I don't
plan was
think so.
commercial.
Maybe yes, but it doesn't have to wait on it, I
I
guess.
hope we wouldn't have to wait. And I would see, it could be start as education, you know, it might not, and then end up in PDO, but it can start as education, you know, rain barrels and all that stuff.
Well, and also, within the PDO updates to help address stormwater problems that might arise from high-density infill development, you know, limiting impervious coverage, requiring additional open space, maybe changing zoning in some places from R5 to R20, so you have bigger lots and more area in between, those kinds of things. Changing from the 10-year storm standard to the 25 years. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can put in there.
Yeah, I'm only
that
talking
help-
about one
help
thing.
with that.
I'm only talking
So-
about residential, you know, starting this residential program could end up reducing phone calls, could have a real, I just see it over a 5-year period and having a macro impact, even though it's a micro solution.
So I'm hearing evaluate the opportunity to require on-site storage for residential stormwater. Would that be
And others,
Single lot residential.
single-family residential?
Single
Yeah,
lot.
that's
A
all
lot.
I'm trying to
A lot.
accomplish. Yeah.
Residential.
Yeah.
and,
I don't have an answer.
well, evaluate the opportunity to manage residential stormwater controls through
Is this in addition?
PDO amendments, including requiring on-site and others.
No, I'm
You know.
just talking about,
That you're saying that could be one of the solutions?
I think,
I'm
yeah,
just
I think
talking
that's
about-
an example, but there's any number of things you can do.
if we ever got to 1,000 homes, it'd be a big impact, or, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
How about evaluate the opportunity to manage single-lot residential stormwater through PDO amendments, on-site storage,
And others, right, there you go.
and other solutions?
Yeah, I wouldn't, excuse me, I would not want to limit that to storage. It may be infiltration or something else is a better way to do it than just storage. To me means you're holding it on site.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to do that, yeah.
Isn't infiltration the result of storage?
It is, it's temporary storage. It contains
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, you know.
But
contains the first hour of the rainstorm type of deal, anyway.
Is council okay with that? Do I have a consensus to keep that, to add that one, I should say?
Yep.
And this one
I'm still,
before it?
I'm still struggling with I've been thinking through the first one because we adopt rules, and I'm struggling with the post-construction stormwater maintenance requirements.
Stormwater maintenance
Something.
facility requirement, is that a better word?
Adopt rules for stormwater maintenance
Facility maintenance.
post-construction, after construction. After
Stormwater
addition to-
facility maintenance,
That's right.
But,
yeah.
Does that clarify
well,
it?
I wanted to put the word post-construction after, I mean, this is what you probably
Yes,
can't see my
I agree.
cursor.
Puts, post-construction.
The
go at the end.
requirements.
Yep.
Yep.
Put that where I'm.
Implement rules for stormwater facility
After
maintenance requirements.
requirements.
After construction or something. It's just, I was trying to put the timing element in there after what the rules apply to.
Is implement rules for ongoing inspection of stormwater maintenance? Maybe
Well, I don't know. Are we going to inspect
might-
them?
Well,
help us.
that's a way to do it, but
Not
what we're
we're
trying to
making
get
a
to is
rule.
that it happens.
Is this a PDO? So this is a ordinance, right? So this would be to develop an ordinance for stormwater facility maintenance post-construction,
That we don't have now.
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So-
And this is
So
for,
is this talking about they're maintaining the facilities that they put in to manage stormwater?
That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
We have no way to regulate after the fact, or inspect after the fact, is that what you're saying? But we're trying to
I'm
insert
asking.
that?
Right.
We can, and we do, every once in a while, we'll get a complaint about something, and Mike will go out there and evaluate whether or not it's working. But the problem is, we don't have any teeth, that we don't, how do you enforce anything if there's nothing in our ordinance that says you have to maintain it?
Right.
and is
Well, and
this,
that's a great point, because you can put a rock basin in that needs to be maintained. You can put a chamber system in that needs to be maintained. And Mike knows about all of these, and if you don't maintain them, they don't work anymore.
Right.
I believe we have a general statement in the engineering standards manual that just says they shall be maintained by the property owner, but it doesn't give you any specifics on it.
So we could go in and find out they haven't vacuumed out their chamber system in 10 years, and that's why it's not working, for example.
and this one in particular, you all said is for non-residential and subdivisions, is that correct?
It would be for non-residential and subdivisions, yeah.
Subdivisions are residential.
Well,
But still, they have,
what about multifamily?
they have stormwater, approved stormwater,
Multifamily?
so they're kind of commercial in
Say
nature,
commercial
right?
and subdivisions?
Do we even need to list those? Because
we
the ones
know?
we can, we will, and the ones we can't, we won't.
Oh,
I think we need a cross-stitch pillow for that.
And also,
Cocktail napkins.
Mike, I want you to think about this. Instead of post-construction, it's post-installation of that system. Right?
It's ongoing. It's ongoing. Implement rules
No,
are on.
Post-construction to me means after the project is constructed, you've got the system that's been
Yeah,
installed, and it's that
rid
installed
of that.
system that we want to continue to monitor, correct?
I think we're
Right.
killing ourselves on this one.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little over on that one.
I
Do you
think we
think
can
so?
move along.
Just get rid of
Stormwater
non-construction,
well.
Move
post-construction.
along.
Yeah, there you go.
So is this develop an ordinance for stormwater facility maintenance for commercial and subdivisions?
Multifamily
ongoing.
too.
We don't need
Ordinance
commercial
for stormwater
and subdivisions because,
For ongoing stormwater facility maintenance. It's ongoing, it's repetitive.
I think post-construction is helpful because it tells what we're talking about. I don't think we need commercial subdivisions, but having,
I do, because they
Having
neglect
said
just
that-
like everyone else.
I'm
I
hearing-
suggest we move on.
Yep, I'm hearing this. Is everybody all right? We know what we mean?
We're getting underwater on this one. Let's
We
move
mean
on.
what we say.
All right, moving forward, we've got implementation of stormwater improvements.
That's just after we do the plan.
This is
we
after the
implement.
master plan.
That's-
Correct.
thumbs
We've
up.
got 3 years of funding out there so far,
This
of
one's easy.
significant funding to make improvements.
Thumbs up.
Everybody okay? Thumbs up. I have some head nods. Yep.
Saved some time on that one.
where are we? Pedestrian friendly?
No.
We actually are now, if there's no more. So we finished with number 4, stormwater. Is there anything else for stormwater?
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't.
Who paper could be that loud?
everybody else good. All right, we're moving to,
oh, sorry.
does anybody need a 5-minute comfort break? Or are we good?
How long
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
no,
next
no, no,
one?
no, no, no. No, there, I had one more thing under stormwater.
Oh, okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
changing the standard from the 10-year to the 25-year storm. What?
Evaluate that.
So Jane is proposing.
Yeah, evaluate, yeah, okay. Yeah, and there may be other. Stormwater standards. Thank you. Yes,
I think that's really important.
yep,
We do
So what
need
is it,
that.
a 20?
25-year.
25-year storm.
From
And-
10 year.
Yeah, and others.
Like 1,000-year storm, maybe?
No, impervious coverage limits and stuff like that. And I think, and others.
And other solutions?
There you go. Wonderful.
Is council okay to add that? Do I have consensus?
You got
Thumbs
it.
thumbs up, got it. All right, this is an evaluation. Okay,
Okay.
we have everything for stormwater on the list, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we want a break or no? Keep going to the next one?
On next one.
Move forward to the next so far, okay. So number 5 is become a pedestrian-friendly community. And this was on, this is at the bottom of page 2.
Be nice if we could accomplish this.
We're getting there, okay. All right,
I think it's this is the last one that, is heavy duty.
so this one is address resident street lighting dissatisfaction.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what do we, there's a nice open item.
So we actually don't have funding in the plan until '23.
It's dark out there, man. That's all I could say.
Why is it dark out there?
It's really, I mean, I got a street light next to my house, and it only shines in that little spot. It's, so, I mean, I do think there is a need here, but I think.
So what we mean is that we have year over year, many years of data that shows that particularly in about three to four of our neighborhoods, there are very high levels of dissatisfaction with the, with street lighting. We addressed that to some degree in Village Acres several years ago and immediately saw a bump in the positive direction. Some of that has faded back, I think, if I recall seeing for whatever reason in Village Acres. But the notion is to go neighborhood by neighborhood, starting with the most dissatisfied and engage them in a conversation about what it is that they're dissatisfied and custom tailor a solution for each neighborhood.
Yeah, and just to point council back to the data, if you look at your areas of focus mapping, street lighting is an area identified as a performance gap relative to our benchmarks, and it is also a community survey area for improvement that had a dissatisfaction level of over 20%. And then if you want to look in your notebook, it's under goal 4, it's page 7 to show you the breakdown of the neighborhood dissatisfaction levels.
Now, when we first started doing the community survey, there was a lot of question about what was meant in the negative responses to this. In other words, there were a lot of folks that were dissatisfied. And there was some finding at that time that the dissatisfaction was there's too much lighting, not there wasn't enough. I think the way the question's been changed or the data's been gathered, we know now that it has to do with the feeling it's too dark.
The adequacy of street lighting.
Correct, the adequacy of
Adequacy
it.
yeah.
Okay, and positionally where
Right.
it is at intersections or not, this sort of thing. So,
The other part of it, this is why this is a pedestrian deal. The other part of what kind of drove us to try to start taking action on this several years ago was that for years we had this survey result that we scratched our head over, and that being, how is that worded? It measured the degree to which our residents felt safe walking in their neighborhoods after dark. And we looked at these poor results year over year over year, and we thought it was like a crime safety related thing. Eventually we figured out, no, it's about, they can't see, they're afraid about getting hit by cars and they can't see where they're going, there's no lighting out there.
It's so interesting, now when you drill down, what you
Yeah,
find out.
so,
Right. But there is still, I'm not arguing against the need for more street lighting, but as Jeff Batten has often said in answer to this question at different meetings, we are somewhat in Pinehurst, specifically dark by design, I think is the word.
it is true.
And we want to, not overdo it at all, but we do have issues related to comfort level of walking and this sort of thing that need to be addressed. So that's the purpose of this whole, or the purpose of this entry, I think.
And that's why it's very important for us to not just do some paint with a broad brush and come up with a solution and just throw
Right.
streetlights out there. I think
Yeah, and
we
the
need to
issue-
engage neighborhood by neighborhood.
Right.
But even in Village Acres, where we had the highest level of dissatisfaction, they went with kind of a moderate solution, right? In the end, it was not, I mean, we didn't add a whole bunch of streetlights. It was in key intersections and.
And they're still one of the lower satisfaction rating neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And do we have a priority by neighborhood list, Jeff? Was that what you were alluding to a minute ago? Which neighborhoods we're looking at now and we'll build onto over
Only
time?
23.
We did
Is
several
it by
years ago, but,
request?
yeah. I mean, it would be very easy to go back and look at the data again and prioritize that.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking about, if I recall, the highest dissatisfaction levels are in Village Acres, Lake Pinehurst, Monticello, and number six.
Yep.
Number 6.
Number 6
Hey,
was the
Jeff-
lowest this year.
Jeff, I have a question. You talk about safety and walking. I'm just thinking about the correlation between streetlights and sidewalks. And, number 6, their percentage satisfaction has dropped from 73% to 64%. So they're now at the lowest level. But the places where you might put lights in, they don't have sidewalks. I mean, I'm just wondering, how do you put lights in if you don't have sidewalks?
It's all interrelated, yeah.
And how do you address the low level of satisfaction in number 6 without also talking about walkways? And is that a reasonable question or a reasonable consideration?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, they're two different but interrelated levers that we can pull, if that makes sense.
Well, I think what she's saying is this street lighting thing should be kind of tied directly to the pedestrian.
Well,
I'm
Yeah,
not saying tied
I-
directly, but
to
I
some
think
degree, I
the
agree
other
with that, 'cause I
walkways
think
is a
that,
consideration. I just don't know how you work, I don't know how you make them happy if you put lights in, but you don't put walkways. Are you solving one problem but not addressing another? And I don't know.
To the extent that we make efforts to do walkway prioritization within a community, it's typically, I mean, it's where people walk the most. And typically, where people walk the most is also the same streets you have the highest levels of traffic on. And so they really are maybe the higher priority for streetlights as well. You get more vehicles traveling, you get more pedestrians traveling. Although, if you have sidewalks or streetlights is a big deal.
Yeah.
I think streetlights also aid cars, traffic as well. So I think there's benefits beyond just walking traffic.
They aid in traffic safety, you mean?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, because it's an approaching light, and it's putting out light in further than where you are, and, it helps your visibility.
Yeah.
So Council, I'm not hearing to remove this at all,
No.
right? I'm hearing keep it on the list.
Supportive comments, yeah.
And right now, we have funding starting in '23. So keep it how it is.
What's the cost of an average street light? I mean, because you've got 10 grand in 3 different years. How many street lights?
It varies, Judy. It all depends on how close it is to the source of the power. If it's within a certain distance, and I can't remember what that distance is, it doesn't cost us anything. If they've got to go under the road or they got to exceed that distance, then we have to start paying for that installation cost.
On average, I mean, how many street lights do you think you're getting for 10 grand?
Well, Probably, again, it's going to be different for every neighborhood, again, just based on where the power is and where the power is in relation to where the pole needs to go. But you probably could get somewhere between 10 and 15, depending on whether you're having to pay for some of them, assuming you're going to pay for some of them and some of them you're not.
At a weighted average, you might get 15 at the high and 10 at the low. 1,000 apiece, or a little less than that.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit less than that. $700 is like in my head because I think that's the crossing, road crossing, if we have to go to a different side for that particular intersection to be on a particular corner. Again,
to go under a road.
yeah. And then, but
don't
some of them
cost
don't
anything.
have to.
Yeah.
It just all depends.
So it's considerably less than 1,000.
So sometimes it's, but then sometimes you have to go under a road and go down another X number of feet, so. But I would say typically it's less than that, less than $1,000.
Okay.
So that's why I say 15 maybe, street lamps.
So, I mean, we aren't making much of an impact, with, roughly 30.
Yeah, I mean, it
Lights.
depends on the size of the neighborhood and how dense do you want them.
Yeah, I mean, number 6 is huge.
That's
Yeah,
a
we
huge
should,
neighborhood,
we
yeah.
should, it deserves more money then. That's
Well,
what you're
I mean, that's either, maybe start sooner, or,
Yeah, it's small numbers, so increasing it wouldn't be much of an impact in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, the challenge what we have is, at least when we had,
Getting it done?
when we did in Village Acres, was getting them to get there to get it done. It just was a low priority for
I
them.
remember,
And,
yeah.
I mean, it took a couple of years to get a handful of streetlights in.
But if you need more funding, you'd tell us, right? You would tell us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is just kind of a placeholder in there for now. It's kind of, I mean, this is based on what we think we could get done based on our history with Village Acres and how hard it was to get one streetlight installed, much less 10.
Right.
I mean, it just was not their priority.
Can't sacrifice
Is it-
safety.
Chased them and chased them and chased them. They tried to, and begged them to come, please put these in.
is it Duke? Yeah.
Yeah, but they farm it out to Mastech.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course.
So I'm hearing a consensus to keep this on the list. Council has given the kind of head nod to keep the funding in as it is. If needed to increase depending on the need, staff can recommend that. Okay.
Yes.
But Jeff Batten, we're replacing some, especially in the core village, kind of on an annual basis. There was an effort to do some work in the core village up till last year, maybe?
We haven't installed any additional new lamps in the core village in probably 4 years.
Okay.
But there was a period of probably about 4 years where we were adding several every
Right.
year. Now, those we own ourselves, and so we were purchasing the lamps and doing all the electrical work ourselves.
Thank you.
Is that
Thank you, Lauren.
included in this project, or is that
It is
different?
not.
No.
There's
So
separate.
is there still ongoing projects in downtown?
There isn't right now, but the beautification committee does have an interest in maybe a few
the hotel,
additional
right?
dark areas that they would like to consider some types of lighting, not necessarily exclusively street lamps.
Something near the Carolina, is it I hear that
That's
intersection is
beautification
dark?
committee. Yeah, but there's 2 street lamps there already at that particular intersection,
Yeah.
just, they may not be, very bright, but
Okay.
nonetheless, there are 2 there.
I don't know. I
But
thought-
nonetheless, they are talking about wanting some additional,
Okay.
and then coming from the Carolina into town is one of the areas the beautification committee is specifically interested in.
But one of the things that I think would be helpful when we get talking to the neighborhoods about this is to show them what the lamp will look like. Because there was some dissatisfaction in Village Acres that they didn't get the same kinds of lamps that they have in the village center. They had these big, tall things.
Yeah, and that is true. I mean, we reserve the decorative lamps for our commercial territories, and everything out beyond that is the standard wood pole, and your typical 50-watt LED, which is actually lower than what Duke Energy normally puts in, but we had them put in a lower intensity of light intentionally in the residential areas to help.
Or our dark
Can we
skies.
talk about
Yeah.
that a little
We
bit?
did.
I mean, what would it cost us to do it this way? We can't do it this way with Duke? We can't use a decorative lamp with Duke?
No, we can, but what we don't do in neighborhoods is we're not using the decorative lamps because of the cost is more than twice what the wood
I
pole
know,
and
but
light is. But it can be done,
It
yes.
seems counter to us trying to be a cohesive community and enhancing neighborhoods using different lamps. That's just my opinion.
But there's
But
lots
we
of,
don't need to decide that right now.
I don't need, but it does seem counter
I mean,
to the long-term
have to decide that
objectives
right
that we
now.
have.
but there's a lot of pre-existing lights out there.
Right.
yeah, they're all,
Right.
and they're all wood poles, all up and down Linden Road, you know,
My
around your
neighborhood.
neighborhood,
Yeah.
in your neighborhood. Those are all wood poles with the cross arms sticking out with a 50-watt LED light on it.
I just think we ought to reevaluate that.
We don't have to decide that right now.
I'm not saying that we
Keep
should
going.
decide it right now,
Because
but
we do
I
have a
think
lot
we
of
should
work to do
reevaluate that.
right now.
Everyone's part of the village and deserves
But we
a
have-
decorative lamp.
Okay, all right, I'm going to keep us going. So the next
Yeah.
one is another big topic, to create a walkable, connected community. So
Yes.
this is construct sidewalks, walkways, greenways, and/or bike lanes and paths. Does council still want to keep this on the list?
Just leave it the way it is.
So
Yeah.
I am fine with all the work that we're doing in and around getting people to and from the schools, the new elementary school. I remain opposed to neighborhoods having sidewalks like we did in Village Acres, because we're changing the character of the community, and I understand all the comments about safety. I think we are adding ribbons of impervious property, and I don't think that helps our stormwater. And I think there are a lot of people who object to having their front yard taken over by a sidewalk that they don't particularly want. And I know about the surveys where you had 100% of people being for it, but it's not, it's just a very controversial issue, and I think it changes the character of what our communities look like.
I think safety's controversial.
Well, isn't it true, though, that the village's right-of-way extends beyond the paved travel road on either side?
Right.
And so you get a shoulder area, and that's where a lot of electrical utilities and that kind of stuff goes. But it looks like, it can look like it's part of the front yard of the adjacent home, but it really isn't. It's village property, and that's where a sidewalk would go. We wouldn't actually put it on private property.
Right.
But for all practical purposes, everybody considers that land to the road theirs.
But it isn't.
Well, I understand the legality of that.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
giving you
don't.
the perception. And so now you're taking 15 feet of somebody's front yard to put in a 5-foot wide sidewalk.
Then I have a sidewalk on my property. Can I take it and get rid of it and bulldoze it? You know, I don't think I can.
But yours was pre-existing. When you
I know, but
when
I
you
mean,
bought
I'm just
the
saying,
home.
if you can prevent one, I should be able to get rid of one.
Yours,
Isn't this becoming a safety issue?
Yeah, so I'll just get rid of mine, see what you guys do. See if you guys come out, okay? Because I even help maintain it. So, I
So
mean,
I hear one council member who opposes sidewalks going through neighborhoods specifically. Council, does anybody else have anything else to weigh in on that?
Well, we can certainly look at it neighborhood by neighborhood as to where we spend our sidewalk money. And where people want a sidewalk, such as connecting the community center to the elementary school, put it in.
It's very
If they
logical.
don't want it,
very logical.
Didn't you all just approve a plan to put
sidewalks in,
a walking path in the Lake community?
yeah,
We did.
did.
And the streetscape for Magnolia. So, I mean, I'm not objecting to those, but I am objecting to going down Juniper Creek, Burning Tree, and other roads that are topographically challenged, because you get more than a sidewalk. You get a big concrete apron, you get big culverts. I mean, it will take away from the look of the neighborhoods.
Hey, Judy, may I ask a question? Mm-hmm. And I do not agree, I mean, I do agree with you in terms of the aesthetics, but I'm thinking about what our response would be to all those people on Diamond Head. I really don't know how to deal with that safety issue.
I mean, the topography is very challenging in many communities here, that not all of them are just flat land. I think that I just urge you to be cautious about this, because I think you're going to change the look of the neighborhoods, and I don't know that you're not going to get a pleasing aesthetic. And if you want to, if the highest top priority was the quality of life here, you're diminishing it. And I understand the issues about safety, but we also don't have, any material safety issues.
Judy, isn't part of your concern that we would be putting sidewalks into places on a schedule that the village decided, and we wouldn't be consulting with that neighborhood?
I attended the wonderful sidewalk meeting of 2016, I guess, and that people were highly divided about whether they wanted it or not.
Yeah.
One woman, very upset, wanted one. The only reason she bought her house was for the kitchen, but she really wanted a sidewalk. Well, hello, that's what I mean. They're buying a home that doesn't have a sidewalk. They're buying that aesthetic, and none of the houses around them had that. Over in Southern Pines, you can get houses with sidewalks. I've lived in neighborhoods with sidewalks before, too. But I think that you're changing the character of the neighborhoods in a very substantial way.
It was a high energy, very interesting and unexpected dynamic. I recall it vividly as well, although I try to suppress those memories.
Painful.
What we saw was a very vocal, energized, maybe even organized turnout of opposition. And I don't recall a single person that showed up in vocal opposition actually living where the sidewalks were being proposed.
No, they did.
In terms of actually on that road. And the people that we heard objections about in terms of it being in the path or in their front yard or in the front yards of properties, again, it wasn't the people whose actual property is going to be impacted. And in the survey that we did, we had, like I say, nearly 100% response rate and like 75% in favor, even if it's in my front yard.
So I would suggest you do this again. You need to give people an illustration, just like Tim Carpenter showed the other night of what the streetscape was going to look like on this side, the house, the sidewalk, the road, all of that. People will imagine the worst, but all they have to do is drive to Village Acres, and they see how unattractive it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, maybe we should make it more attractive, but I do agree that it shouldn't be done willy-nilly, like everybody doesn't need a sidewalk, but it's part of a comprehensive transportation plan. We are a recreational community. People retire here to walk their dog, to ride their bike. I think we have an obligation to put in sidewalks, but I do agree, everyone doesn't need it. If that's, what Judy's saying, I think there should be a comprehensive plan of connectivity. Everyone doesn't need a sidewalk, but every community deserves a connection to the amenities of the village.
I don't think we have that obligation at all, and I think if you created an aerial illustration of what the neighborhoods would look like once this was all constructed, people might have a completely different perspective as well. I don't think it's money well spent, because it will remain largely controversial. And you're going to do part of St. Andrews, but not all, or you can do part of Burning Tree, but not all. I think it's a tough. I definitely, I'm a walker, right? I walk my dog every day, and I walk in the streets by and large until I get into the village center. I didn't buy a house thinking, oh, I need to have a sidewalk to walk my dog.
Aren't we trying, though, to, again, to only go to those neighborhoods that have expressed pretty
Dissatisfaction.
consistent view, dissatisfaction there, and then there's ground support, no pun intended, there to do it.
That's why we went to Village Eight, to the Lake
Right.
Pinehurst community when we did, because they had the second highest level of dissatisfaction.
Right, and haven't we heard, and of course, we're going to deal with this issue of the community center to the school. That's what this money right now in the current fiscal year is for, correct?
Yeah.
And haven't we heard from Mackenzie Road residents, those who live on East Mackenzie from Highway 5 down to, down to Rassy-Wicker?
Graham.
And they want a sidewalk. They approached us to do it. They wrote us a letter and delivered it in July or August, I think. So it seems like we have some priorities of people who want it. We might as well do that if those statistics hold up, that they want it. And we'll have to deal with these other neighborhoods if we deal at all, as this evolves into the future. That would be my approach. And in town, of course, we're trying to do sand. You talked about brick. We're trying to do sand, clay, wherever possible on flat surfaces, which is part of the historic nature of parts of the town.
I think if you end up with a haphazard plan of I want a sidewalk and I don't want a sidewalk, you're just chopping up the aesthetic and the look of the community. And I don't think we're obliged to take it on. And I don't think in the end, looking back, you could clearly regret the look.
Okay, so I'm not hearing council consensus to remove this OFI. I'm hearing the OFI stays. The conversation's been around neighborhood sidewalk construction. This OFI specifies sidewalks, walkways, greenways, and bike lanes/paths. So there could be opportunity to use this funding in the future years if it's not a neighborhood, but maybe for expanding the greenway system down wherever. BPAC obviously has studied this a whole lot more. But does the funding remain in order to then determine in the future where those go? I have one thumbs up.
Prioritize.
I have to say yes.
As to, neighborhoods that request the sidewalks?
Yeah, and I agree that it shouldn't be haphazard. And I also agree that we should be going where the highest levels of dissatisfaction are, or where the highest desire is. At the end of the day, I think we have to wrap it up in the comprehensive bike ped plan we've got. And for example, where we went with the plan for Lake Pinehurst was strategic. It connected on both ends to the greenway. We should be striving to achieve outcomes like that.
You shouldn't have to strive for 100% approval. That is a standard that no one can meet. It has to, but there has to be, anytime something's done singularly without part of a bigger plan, I think what Judy's saying is correct. But if it's part of a bigger plan and it really moves people safely through our community, I say we have an obligation. And so that's where I differ.
I also want to make the point of clarification that when we drill down and segment by neighborhoods, it's not statistically valid. It's an indicator for us. And so it's important that we also engage that neighborhood, survey them specifically, or gather them for the neighborhood input meeting, whatever it might be, in order to then determine, is there truly dissatisfaction throughout that neighborhood? And then if so, where? So there's still a lot more evaluation that would need to be done specific to neighborhood dissatisfaction.
Well, and that's specific to sidewalks, and this whole category includes the greenways as well. So that's, where part of the funds will be spent, which I think is a good project.
Okay, I hear consensus.
Cut that on, let's move on.
Consensus, okay. All right, consider ways to ensure safe pedestrian crossings on Page Road and Memorial Drive in the medical district, depicted in Focus Area 3.
That's ongoing, right?
Then thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up?
Yes.
Keep it? Okay.
Yep.
Pursue safety awareness grants through the SRTS program at NCDOT.
Finally, you have a transportation planner to do that. Thumbs up.
Keep it on? Good?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Consider enhancements to the pedestrian alleyways in the village center.
Up.
Yes.
private property, right?
Like between roast office and,
That means if the enhancement occurs, they could just tear it up, right?
We could get agreement from them.
We'd have to have probably purchase an easement or something,
We'd need an easement
or have them
before
give us
we
an easement
expended
in
dollars on it.
exchange for
And
doing
if
the improvement.
that easement would need approval, I guess, but some of the easements might be too costly.
7,000 for the roast office, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. I mean, that's crazy.
It's just an evaluation,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It is. This is an evaluation to consider enhancements. Is that right? Everybody good?
Yes.
Okay. And the next is to to continue to work with and support the efforts of Pinehurst Elementary School to encourage safe walking and biking by students with clinics.
This with clinics mean.
Yeah.
So we do this already.
Yeah, the Parks and Recreation Department
Oh,
holds
clinic. That-
bike
Continue.
clinics.
This is one of those that should have fallen off because it says continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be on there.
Yeah, this is an ongoing effort. We do bike rodeos with the school. We have not done them while they're on the Wicker Park campus. But once they move to the new school, this is something we would start again, so.
I'm going to type in ongoing.
Take it off the list, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good.
Okay. Any others for number 5, become a pedestrian-friendly community?
Let's take a little break and come back. And the next,
We don't seem to be talking about crossings enough in this category to me. Like, I'm really concerned about the golf cart crossings and them going underground. I think if we don't write it down, it's not real.
A good point.
I really feel like the future of Morganton Road and Highway 5, there's no room for.
How about this, evaluate enhancements to highway crossing.
Highway, yeah, I even think their elevated pedestrian crossing could occur at some point, but
I just said highway crossings of
Yeah,
all of our highways, yeah.
I just think we got to think big now, or the future council will not even have it on their radar.
So put this on the list. Is that going to be part of the multimodal transportation plan?
Place for it.
Yes.
It could create changes that are so dramatic, like they could change a cart path, for example, at the resort, because of the topography for an underground crossing is over here instead of where it is now. So it really is a long-term project. It's got to get on a list somewhere.
I think I would agree with Kevin to identify it as a separate item, because yes, I think it will get included in a comprehensive multimodal plan, and hopefully we can get that moved up in the timeline. But I think, especially with the USGA coming and US Opens
And we know about Morganton realignment. We know about Highway 5
Morganton.
getting redone.
Yeah, wouldn't you put it in that second category, though, rather than pedestrian-friendly? Because you're talking about golf carts.
yeah, pedestrian and golf cart, right?
No, I think it would be pedestrian and golf cart. I mean, if you were doing it underground,
Under the multimodal thing is what
it
you're
would be
saying.
multimodal. There'd be
Yeah,
maybe
I
a
agree.
protected, I don't know, side where you could not get run
Walkway.
over. I don't know.
So we changed it to improve the effectiveness of our transportation systems. Would it fall into that?
I think so, yeah.
That's a good point, though. I mean,
I think you need to clarify the language, though, that we're talking about our multimodal crossings of highways, multimodal highway crossings.
How about that?
Yeah.
Route 5 and Route 2.
what about
Morganton,
15,500?
yeah.
211?
What'd you say?
I said, what about 15501? We've heard from people in Walker Station that they'd love to be able to bike into town without hitting the circle. I mean,
Yeah,
there's-
I agree. I think that,
Yeah.
I'll just talk about
Or the
me
Southern
personally. I used to ride my bike 3 days a week to San Jose Community College. I cannot get through the circle anymore, so I don't ride out there anymore into the woods. It's unpassable. I appreciate you adding that in the long-term landscape because it's a wall. We have a wall built, I mean, frankly, we have a wall built around our community, 15501. We have a wall with 211, we have a wall with Highway 5, we have a wall with Morganton, and we have not figured out how to deal with it. And I think we need to.
Okay, I've added that. Everybody okay with that? Having it a
Yes.
separate, and it will change, the wording will change for the opportunity, but I just went ahead and mapped it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, good one.
Anything else for this, for strategic opportunity 5? Can we take a 5-minute comfort break and get started right after 3 o'clock? Mute your microphones, please. Jeff Patton. Jason, are we good?
I'm getting
Okay.
coffee, but I'm here.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move to goals, or to strategic opportunity number 6, which is to create a thriving business environment. The first OFI on the list is Village Place streetscape enhancements.
Just
This
went
all
through
is that
Magnolia,
exactly?
follow through that.
is that done? Do we get to remove it?
So there's several, right?
Yeah, we have to finish it, right?
So what's beyond
Well, what's next?
Magnolia?
I'm sorry, yeah, what's next, Jeff?
Magnolia
The
Road.
next one that we had intended to, at least in the order, was the McCaskill Road between Magnolia and going up to Rattlesnake and to the Public Services facility, on the opposite side of the greens.
Oh, where Hughes is and Public Services is.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was kind of the next.
And
target area.
what is that to be?
Same kind of treatment, some type of sidewalk, pedestrian facility, and fixing some drainage issues.
I would think drainage and maybe lighting, but but there will be an additional sidewalk then from Magnolia, maybe up through the trenches there up to.
Maybe, we'd have to look at that.
Okay.
I mean, the fact that we got one right across the street, but
Got
in
it.
general, when you're looking at a commercial area, you typically would have them on
Yeah.
both sides of the road.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily work very well in that
In
location.
there because of EMS and Hughes and all that.
Makes it a little challenging, certainly.
I would say take
Whether we
care
consider it.
of the stormwater, but I would 86 the sidewalk. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with Public Services at some point in time, and why have a sidewalk that you
Maybe
might-
in the wrong
what
place.
else? Yeah. I'd definitely take care of the stormwater.
If somebody reinvests there, you would hope that they would do something about that streetscape anyway, so maybe want to kind of be minimalized
Yeah,
on
'cause
this approach.
Right now,
But that's a
it's all
future,
parking
that's a
right
future
now.
thing, well.
What's out here and budgeted in 23?
It's all perpendicular parking all
Yeah.
through there too, so it makes it a little more challenging to even try to come up with something that looks and feels right.
Natalie, I think you had a comment?
Yeah, I was gonna add, I mean, we're doing the small area plan, obviously, for this area right now. So some streetscape enhancements along Rattlesnake Trail might be appropriate as well.
Maybe we
think
change the
some-
wording of this is,
Yeah,
I
make,
think a financial placeholder is appropriate to do and to be determined where it's going to go based on small area planning,
Why don't you call it that area number?
that too.
Why, wouldn't that solve the problem? Instead of saying Village Place,
call
call
it
it,
smaller,
what's it,
small area plan.
Focus area?
focus area, what focus area is that again?
Well,
you could say
Four, focus
streetscape.
area 4, couldn't we do that?
I have an alternative suggestion.
Okay.
I think in terms of creating a thriving business environment, it's really streetscape enhancements in commercial areas. So that could include around the medical district, it could include Pinehurst South, if it's appropriate. I mean, I don't know if it will be
I'm fine with
appropriate,
it
but I
being
think the
broad
small
like
area
that.
plans will help identify what, if anything, is in there that might be something we want to undertake.
Counselor, are you okay with that wording, streetscape enhancements in commercial areas? Right.
Yeah, something may pop up though between now and the time to do something.
as an evaluation or a project? I mean,
We
when
have it funded.
Project, but a project that y'all decided where it should go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to keep this one.
Yeah, we don't want to lose track of this.
And then if you're looking at broader stuff, maybe that's a second one? I don't know.
It could be the implementation of a particular portion of the small area plan. I
Yeah.
mean, it may say you need to have this sidewalk in this right of way right here, and we may go do
So
that.
why don't we leave it as it is then, and we'll wait and see what comes out of the small area plan?
Okay.
Good with me.
We'll leave the wording as it is. Is council okay with that?
Yep.
You don't think we should change it to focus area 4, just to?
Jeff's point, it might be focus area 4, it might be the other focus area, it might be in the
We
hospital
could
district.
reallot it, I mean, we're still a village council.
Well, we already have it up there. We just,
No, we have Village Place.
we had to consider ways to ensure safe pedestrian crossings on Page Road and Memorial Drive in the medical district.
Yeah, so,
Well, that's specific to just safe pedestrian crossings. This can be landscape, on-street parking arrangements, brick curbing, this can be a whole slew of things.
Lighting, it can
Lighting,
include
good
lighting.
point, yeah.
this, then
Decorative
Village
street
Center,
lamps.
whereas now
those
you're
kinds
getting
of
beyond
things.
Village Center. I'm a little uncomfortable moving money out of it. I'm okay with spreading it to the whole focus area, but heading off to Idaho doesn't sound right to me.
We'll be back in here
Natalie?
at this retreat before that decision's ultimately made of where to spend those dollars anyway.
Okay.
So a year
Right.
from now, we may have a much better idea where we should go with it. So however you want to leave it for now.
Natalie, didn't you say, excuse me one second, didn't you say consider streetscape enhancements in commercial areas? Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, because I mean, the strategic, yes, that's what I said, because the strategic opportunity is related to the thriving, it's related to the business environment, which is not confined to our village center. So I think if we're gonna think strategic and long-term, we might find that it may, or it may not, but it may be appropriate for us to put streetscape enhancements in other commercial areas throughout the village. So I was just trying to suggest that while we focused our efforts downtown so far, we might want to broaden the lens a little bit.
Well, that sounds like new
As we
money.
go into the future, so it might be something like sidewalks where we should just have, and like we do for stormwater, where we just put a flat dollar amount in the SOP in every single year, and then as, years progress, we, like you said, we don't go to Idaho, we define where the area is that we're gonna go the next year.
But Natalie, the one thing I've learned about small area plans, at the end of them, you have to spend money. And so, we have a small area plan for this area, we're calling it Village Place, but it's focus area 4. We know we're gonna have to spend money there. So I'm okay with what you said, but that's a new one with new funding, in my opinion. Why would you take funding
We would
from a
adjust
place
the
we
funding.
know we're gonna have to spend money because we're doing a small area plan? That's the only thing. I'm
not
okay with
saying
adding.
I'm not saying, I think you might be misunderstanding me.
Okay.
I'm not saying take money away from what you've already planned to spend money on. I'm just suggesting or asking the question, do we want to think about streetscape enhancements the way that we think about sidewalks and stormwater improvements, other infrastructure improvements in the right-of-way, that we just put a flat dollar amount in each year, we clearly define where that money's gonna go in the upcoming year.
So Kevin, if there is a recommendation after the small area plan to increase streetscape enhancements in a focus area, then we would propose funding, in addition to what we already have, perhaps, the appropriate funding amount in those out years for implementation in this line item. So what Natalie's proposing is, instead of making multiple OFIs on the list, we capture it in one OFI for commercial streetscape enhancements.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with her
Phase
about
4,
adding a
Either
new
way.
one.
SLA 4 or something in parentheses, and
Yeah,
that'll cover it both.
but listen.
For now, that's
I'm-
fine.
I'm just
Yeah.
one.
Say that again?
I'm saying we don't have to solve this problem
No.
now
Yeah, I'm
because
okay.
we know what we're spending that money on in the coming year, and we'll know more next year, so
I'm hearing.
it's okay to leave it, I think wordless Village Place, if that's,
Or commercial streetscape enhancements, and just put in parentheses, small area.
Well, I agree with Natalie. I just think it's new
Yes.
money. That's the
Well,
only
we
thing.
we can certainly bump this
Yeah.
money. This money's probably not gonna be enough now anyway.
I think it's new
All
money.
right, I'm hearing a couple of different things. Are we okay to keep the wording as it is this year? And when we know more from the additional small area plan outcomes, we can consider changing, we can add another OFI, or we can amend the wording of this one.
yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes.
I just don't understand why we have the words, evaluate the plans for these.
I think that that came up last year in this conversation because council wanted
Want to
to.
evaluate those plans
it.
before we,
So I think
Right.
we're
Can we
beyond
take,
that.
we can take that off? We understand that
Yep.
we'll present those to you all.
yeah.
That's standard operating procedure
Yep.
for y'all to see them before they go forward.
Okay, moving forward.
Good.
Consider the development and implementation of a historic tour mobile app to promote historic tourism, the village as a destination, and assist visitors with navigation. Council, what do you think of this one?
Yes, but
In light of the
how?
USGA, that might be good.
This is something that, as we've been talking about day trippers, and we do have that really nice book that you have to pay for that has, it's a walking tour, and we try to figure out ways to make that more accessible and put it in people's hands. And Phil Wertz had actually suggested this to me, and I didn't realize it was already on our list. So I think it's worthwhile based on what I've heard, and the timing to me is the issue, the timing and what it costs. And then also somebody told me Jack Farrell has had some input on this.
He has a concept.
And it's just, you can't
Okay.
print your way, keep on printing and do books and brochures when you could do it with an app. And it's just a logical, and it follows what we want to be in a digital village.
Does that mean we're not going to continue to print those books?
And that, well, it might one day, if we ever did it.
Well, let me clarify. We have the nice hardbound green ones, and those are not ours. Those are the Convention and Visitor Bureau's.
Yes.
We buy them from them, and we resell them in our Welcome Center. Then we also print
Pamphlet.
a paper version and deliver those to the resort hotels and other hotels like the Pinecrest and the Manor for them to distribute paper copies for free to their guests. So I think as it relates to the historic mobile walking tour app, I do think that aligns with the CVB's mission a little more closely than it aligns with our individual mission. And so it might be something that it's a partnership with them, like.
In the
that we-
USGA and the resort, maybe.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think if we're gonna do this, I think we should do it in partnership.
Could we
with
call it
others.
consider a partnership to develop and implement? Is that, council, would you like that? Head nod, yes?
Sounds good.
That's fine. And then there could be a QR code on that brochure one day that directs you right to this.
That'd
That's
be
been
good.
suggested.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, great.
Good.
Moving forward.
And Lauren, I think with the USGA and Lydia, I think you brought this up previously. We might want to just put a footnote about moving this one up a little further in the plan. I think that maybe, I'm not sure where it is in the plan in terms
isn't.
of.
Nowhere.
We did
Nowhere.
not have it plugged in.
Maybe it should go
Yeah,
early.
I think
It's
we
not a
need
lot
to
of money.
move it up.
Maybe move it to,
The time issue with you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think you should put it where you think you can do it.
okay. All right. The next is to create a small area plan for Village Place and Highway 5. Are we okay to still do that?
Better be. Signed a big contract, go.
All right. The next is to partner with Moore County to relocate the EMS facility. This is,
Where are we on
Not
that?
sure everybody has the background on that, but
No.
this is kind of tied to the Village Place small area plan as well, and opening up that footprint for future, for redevelopment. It's kind of a eyesore right now. But we proposed to the county a couple of years ago that they consider relocating their EMS facilities on our fire department grounds. And we did we went through some kind of preliminary design work, not maybe more just costing out work with them. Soon after that, the idea was that we would build it, and we would do a long-term lease payback deal with them. And at the end of the project, the property would remain ours, but we would have recouped the money through that long-term lease. And we wanted to do it that way because it was going to be in addition to our fire station buildings. We didn't want to have them owning part of a building and us owning part of another part of it. After costing it out, it was going to cost more than they thought, than they were probably going to be able to deal with in a long-term lease arrangement. And so they said, let's take a time out, let's see where all this, the school funding and all these other major muscle movements take us, and then let's revisit that. I contacted Wayne about this several weeks ago, and he suggested that it might be time to re-engage them again about that opportunity. So, maybe this coming year would be a good timing again.
Thank you, Chair.
Stays right where it is then, right?
Council, okay to keep that on the list? Okay, head nods. Evaluate the need for village-wide economic development and business relations services. This is an evaluation that we have scheduled out for next fiscal year.
Yeah, but what is it that the government's going to do here? I don't get it. What would we do after we evaluated a situation?
Good question.
Yeah. That's a good question. I just know that.
I don't think it's helpful.
I know the only thing, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying that I know the requirement to be in the Main Street side, what's it called, Natalie, Main Street?
The Main Street program.
You have to have a full-time person working on it. Isn't that a requirement?
It is.
So, I mean, that's just one example, at least it gives you. But
I can tell
don't
you
know
this is from, if I may, where this is coming from, and if you go back and look at your area of focus map that you looked at earlier, a lot of strategic challenges and strategic opportunities around supporting businesses and facilitating economic development, but I think someone made the comment, there's no one person on staff. It's similar to transportation in that we're all doing a little bit, it's spread across the organization. Most often you see economic development kind of tied in with planning and development departments, and they might have a community services department or a community services or development services department. They kind of lump it like that. And, I think Darren has some previous experiences with general kind of economic development stuff, facilitating redevelopment of areas like Village Place. But it goes beyond that too. I think it goes to the business relation services too. So that's in, interacting with the Pinehurst business partners. It's those relationships with building owners, commercial property owners. It's that kind of stuff. But it's all kind of nebulous, and
It's nebulous,
but I have a way to maybe reorient this that came to my mind as I looked at the list. But to Jane's point first, you questioned even earlier what is the economic development that a municipality is allowed to do, and I think that is a nebulous area. So maybe we need to reorient this perhaps in the following way. First of all, I may have spoken about it either at council meeting or at the pre-retreat. I feel the village should have a relationship with Pinehurst Business Partners and really all of our businesses, and we need to form a way to do that. We need to formulate a better way to be able to communicate to the business community, to be able to work on issues with them, parking, to-go lanes for restaurants, all these sort of things. So I would suggest we come up with an idea, and I don't have it fully fleshed out, as to how we could, through council, through staff, through contacts in the business community, work out some arrangement for regular communication and discussion. That would be one way to kind of reorient this, I think. And the other part, in my mind, relates to how we're going to market Pinehurst, and we started to talk about that some months ago at the council, and we really weren't able to take it very far. But Lydia, for example, working with the CVB and talking with our businesses again about how we can help to, support them and publicize the village of Pinehurst. is another way this might be structured, or perhaps in both the ways I suggested. So that's an idea that I've had to discuss here in this particular spot.
It also goes, I mean, Judy, you always said you want a shoe store in the middle of town. Well, until someone's job, it probably takes 3 years for a person to make an impact, because, you know, the new person is like a puppy in there, and then all of a sudden they get relationships, and they're still there after 2 years, and all of a sudden, wow, they're still there after 3 years. That third year is a magical year. That's when kind of stuff happens with it. Not saying we do it, but if we did it, it would be all the things that Partners in Progress doesn't do, which is anything that is not industry, they don't really do. And, you know, they only do things that are big. I mean, you know, I went to them when I was going to do the pub, and that's not what we do. You know, it's not what we do. So there are so many things that are left off the table. I think we could learn from our partners, and I don't know how Southern Pines handles it, or if they have anybody that does it, but we might end up not wanting to hire somebody. I understand that. And it might be just resources like John. I think, John, that's what you're saying, right? Resources, time. But whose time is it going to be on our staff? That's what I can't figure that out. And then I have thought, we have all these leverage, engage volunteers, a lightly paid position for a retired volunteer that didn't really equate into a real job, but was somebody that was eager to help and had the qualifications. I mean, there is an opportunity there. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? And it's somewhere in the middle. It's a nebulous in the middle solution, but this is tough.
Well, if I may, Lauren, don't we have this on this year's OFI list? I think for some reason, I'm thinking that might
22.
have been on the current year's list as well.
Well, this came from the current year's list, and we had it in 22.
So we pushed it to 22. I would, in listening to John's comments, and thank you, John, for those, it might suggest the addition of another OFI here, I think, around marketing specifically. I don't know, John, how you feel about creating another one that's focused solely on marketing, because I think marketing is a little bit different than the communications and relations.
Is it?
I think they can be rolled together.
Okay, same thing.
So when you say marketing, you don't mean like marketing the village to the United States as a place to
Yeah, well, I'm
start a
thinking about
business or-
the ways we were discussing marketing a few months ago at different levels. You know, the regional marketing idea on the one hand, and maybe to a broader base on the other, using print media, social media, all those sort of things to promote Pinehurst as a place to live and shop.
Then she might be right. It might be a different OPI, because that would be engage our present marketing person, right, Natalie?
Yeah, it could be different
Yeah,
people.
so you might be
different
right. This one might fall by the wayside, you know. That one can be doable without a staff member because you're using outside marketing assistance, right?
Well,
Could be, yeah.
it might be, but Lydia might have some thoughts on this too. I don't know.
Yeah, I
on the
do. Actually,
CVB.
3 things are coming to mind. First, a downtown merchant actually asked me within the past year if we had a marketing development type person. I said, oh, we've got Partners in Progress. And then Kevin points out this is not what they do. And also, second, one of the consultants with HAF, we talked afterwards, and he said, you're missing something downtown. You're missing something. And I think this may be what he was discussing. And then to Kevin's point about volunteers, and I'm certainly not volunteering my husband, but this is what he did. And so I know there's talent in this community that takes your hard assets and finds ways to make those hard assets do more for you. Like I said, I'm not volunteering him, but I know that that talent does exist. And we might have people in the community that are willing to get involved. But again, my first point was there was a merchant in the village that asked me if we don't have somebody who does business development.
I also want to throw in here that if you really wanted to market, I used to market the area to Greensboro, Raleigh, Fayetteville, pretty successful, the entire region. This might be an opportunity to partner with Southern Pines and Aberdeen and Pinehurst if you're really trying to get people from out of town. It is not specifically a tourism function because it's not a room night function. You might find that there's a Tri-Cities element of us marketing together, shop Southern Pines, Pinehurst, and Aberdeen.
Drop the sandhills, yeah.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity, a regional opportunity. There's things we want to keep for ourselves, the historic, but there is a regional aspect of this, and it's pretty successful. You'll be, it's really tough to compete out there, but when you got 3 municipalities, I could go to all 3, drive down for the day, and you'd be shocked how close Greensboro is. People always forget about Greensboro. We in the golf business, the most redemption of coupons we got was from the Greensboro Tri-Cities market. And Fayetteville already comes here. I think there's some proof of that. Raleigh has such good shopping. I think that's probably the most expensive market to advertise in. It would be nice to have a partner to share with. So there's an opportunity there. I mean, I think of them as our partners in the shopping realm. I think we'd be okay.
Yeah, I
Said this
think
before,
those are
right?
good points, but I think also that in response to this, what is this economic development wording we meant? I think what would happen in the way for village government to be a part of economic development is to be able to market Pinehurst. That's really the way, because that doesn't, we're not getting involved in trying to bring businesses here and that sort of thing.
I don't feel it's a very high priority I think we've got a lot on our plates.
We do have higher
And
priorities, yeah.
I just don't think, I think we're getting way off in the weeds.
Well, but if you carved out the marketing and it was a separate OB, we have existing.
I think all of it's off
We have
in
an
the weeds.
existing marketing person that Natalie can call, and it could be accomplished. So maybe this is too big right now, but I don't think the marketing component is too big because we have someone already we work with.
May I add
When
another
we say
point?
What?
When we say marketing, there's 2 different things going on here. One is marketing
One's
our
economic development.
businesses, and the other is marketing Pinehurst as a place to do business. And I think the one that's listed up here is marketing,
Place to do business.
I thought, no, this
Says
is
place
visit.
to visit.
So this is tourism. And
Yeah.
I've made this observation before, but this really is a CVB function. It's in the enabling statutory language that allows for our CVB. It's not just about room nights. It's about all tourism, to include day trips.
I haven't been successful in determining that. Maybe you have.
May I make one more comment?
Yes.
That I think is important?
Sure.
At the last CVB meeting, the guy who runs Media One, who does their digital marketing, was there. Natalie, I mentioned this to you. I think I might have mentioned it to John. He knows Leanne, who does our marketing, and he is looking forward to, when our plates are a little clearer, a meeting with Natalie, you, me, Kevin, whomever, and Leanne, and let's start, because he really was excited about our desire to want to market the village, because we've been talking about it, but it seemed like he works for CVB, he does their digital stuff, he wants to work with us on what they can do better for us.
Good.
That's good. Is that Martin?
Is that his name, Natalie, is that who it is? He knows Leanne.
Yeah, I don't recall his name off the top of
Okay.
my head. I'd have to.
Yeah,
look.
yeah.
But I'm agreeing that maybe, this hiring a person to
I
economic
think though,
development might
and
be
I
too
think we've
much.
had this conversation before. I mean, I think when you talk about marketing the village, as Jeff, as Jeff just said, I mean, there's marketing the village as a place to visit, right? There's marketing the village as a place to do business, operate a business, recruit the shoe store that you want to the village center. And there's also marketing the village as a place to live. And so I think that, and maybe the OFIs clarify our marketing strategy. Like, what is it that?
Maybe that's
Who
it.
do we want to market to? And
Because the 4 items you mentioned are all marketing that could be done with a marketing person. The 4th one, engaged to get stores in here, that is different. But 3 of them
Right.
sounded
That's
like it was a
recruitment.
marketing person, like our existing media person, whereas that one thing didn't, that was like
right.
touchy-feely,
So
Right.
is there a council desire to
evaluate what we want to do.
is there a council desire to have someone to actively recruit businesses?
No.
No, that's not really where I was going with it
No.
anyway. No, I'm not thinking of additional staff in any of the comments I was making. I think it's something we can do with the council, maybe some volunteers, and certainly with the existing business community.
Okay.
Not talking
So
about a
I'm
new staff.
I'm hearing that's a no. And so it's more of marketing the village as a
Destination?
The destination.
destination to visit?
I heard Natalie say something, evaluate what we're marketing. And that's what I heard. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a better first step.
think-
Let's,
Yeah, I think when I look back at Jeff Batten and I did with the Village Center Enhancement Committee, I mean, we had a whole subcommittee that was devoted to nothing but, looking at business retention. So, in business and community relations. So, when I think of, I may be even going a little bit bigger than this, but when I look at the marketing, the village as either a place to live, visit, or work, or bring your business, right? I think you have to be very careful and make, in terms of what target market are you looking to hit? What is the message that you want to share? And so, I kind of like the idea of clarifying the strategy with the council first, making sure we understand. Do you want us to market the village as a place to live to military families or not? I mean, we've done that in the past. We've also marketed the village as a place to live to retirees and specifically targeted the I-95 corridor up north. So I think for me, I think it would be very helpful just to have some clarification from council on what we think that strategy should be, given the projected growth and, what the other goals of the council are. So for me, I would say create a marketing strategy.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
Then
I
after
would
that,
say,
it's
or
execute.
develop or something. I think that we just need to clarify what it is we're marketing and to who.
We've been doing it casually, and now you want to
Yeah,
do it
it's been
formally.
non-systematic. I
Let's
use
do
a
it.
bothered word.
We
It
gotta
has
quit
not
doing
been
it
systematic.
casually.
How about this? Create a
Hit or
marketing
miss.
strategy. Clarify what it is and to who.
Target market.
She had
Yeah.
4 items that she mentioned that you could get together later, but
Yeah, I can fill in the blanks afterwards.
yeah.
Okay. Council, are you okay to add that?
we could
to-
do this now, this year, you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's what I think
that's a
John,
good start. That's exactly
John
what,
wants
yeah.
to,
Perfect.
Do we keep the one above, or does this replace it?
I think I'm hearing council say economic development's not high on your priority
I'd
list,
agree.
but maybe business relations services is. And
Right.
it may be
There
a
could-
way
yeah,
to
there-
think about it is to
And
think
just-
about
yeah, I
business
agree with deleting
relations
it.
and retention.
Well, I always tell my
It's easier to
client,
retain a customer, retain a business than to go find a new one to come,
yeah, I always tell my clients that their association clients, they have a budget for
Yeah, but-
recruiting new client, new members. And I said, just let me have that budget. We're not going to spend any money recruiting new members. We're just going to increase the business of the present members, and then the new members are going to call. So I think by marketing what we have, we are doing economic development. So I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I've got to say, I do not consider this a priority or something we should be spending time on. I don't think that we are in any kind of position where we're trying to bring more people here. I think we're trying very hard to manage as best we can the growth that's being thrust upon us. And I don't think it's up to the government. I think the only thing we're growing is the government. We shouldn't be, it's one thing to have good communications with our business community, but I don't think we want to create a marketing strategy. I don't know. So I disagree with putting that in.
Okay, anybody else want to remove that, create a marketing strategy from the list? Any other council member?
I want to keep it.
I hear, keep it. Nobody else wants to remove it?
That's not the one you were suggesting you remove, was it, Jane?
I was going to
Remove
take
it.
out, create a marketing strategy.
Oh, okay.
I thought you wanted to take out
Evaluate
economic
business
development.
relation, retention.
That wasn't about marketing.
I would take out the new one, and then the one that was evaluate the need for village-wide economic development, I'd take that out too.
Take both out.
Okay.
So she's proposing to take both out. Anybody else?
No, but
We
just
can
to,
change the first
I
one.
would say that during our Baldrige site visit, we had an extensive line of questioning about how we interact with our business community, because they are a key customer of ours. And in fact, along the lines of some of the suggestions that John has made earlier about establishing some system whereby we are regularly communicating information to and from a key customer of ours. So I offer that as you're contemplating whether or not you want to remove these things.
Well, I think that having something in there about maintaining communications with our business community is great.
Yeah.
I don't know that it needs to be an OFI. We should be doing that anyway. We do that to a certain extent. Maybe we can do it better. But some of these other things I think are different from that, and I think they go a little too far for what a government should be doing.
Well, okay, so I think we agree we want to keep the business building, the business relationship building. That's one item, right? The other, as I see it on this evaluate marketing, is really to save our business community
Yeah,
that's
it could
facing very
disappear.
difficult times.
Yeah.
And whatever we can do to create interest in people coming to, shopping in, visiting, potentially living here, helps maintain that business community, that small business independent community that we really depend on. And they're in hard times.
By
And
the
so
time
anything
we,
we can do to help that's really
Okay.
behind my idea there.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
the
I
go
hear
out
you.
and recruit
I hear
big
you.
business coming back.
By the time we evaluate this next fiscal year, is
Well-
it too late?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Hopefully not, but that we're going to have some problems.
Can we have a shorter evaluation runway?
Can I suggest that we maybe word it as identify ways to improve or enhance business relations and communications?
Oh, however, I don't, yeah. The point
I
is
think
to,
it's too passive. I mean, I think you want to create a business communications program, with your property owners and your merchants in town. I think that's what it sounds like you want to do. And just so
Really enhanced, because we already have a business communications program.
enhance it, yes, that's fine.
Or maybe just start the OFI at the word enhance.
Okay, you're changing that from economic development. I
Just
got
to
it.
enhance business
I
relations.
agree with that.
Yeah.
And that could take whatever number of forms that we deem or, that we
And is
figure
this
out
a project now?
I think it's a project, and I think it's enhanced business relations. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm hearing too. Enhance business relations and communications as a project.
Yeah.
And create a marketing strategy as a project.
And I just want to hitchhike a little bit on Jane's comments on the marketing strategy. I would be much more interested in who we can leverage partnerships with. You know, whether, and I know there's been some yin and yang with the CVB about they aren't going to bring, retail traffic here or whatever, but, I mean, maybe this new person, who knows, Leanne, can create some daylight there for us. But I think that yes, certainly understanding what it is we have, I would try only do this with some type of partnership. I don't see undertaking this
Right.
as a big job.
Our business community is a partner.
Yeah.
And, public relations, if they're willing to give us a room night and give people meals, and we can get maybe a media come down, day tripper, and that's just a PR project, so that's a partnership.
So
I
could
hear
we
you,
call-
I hear you.
Could we call it create a marketing strategy through partnerships or using
Maybe leverage partnerships to
to
Create a
create?
marketing strategy and leverage partnerships. Create a marketing strategy. No, we first got to create a strategy. I mean, one of the reasons you got to create a strategy is there's a lot of money's been spent to create this Village of Pinehurst brand. And you can't
right.
just willy-nilly go out there in the marketplace. You have to have some certainty. So you have to create a strategy and then leverage the partnerships. So I think it's in the wrong order.
Yes.
So just if you could just
Yeah,
change.
I will tell you, we had a strategy. We have had a strategy, and our strategy has been to participate in the CVB marketing co-op program.
Right,
And then
right.
And they discontinued it.
Right, discontinued it, right, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that we have never.
No, that's not my point. My point is
Yeah.
that you got to do the first thing first, that's all.
Right, you have to figure out what's the message and who are you trying to deliver the message to? That has to be
And I
clarified
agree with Judy,
before
we should
you
be
do
leveraging
anything.
partnerships, shouldn't be going this alone.
How about this? Create a marketing strategy and leverage partnerships.
Thank you.
Is that okay, council?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Moving on down. Identify alternative locations for the public services complex to allow for redevelopment of Village Place.
Don't we already have an alternative location?
Nope,
No.
Oh, I thought we did, okay.
we did at one time,
Okay.
Sold it.
and I guess it's still potentially viable as part of the solution if we decided to split operations, but I don't know that geographically it makes sense.
It's not the most ideal,
Yeah,
Was it, without saying the location, was it the one we talked about?
no, it's property we own up on Juniper Lake.
Right.
I think this has to
but,
stay.
well, we've sold part of it
Right.
off. We don't know all of it. We don't know. We still own part of it.
I hear council saying,
I think this has to stay, and obviously, something may come out of the small area plan relative to that, maybe not, but it's an issue we need to keep in front of us.
okay,
Yes,
everybody good?
Yep.
yes.
Next is to evaluate parking in downtown and in surrounding areas. Work with the village businesses to identify solutions to minimize employee on-street parking to provide convenient parking for customers.
Absolutely.
So I think we should change the focus of this and really get something more concrete going about parking in downtown and also talking about parking with the resort as, for the resort to improve their parking. And probably they're two different OFIs, but I think that, I think we all have some ideas about, could we go back and resurrect the carriage house parking location? And certainly we all have ideas about how the resort could put a big parking lot behind them and get their lots. less-
Partner again
Yeah,
with the resort. I mean, maybe
Yep.
the problem is, it's not we're telling them what to do, we're telling them
no.
we're here to help. Maybe that is the sticking point, we're here to help them.
well, I think if it's a comprehensive look. I mean, the other night, we just 20 spaces along Magnolia that, you know, we're adding to the,
Yeah, right.
our inventory. Whatever we could do to add to our inventory, you know, maybe behind the Pinecrest and then also what could we do? And then what could the resort do? I think it does need to be a partnership for sure, but I think we have to step up and
Yeah, we have to
add
step up.
some inventories to spark parking spaces.
John, I think you ought to talk about your pitch to the Village Center Enhancement Committee 5 years ago, right now. Remember that? You got to bring that up, bring everybody up to speed with that, because maybe we ought to implement that now. The Baxter program, remember that you pitched?
Well, you mean what was considered the carriage house at that point?
No, you pitched a plan. I'm going to pitch your plan, okay?
Go.
There was, go ahead, but there were several pieces.
You pitched a plan to hire a person to be out there in the village, not to ticket anybody, just to evaluate who they were, where they worked, where they were parking, identify, understand. Because I know you were talking about, like, the 2 parking places I use in front of my business. The 2 people that use them are real estate agents. Those are the ones that I move, not customers to any retail shops. You know, so, you know, I think that you were trying, I thought your idea was figure out the facts on the ground with this person. Did I misrepresent what you pitched?
No, that was part of it, yeah, and it came out of the Village Center Enhancement
And
Committee.
you remember
work
it,
that
Natalie?
Yeah.
Remember that idea? It seems like the perfect time. You got to know where you are to figure out where you're going. I want to know where we are. I think you'll find that we don't have a parking problem downtown. It's just people are parking in the wrong places, and there's not enough parking up at the resort. I think you'll find that, but we don't know. We have never had a real evaluation, and I thought that was.
We have, but it didn't look like that. And they came to the same conclusion. We don't have, that's just a couple of years ago, so and things might have changed, but what we concluded after data collection that our police department did every hour for like a 2-week period was we really don't have a parking shortage downtown. What we have is folks that don't want to walk from the Sandlot.
Yeah.
For various reasons, whether it's because they're retail shopping or because they don't want to walk to their place of work.
And there was an idea, and part of that was the guy with a golf cart, maybe, you know, that gives people rides. I mean, there were some creative ideas, but really, it was more about no one knows the facts on the ground. And you can't check the facts one day. You got to check it over time. And I honestly think that would be a great investment right now to understand what's going on down there and what is really happening. I'd like to know how many. I don't know. It just seems like it was low cost, if I remember.
Sure, yeah.
It was low cost. It was a low cost. I don't know the duration you thought about doing it, but I thought it was over a long period of time because you have to go off season, in season, you know. And
well, it was, you know, I think Judy's point on parking, I think you're probably trying to organize it into 2 or 3 different segments, Judy, if I may speak a little on that. One is our relationship with the resort and how we try to resolve parking issues that they have. Others is village responsibility and for parking. And part of that, as I'm thinking about it, is, you know, how do we work with the street parking we have now and the program that we adopted a few months ago in response to COVID to create some specific spaces for retail or other limited usage that would create the kind of activity in town that retailers and restaurateurs would want to have. So that's, I think, Judy, is that to the point of your kind of more comprehensive look at the whole parking issue and dividing into different pieces, or did you have a different thought on that?
No, I mean, I just thought this was, you know, this is like an evaluation. And I think we just need to get on, and maybe this is a different evaluation, but we're looking at more comprehensively about where we can add parking, you know, like you're coming up with some more spaces on Magnolia, And then also, let's go back and look at that carriage house, and then let's also work with the resort to help them find some ways to improve parking at the resort, it's at the Carolina, and then actually over on the golf course as we come together with the USGA.
How would you reword this?
Would you say evaluate parking in downtown and in surrounding areas and leave it there as one?
Passive, I think, for
Yeah.
Judy.
Yeah.
Okay. So identify improvements or additional parking opportunities?
I think we're looking for some additional parking. You know, I mean, I'm assuming Village Place is going to happen at some point in time. You know, can we get ahead of that? The library has no parking, and wherever the library ends up, that's going to be, that could, you know, exacerbate the parking issues. So I think that we know enough to get a little bit more concrete about what we need to do for parking.
I don't know about you guys in your meeting with the small area plan people, but I was very encouraged their thoughts on parking. There's some couple thoughts, concentrated parking, and then one gentleman said that a new trend is sneaking parking everywhere, where it still get the same volume, but it doesn't overcome the landscape. And so I think we might learn something in this small area plan on how parking occurs in this new design environment that is more small town friendly.
So I'm hearing 3 different topics.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
it's identify and implement additional parking in downtown and in surrounding areas. Is that one? Then work with village businesses to identify solutions to minimize on-street parking. And work with the resort as a separate one.
I think we beat our heads against the wall on that second.
This one.
Yeah.
So many times it's just not, it's not realistic, I don't think.
Right.
What isn't realistic, Jeff? The way this is currently worded, or how do you just?
And we've tried multiple approaches over the past decade or so to try to solve that problem, working with the businesses to influence employees not parking on street in front of business, of retail downtown.
We didn't do that ambassador program that was pitched 5 years ago, which would have somebody not penalize anybody, but identify them, hey, you're parking here again, why? No teeth to it, but guilt. We're trying to use guilt, old Catholic guilt, to get people to do the right thing. And we have no one there every day making them guilty for what they're doing. That was what I thought the intent of that program was.
That was part of that, and I think the way I would look at that idea now is not so much to have a parking steward or parking ombudsman or whatever we were calling it then.
Ambassador.
But I see this parking issue on the streets to be one of the things that this developing business relations with the business community, including landlords, would address directly to shop owners, landlords. I think that's the way it's better done. Jeff makes an interesting point that it is a big challenge, and although, I'm aware, of course, that the specific retail parking spaces that we've allocated due to Jeff Batten's good work starting a few months ago has helped. I'm also aware that there are those who are not abiding by that request to leave a space or two here for retail only. And I just think it takes a little attention, which this business relations committee we talked about a little while ago could help
Talk
to
to building owners.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
all building owners have to do is put in their lease to every business that they have to park in the sandlot, and this is technically, solved. My building owner is willing to do it with his future leases. He's got leases that are signed that are 3 years out. He's going to add it to his future leases.
So I'm hearing that OFI could be removed if it's kind of incorporated into the enhanced business relations OFI. If there is a need to address a parking issue.
I will say that I think that theoretically, potentially, there is a way to deal with this, but it's potentially costly, and that's to implement a timed parking type deal. Then you have to hire enforcement people, so is that where we want to go?
No, I don't, to answer your question, I don't feel that's the way we need to go at this time. I'd like to work on these other issues, but trying to get to Lauren's point here, where are we on parking here? And the three things. What I'm hearing is we want to create, you can call it a partnership or maybe a working relationship with the resort to discuss parking issues that are part of their business operations that need to be addressed. That would be point number one.
Partner with the resort to discuss parking issues or help resolve, or
I would say to discuss
resolve.
citizen,
Judy's got it.
I think it's first.
resolve,
I
yeah.
think that's first.
That's first.
Discuss and then
Last.
resolve, yeah.
Not last on that list.
say that again? Am I getting it right? Partner with the resort to resolve parking issues?
Yep.
To discuss and resolve.
Discuss and
yeah.
resolve, okay.
Citizen parking issues.
Okay, yep.
Secondly, village government needs to come to grips with the parking responsibilities it has, we have.
So this is this one, right? So this is identify and implement additional parking in downtown and in surrounding areas. So this is,
I'd say mostly downtown. I don't know where surrounding areas.
I would say, yeah, core village, however we want it,
Village
downtown.
core, yeah.
Core village. And maybe that's sufficient because that would address the issue of some larger parking areas on the one hand and addressing the point of on-street parking with our businesses and retail and all that.
Should we identify the carriage house as a separate and distinct project?
Well, I was thinking about that, Jeff, but I just, for simplicity, putting it in here is that's more of a village responsibility to resolve than the.
What challenge, Jeff?
Carriage house?
That's not our property. I didn't think it was on the table anymore.
It's on the table, yeah.
speaking of on the table, I think some of that feedback
Right,
is
it's
from cell
on
phones.
resort property, but we got feedback again from them.
That is not going to solve the parking problem at the Carolina. I like it as a second
No,
solution.
no, it's absolutely,
I think the first problem is the Carolina.
Not intended to solve the parking problem at the Carolina, but it does address existing and future problems downtown, and, you know, we have another project that potentially downtown involving reinvestment in the current library building, which will bring more traffic downtown. And I think those two projects are very much potentially linked.
And I would even say the library, wherever it goes.
yeah, I don't have
Whatever
any,
solution occurs is
There's
going
going
to
to be some
create
parking,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would agree with putting the partner with the resort first,
That's number one.
yeah.
That is the problem.
Different.
Okay, so I'm hearing resort is a focus to go ahead and get on the books soon, right? So this is, it's my
Higher
microphone. I'm sorry,
priority.
y'all. This is high priority, right?
Yep.
And then I hear,
Just put that after the resort in the sequence.
which one?
To identify and implement additional parking in Village Center.
Okay. Sorry, it's me.
To the discussion while Lauren's getting her microphone fixed, to the discussion about the resurrecting the carriage facility, if you peeked ahead in your materials to tomorrow morning's discussion, you'll see I did specifically put that on the list.
Okay,
Well, I just gave you a rough cost estimate of what something like that might range. In terms, I mean, a real rough order of magnitude. I wonder, there on row 42 that Lauren has pulled up, should we put in parentheses, example carriage facility, just so,
Yes, I agree with that.
okay,
Is it called carriage house? Carriage facility?
Carriage house or
either
whatever.
way, yeah, either one, carriage house,
How about that?
Yeah.
Because that would be a solution to additional parking, right?
yeah. Yeah, and I'll just give you guys just a little bit of information. Jeff Batten recently updated for us the parking count. You know, we put some additional parking spaces in lately, and when we had the Village Center Enhancement Committee, And we had the North Carolina Downtown Development Association come in. One of the things that they told us was that, a standard best practice is to have one parking space for, I think it's every 2,500 square feet of commercial retail or commercial space. And so we've always tracked the square footage of our commercial space in the village center doesn't change, but when you do that comparison and you apply that standard ratio, we have enough parking spaces. So to Jeff's point, I think we have like maybe 3 or 4 more parking spaces than would be required at full occupancy. But with that said, that does not include, we do not include the library and the total square footage of first floor commercial space, because it's more institutional space, if you will. So that means there's no parking in the inventory, if you will, that really is there to, that would meet the needs of the entire village center commercial area plus the library.
Have you done that?
And when we talked about the carriage house back in, I think that was 2012, 2013, it was stated at that time that any expansion to the library would probably be the tipping point in terms of the need to construct something else. So this is along the lines of what has been discussed in the past, at least.
Have you redone your parking formula, including that space, to see where we came out?
I have not.
Well, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, I agree.
What
Yeah,
was,
I
what
can
was the
try- I
ratio
can do that
again,
for you.
Natalie?
2,500, what was it again?
How many spaces per 2,500?
Excuse me, I misspoke. It's 2.5 spaces for every 1,000 square feet. And we have 142,000 square feet in the village
So
center.
the library is about, what, 7,000 square feet?
Well, it's 63 on the
But eight.
first floor.
63 on the first, yeah.
That's another 20 spaces roughly, maybe somewhere around in there.
Yeah, Sandlot could pick that up in a heartbeat.
Okay, so, ooh, this is loud now.
Well, the
That's another
inventory
20
includes the
spaces.
sandlot.
Yeah.
So how does the math work out then? Because I don't know how many
I think
spaces.
what Natalie is saying is that
What is,
if you include the library, in theory, in terms of best practices, we're down about 18 spaces
18 spaces, that's all.
right now.
That-
Right now.
Current.
If you
Current
include the
operations.
library, correct, Jeff.
That means it's not as bad as it's being pronounced.
Except that there have been many times I can't find a parking space. So anyway, I'm
And
just
you
telling
can
you.
in the Sandlot, it's empty back there.
Well, not always.
They can't find the one closest to where they want to be.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
they can't
Really
find.
what
That's
most of the
what's
complaining is about.
driving it.
Yeah, that's true. When I like,
I'm able to park up front in the Sandlot because
All right.
nobody's using it.
Okay.
I think
Council,
we know all this, so let's move on.
I think
the
we've got it.
parking-
Identify and
we got it.
implement additional parking. Sorry, I jumped.
partner with Resort First.
Partner with the resort, and I'm removing the village businesses, identify solutions, that whole conversation.
Yeah, that's what
For your mental health, sure.
I've been trying to get her to do that.
Sorry.
Sorry.
They're not in priority order, but we will do that just to make y'all feel better.
Kevin,
Okay.
keep Kevin on the ledge.
All right. And this is technically a comp plan strategy here, so we will want to consider amending that. Whoops. If we're not
Well,
pursuing it.
but we're talking to the building owners up there.
Right, so I can move 416 if you'd like, up to the business relations
Yeah,
Well, you're moving that work with business, you're moving that.
to here, 416, right?
yeah.
How about that?
Where did the parking, working on the parking with,
That's what 416
Language in
is.
416.
okay.
Okay. All right, we're good. Any, yes, there is, hold on. Actually, we've already talked about all of these. These are the additions. I can take those and put them elsewhere. Okay. We are now on strategic opportunity number 7.
Hey, Lauren, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
8, aren't we?
Yes, Natalie?
Before we move on, this is something that we've talked about at the staff level, and it was talked about as well during the comp plan, is the landscape enhancements to downtown. Is this a time where, if there's stuff like that, that all, are other OFEs that we're kind of seeing, or you want us to save those as staff until later?
I'd say if you want to go ahead and bring it up, we could. If there's anything specific that we need to seek direction on.
Okay. I think you may recall during the comp plan, there was a lot of discussion about the potential streetscape enhancements, especially on Market Square. And there's been talk of, street plantings, sidewalk expansions, those kinds of things. And then as a senior leadership group, we talked about, it's not only just Market Square that we may want to look at plantings and, those kinds of things. And so I think Jeff Batten suggested we look at next year having a landscape plan prepared for all of downtown. So are there other areas where we may need to plant additional trees or shrubs, or enhance landscaping and beds or whatever the case may be? So that's not on this list right now, and I don't know if we want to add it right now or not.
Council, would you like to add the proposed OFE here and link it to creating a thriving business environment?
Or is it about quality?
We don't have one on here for quality.
I mean, high quality,
Invigorating the village center.
high quality, yeah. It probably
that.
is here, yeah,
Right.
I agree.
Which one,
It
7
doesn't
or
fit
6?
anywhere here, and we just keep it as a separate thing.
Yeah,
Right. It could just be a separate OFE on all the other. Is that what you're saying, Jeff?
Could be, I think, yeah.
yeah.
It says it has to be linked to a strategic opportunity.
Does this go along with the beautification committee's recommendations? Is that what you're saying, Natalie? They just submitted recommendations. Okay.
It's along the same lines, Lydia.
Okay.
Same concept.
So Natalie, you would word it, develop a landscape plan.
Ask Jeff Batten how
Right.
he would work. It's his project.
Take it away, Jeff.
I'll throw him, I threw Kevin an apple earlier, I'm gonna throw Jeff an orange.
Throw you an egg at you. What we called it the first time we did this thing was a floriculture design for downtown. So I think it's more of a renovation of the landscape downtown,
Oh, okay.
something like that. Develop a renovation plan for landscape and amenities downtown. 'Cause
Jeff, some of the people downtown have called it a landscaping facelift.
That's fine too.
This landscape, I don't know.
Develop a renovation plan.
Of landscape and amenities.
Of
A renovation plan and amenities. Because it's not, it's also trash receptacles and all that stuff.
Benches, those kinds of things.
Benches, bench locations, do we have them dispersed in the
Right.
right locations, all that stuff.
Downtown.
I know what that means, you can leave it like that.
Okay.
Village center.
Council, are you all okay with that?
Location.
Yes.
Natalie's suggesting a location on there is Village Center.
Does that require
A
hiring
village
a
center
consultant?
or in village
Pardon?
center, either way.
Does that require hiring a consultant?
Be hiring a landscape architect to do that particular project. Yes.
Okay. Council,
Yes.
I've got consensus to move forward. Okay? All right. We're on to goal or strategic opportunity number 7, reinvigorate the village center to create a golf by day, arts by night atmosphere. The first is to consider public-private partnerships to locate artist studios and galleries in the Village Center and Village Place, and to enhance the character of the village and expand the arts.
Doesn't this fall under small area plans?
I mean, hopefully this will be something that gets talked about in that,
And the small area plan, Judy? You
in
think
the
it'll come
small
out from
area
that?
plan, yeah.
I didn't talk about it with him, but yeah, I hope, I think this is hard to do, but I do think that we have less arts than neighboring communities. So I do think it's a real gap, but.
I'm hearing a proposal that this is something that would come out of the small area plan, not necessarily a separate OFI to pursue.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know.
Agree.
Well,
I don't know.
Till we get the small area plan, we don't know.
I think the small area plan would
Would tell us.
consider adequate facilities for
Right.
something like this, but you still have to go in and develop the partnerships and bring
Right.
people here.
Yeah, I think it's got to be somebody's job for this to
It's
happen.
economic development.
Yeah, it's sad, but it might not be. It might be, Arts Council. It might be working closely with, there's a good band of artists in this town, this county, looking for places to display their wares.
Kevin, what about, all of you? Marty McKenzie specifically brought local artists into that space, first space on the left in the theater building, because he wanted to feature local artists in this gallery. So I don't know if this is a village function. That's what I'm struggling with.
Well, it's Arts by Night.
This is a very difficult concept, I think, to see work along.
I don't really see how.
I like the idea, but I think it's going to be challenging to execute.
Yeah.
And I think the best way forward in learning something about execution is probably, as Judy has said, going to come out of the small area plan. So from my point of view, this is okay to keep on the list, but any activity about it's going to come out of the small area plan, I would think.
It might belong
Exactly.
in working with local businesses, the one we just worked on. Might belong there, just as an idea, and not on this at all.
So we could keep it on the list, make a note to add it after the small area plans are completed,
Yes.
Revisit it after.
to be
the small
revisited at
area,
that
yeah.
point of the how we do it, if we do that.
Nice to have it, but it just doesn't look like it belongs here. Does that make, I don't know where it belongs.
If I can add just a few things, there does, it does feel like there's a little bit of overlap with reinvigorate the village center and
Right,
create a
right.
thriving business environment, obviously, because the village center is our core business area. But what this strategic opportunity was all about is, it's all about enhancing arts and culture in the community. So while it says reinvigorate the village center, it's really about enhancing arts and culture. And one way to do that is to look for ways to get local artists and inside our village place, and and the other strategies below are also all the same, or additional ways, I think, to try to expand arts and culture. Just that whole segment of business. So it was really trying to focus on, one business segment to pursue or develop.
Where do you think it belongs, Natalie? Here?
I think that when I look at the word, this is me, I'm going back to the wording of the strategic opportunity. And basically what it's saying is we've got, world-class golf, and we've got golf, but then, what were you saying, Pinehurst Midnight? But then when it's after golf, where is the arts? Where's the culture? Where's the theater, the artist studios, the artist demonstrations, those kinds of things. I think I recall comments in the comp plan from residents like Vail, you go to Vail and you see public art, and there's more of that environment that we seem to not have here. So I don't know if it's.
Is this an evaluation, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, rather than a project.
Rather than a project?
I mean, I think I'm with John. I think just leave it there. It's out in
Okay, I'm
years
okay
and it
with
doesn't
that.
have any money on it right now. And let's get through the small area plan and figure it out.
I'm
But
good with-
I did want to just clarify that Opportunity 7 is very different from Opportunity 6.
Right? It's more about the culture.
It's about arts and culture.
So council, would you be okay to keep on the list in these out years after the small area plan, and we'll determine
Yes.
future action later?
Yes.
Okay. The next is to work with Pinehurst Resort to explore opportunities to further activate the village core and other nodes of activity with golf-related businesses and uses such as a golf museum.
I think that's done, or being done, with respect to
USGA.
the USGA and all the
Library.
things that are related to that. I'm not sure we need to take any other action on that. It's happening, and we need to,
Natalie, to your earlier point, why does this OFI then say, why is it talking about businesses?
It was museum specific.
It's a golf museum, which is a cultural resource.
Should
That's
we,
why.
I guess what I'm saying is, should we remove that references to with golf-related
Golf-related
businesses,
business, I would, personally.
uses?
Why don't you end it at activate the village core? And I think we should be working with the resort to explore opportunities to further activate the village core. I know that Peter's working on a beer festival. I mean, and the resort's
Correct.
part of it. I mean, that's an active example of that.
I think you could probably say further activate the village core and other nodes of activity with uses, or maybe just other nodes of activity and take off such as golf museum.
Yeah, I
take
just
out-
would drop it after village
Yeah,
core.
just drop that.
Yeah, drop it
Yeah.
out of the village core.
Council, you okay with that?
yes.
Okay. All right, coordinate efforts between Aberdeen, Southern Pines, and Pinehurst to expand arts and cultural facilities and experiences in the region.
Seems like we're,
I mean, in the region,
I mean, and this and the one below it are similar but different.
Right, the next one is to broaden cultural arts events.
very same, but
I think I'd keep the broaden one and leave out the coordinate one.
take out the coordinate and leave the broaden, Judy. Is that your idea?
Okay.
Yeah, similar overlapping. I agree.
I'm not sure, but well, I know that this is the same one. I'm not sure what is the best wording.
And I think we could take out the healthcare events part 1 also and just leave the broad.
The next one down. Mhm.
Gotcha, okay.
I'll kind of tell you too where the coordinate efforts came from. I think if you go back to the comp plan and you look at the voting for visual and performing arts, I think like a performing arts venue was one of the rated community facility needs from one of the work sessions that we had. And I think the conversation that I recall around this one was, well, if there's a performing arts venue, it should be a regional one, not Pinehurst one. So I think, so this is more of a really, I would say, a longer-term comp plan strategy that may not even fall on the 5-year period.
You mean like the one we already have?
Bradshaw?
Like a Walnut Creek amphitheater type.
You're talking about Sandhills? Okay.
Well, and you've already done an amphitheater here when, I can't remember the name of the guy.
Country guy?
Country guy was out here.
Amy Grant's husband.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you turned the park into an
Like an outdoor concert pavilion, like,
Yeah.
the Betty Ford Amphitheater in Vale, where the symphony plays every summer. I think that was,
Well, I mean,
That-
we had the North Carolina Symphony come down here in the US Open. I mean,
Right.
into the greens.
We have it.
We have a lot of natural settings.
Right, and it seems like an amphitheater is on a scale and a budget that
It's just not going to
we
happen.
did ourselves.
Yeah, and I'm not sure well, I'll get into that, but I don't think,
I'm just saying it's a long-term comp strategy that was a facility that our residents said they would like to have, so.
so council, do you see this being on the
It's
OFI list in
long-term.
a 5-year period, or would you suggest
no.
No,
putting it further, or,
I would drop it.
it out, right? Okay.
I would say the next one's very similar to the, Village Center, Star Wars glass blowing thing,
What was the $7,500 that was being spent?
to broaden cultural events. It seems like.
I think that was
they
for bringing in additional events within our Parks and Rec department, different, for additional cultural
Well, I agree with
events.
that. I agree with that strategy.
And so that's just sort of ongoing stuff you're doing anyway.
It's
Yeah.
ongoing.
It is.
Yeah, yeah.
Trying to get something.
I agree with the funding for it.
So it was added into the 5-year period to increase the funding by $7,500 specifically for diversifying our cultural events for arts, right? But then going forward, that would be one of those items that we probably would, it's not a new initiative every year. We'll build that into our operations. Is that correct?
Could fill that arts hole, though, if the cultural events are arts related. It could, this is
Right.
actionable. I like this because this is actionable, We could pull the trigger,
Okay. So we like this one. This is already on the OFI list currently. Going into future years, we're okay to remove this because we'll continue doing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This will really help with cultural arts.
And then work
Yeah.
with the medical community to activate the village core with healthcare-related events. I heard a proposal to remove that.
I
Yeah.
don't,
By
I don't understand remove it because
Well, because it fits under Broaden, and
it's
I
not.
don't.
It's like 4Ks and it's all these health
Races and.
races, all this stuff that they'd be a fantastic partner.
Well, you know what, it's fine, but it can just go under Broaden. I don't think we have to.
But
have a
isn't
whole
that
list of-
already occurring? So does it?
Are we?
Yeah, the real question is, do we need to dedicate staff effort to try to enhance what they're doing?
Well, where can it go?
Get them to do more,
Can it
or-
go somewhere
I think Parks and Rec is the right
in
place
Parks
to
and
do it,
Rec
and
or
he's
something?
probably
I
doing
do
it.
think it's
Yeah.
a real thing.
Parks and Recreation staff is already doing that. When you think about the 1 and 8K with First Health, the turkey trot, that is also tied in with First Health. So we're doing some of those things on an annual basis already. It's just a matter of, if you want to expand that, what does that mean outside of more
How about a
races?
marathon? Can we
The
do
same
that?
thing, it's a race. So, those are things that we are involved in. So
Yeah.
is there something outside of that realm you're looking for?
And a lot of businesses got driven outside, and you had yoga in the park and yoga at the pavilion, and.
Yeah, I think health-related activities not only relate to tourists, but they relate well to our residents. So I really love this aspect. It seems doable.
So I hear that we are doing this. It is something we currently are doing. Is there any need to do something new than what we're doing currently?
And by healthcare events, though, we're meaning races and things.
Health-related things, not healthcare.
Yeah, I think the word care needs to come out.
Yeah.
It's,
The only thing I would suggest is try to avoid having a big foot race starting from Tufts Park on a Saturday morning in a shopping season when the stores are trying to do business and everybody else is around. So just coordinate a little bit on that.
But they
make
they race early, so.
And they make money off
Normally
those
they do.
guys.
And
When they
while
come back, yeah. End it there, don't start it there.
Well, while people are waiting on them, you know, they spend money.
Okay.
But it's a form of.
I'm seeing that because this is something that we do currently, I don't hear any new, so we're taking it off in future years.
I don't see us actively reinvigorating the village with health-related events like organized weekly yoga in the park or anything like that. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but.
Let's go with
But we
what
do it
Ron
already.
said.
Right.
Okay.
Okay?
We are going to do vaccines in the park, though.
Vaccines.
Council, let me check in with you all. It is 4:30, and we are starting into strategic opportunity number 8. So we have, let me see how many are left. Oh, not many. We have, well, oh yeah, that is 11. So we have 11 total left.
We can do it in 30 minutes.
We can do this.
We can do it.
Tell me what
Let's
number
just-
I'm
Can
on.
do this,
Let's just-
yes.
Different than you.
Let's just,
No more
you know,
talking.
zero in here and
Focus in and we'll get it through, right?
tighten things up. a
Okay,
little bit.
so we are on this is evaluate possible expansion and construction of new village facilities, which falls on your page 4, dark blue.
Okay.
We're doing this.
Okay, so the first one is evaluate the need for an additional police station or substation.
Yes.
Keep it. I hear 2 yeses,
Yes.
3.
Are we doing that already?
Yeah.
In the future. It's on the list, but we have not done anything with this yet. We have it out in 23.
Okay.
It was considered to be in conjunction with the fire station number
station.
3
Correct.
as a joint.
Okay, I see a thumbs up. Next is evaluate, identify, and purchase land for a future 3rd fire station. Are we still
Yep.
Yes.
interested in keeping it on? Yes. Okay. How about assess whether the community supports a village-funded library?
Well, that's an interesting idea. Should we take that up?
I guess we can,
I'll go, yeah.
that's the next one?
Hopefully, we'll finish that one this fiscal year.
Oh,
Oh, I don't know.
All right, I'm going to keep moving.
Okay.
Okay. So assess whether the community supports an indoor and/or outdoor performing arts venue.
So it's the
No.
same issue repeated again.
No.
Well, this is,
Kind of is, yeah.
well,
Same
this,
issue
this
repeated
is a
again.
specific means to do that, but I
No.
think we should.
Right. The other one was to partner with,
It's still an
That's right.
assessment,
Yeah.
no cost
I
in
put it way out in the
Take it out.
future and drop it.
So on page 189 of your comprehensive
out.
plan, it was the 3rd highest ranking community facility desired.
So just because it was there,
I
Library,
think it should be evaluated, but that's it.
yeah, so that's why it's in there as an
Does
evaluation.
assess, yeah.
To get
and,
an
but
understanding,
it's
is
not
that
in the
Not a
next 5
project.
years. It's not in
Never
the
gonna
next
happen.
5 years.
I
Yeah,
hear
it's
a
in the
proposal to push it beyond 5 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would even, well, we won't go there.
I'm
Go
not,
ahead.
I'm not
5 years
sure if
out, yeah.
All right.
that's accurate, that it should be pushed beyond, maybe to the 2025. Evaluation? I mean, you can't even
Let's keep
evaluate it.
going. Let's keep going.
Evaluation?
Let's keep
There's
going.
already been one
Let's keep
analysis
going.
done about this, although it's a
Let's
few
keep
years
going.
old.
And we're going to do a small area plans,
Yeah.
you know, so we'll see what.
25 would be a good time to do an evaluation, but I got
Anybody else want to move it into the 5-year period?
No.
No.
All right, moving forward. Evaluate the need for and/or relocation of the Welcome Center. This is something that we have on the list currently this year, but I know we have not pursued that evaluation yet.
No, it-
Wasn't this related to the lease only? I mean, that was one of the main ideas to consider this, or not? I thought last year when we talked about it, there was some related to the lease.
Is it this year, Natalie, the lease runs up?
No,
Okay.
we're on a annual year to year now.
Oh, annual lease, is it? Oh,
We
okay.
had we did, John, you're right, we had a longer term lease and we decided to go year to year,
Right.
so.
So can we drop this?
Just leave
I
it.
think we can. I mean, there's been some suggestion, at least from what I hear from Natalie, that it's not considered to be visible enough where it is right now, and maybe
I
that's
agree
where,
with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, but let's push it out.
yeah,
We've got enough other stuff to worry about.
keep it on here, but push it out.
Yeah.
Push this out to a future year?
Yep.
And the fact we're on an annual lease, if something unusual were to come up,
Going to come up,
we could
so
consider it. But
it's not
that's,
like we're
yeah,
going to
I don't
forget
think we
about
need
it.
to spend any time on that.
Okay, evaluate the capacity of Village Hall to meet the increased service needs and demands of residents.
We already increased the size of Village Hall when we built the community center and moved the Parks and Rec over there. So,
Though,
Out there.
What's the input of staff on this?
Got it,
'Cause
it's
that's what I need.
21.
so I think it just depends on if we,
We have undeveloped space yet in this building.
Right now, we are at the point where I think that if we follow through with hiring actions that we think we're going to be following through with in the next couple of years, we're going to have to
Finish out.
finish out this wing of upstairs up here, and then we're out. So, I mean,
But
we're
when that
getting, we're
occurs,
getting there. Yeah.
when that occurs, it's time.
When we get close to that, we
When,
need to.
when do you
yeah.
think, where are you gonna put it?
Well, right now, it's out there, right? So it's not even in the 5-year plan.
Well, it says 21, it's got a dash.
Oh, evaluate.
evaluation this year.
You wanna, when do you wanna evaluate it?
They are.
So, if I may, I think maybe after our discussion tomorrow about workforce needs in the 5-year plan, I think
Okay.
that might give us some guidance in terms of the timing.
Okay. Counselor, are you okay to keep it as it is right now?
Yes?
We're talking about maybe addressing it tomorrow.
Right. We'll talk about staffing needs tomorrow, potential staffing needs tomorrow. Okay, and then equipment storage capacity. This is an evaluation of our current storage capacity for equipment, and that is this current fiscal year. That one's going to come off, correct?
Yeah,
That's done.
it's underway.
Underway.
We haven't completed it, but it's underway.
So this
This
can go
one?
off the
This
list.
should just go off the list.
Okay.
Hey,
We have that dollar figure is in the budget currently. We're just
Okay.
evaluating the best way to spend it.
Okay, and we're moving to number 9, which is, unless there's anything else for number 8, no others? Okay, number 9, become a digital village. And-
Hey, this looks redundant.
I don't know why that wouldn't end. but
Oh, that's
okay.
funny. That is page 2 at the very top. Mhm. Consider a systematic marketing campaign. So can we remove this one, since we've captured it already?
Let's get rid of it.
I mean, this is specific, though, I think, to marketing ourselves as a place to live and work from home, right?
It is.
It is, it's very specific.
why wouldn't you live from home?
I
Would
mean,
you
Just
say-
going to ask.
Well,
It was our way
I
of-
don't prefer to work from home, but there are a lot of folks that do, and I mean,
Live
it's
from
very.
home.
I-
Live from
I-
home.
This was something I added, I
Just
thought it was a way to not be industrialized
live and work.
and just have, and be able, instead of having, we're looking, this was at a time when we were told we needed more commercial businesses, and I said, we really don't, we just need more people in business working from their home.
Yeah.
And I still think it's a good strategy, but I don't know how to.
I
I'm not
think it
sure
has
you-
already occurred.
I was going to say the
It's
same
occurring
thing.
naturally.
It's already
You don't need a marketing campaign.
Yeah,
COVID
we don't
did
need it now, we don't need it now.
Live anywhere, where would I live?
COVID did that for you.
Am I hearing a,
I'm living and working at home this week.
that's right. Am I hearing a proposal to remove this one?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. All right, the next one is to evaluate ways to partner with private entities to bring high-speed internet to
Not our
Pinehurst.
job, not our job.
I think we discussed that
Already
a couple
have it.
days ago.
Yeah.
So
And
that's-
last year.
So take it off.
I'm hearing a proposal to remove this, which then in turn, we have no OPs necessarily aligned to
That's okay.
that one.
You
That's
would
all right.
remove all the
Times have
strategies for this strategic opportunity.
Maybe we got something
Times
done.
have changed.
So
Yes,
maybe
there was
it's
a reason
not,
it was near the
yeah,
bottom.
There you
just
go.
Right.
remove that.
Okay? And number 10, create new open spaces and amenities within well, is there anything else for number 9 that we would need to add for?
No.
Okay.
Okay, where are we?
So we're going to number 10, which is create new open spaces, which was on page 4 in the yellow. The first is expand recreation facilities. This is updating the West Pinehurst Park Master Plan,
We've
which we're currently,
already approved that,
Plan.
right.
plan, we've already approved the plan, yeah.
What's the cost of the upkeep of a swimming pool and mountain bike trails? And I mean, we're talking about $30,000 for a plan, $1 million to do the actual construction. And that, but what's the cost of the upkeep, the ongoing operating expenses? Both for that and then for the next one, the number 37, which I guess you guys have changed the numbers on now, but.
Updating the
Which is-
comprehensive master plan.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you should eliminate all
I-
those things on there and just say update Pinehurst
We don't
Park
know-
Master
We don't know
Plan.
what's going to be out there.
Yeah, we don't even know what's going to be out at
That is
West
just-
Pinehurst
all that
Park
stuff
in the
should be
future.
crossed out.
Can we say
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's just-
update,
Yeah, once you update the plan, then you know what the,
Yeah.
right,
Update.
update,
It's actually, it's
Eliminate all
actually
that
due
other
the
stuff.
West Part West.
Well,
It's
what-
not even an update.
It's actually create,
Yeah, we
not
haven't even done
create.
it.
We haven't even done it.
Yeah,
We're creating a site master plan. We're
oh,
not
create,
updating it.
create a
That solves that issue, because
West Pinehurst Park master plan.
so what is the,
Well, you've got begin implementation
Then
on
you
this,
got is
too.
some implementation.
Not just the
Create
plan.
and implement.
sure. So is the money
Well, no,
on,
Placeholders.
we're gonna.
but
we're
it's,
gonna
what is it for? West
All
Pinehurst?
just
look at
Park?
it and see
placeholder
what we
money.
want to do. I mean,
We don't know what it's going to be for,
Okay,
because
I
until
see.
you develop the master plan, until
Got
the
it.
community tells
Okay.
you what they want out
Okay.
there,
We were trying to capture in the 5-year period, so there's no big,
you just put a placeholder in there, is all that was.
Rather than wait on the plan and then put the money in the 5-year plan later on, would put some placeholders on
That's
there
right.
now so that
And those dollars were
You know-
identified in the comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan already for that facility, so that's where some of that came from. But it was not specific to certain amenities. You still
What
got to
now?
get infrastructure out to the site as well. So that's going to be your phase one implementation, is getting your utilities on site and some of that stuff in place.
It's really all about West Pinehurst Park.
Correct.
yeah.
it is.
I'd like to suggest that we not be committed to barreling ahead with West Pinehurst Park, big development. I think we might want to see what else we have on our plate, because we've got a lot of meat and potatoes things to do, such as the rezoning, which is going to be a big project, you know, such as the street stuff, such as the fire station and the police station and possibly a library and all this other stuff.
What we're going to be
And-
undertaking the next 5 months is the effort to figure out what does and doesn't fit.
At
So
West
you are going to
Pinehurst
see
Park.
how it fits in the
Yeah, and
context
yeah,
of what's.
that decision will be made
capability,
later, that's
resource,
what you're talking about.
capacity.
Yeah, that
So I
decision,
think I would take out "and implement" from here. Look at a plan.
Implementation might just be farther out in the future.
Yeah, I think,
Right. We create a plan to eventually implement.
just say
Well, once
create,
again, we can, this is the same conversation we had with the library options. We can look at the options, but one of the options, which might be to do nothing.
I would say,
We
why
should
don't
take that off the table. And so I'd rather leave implementation out until we've looked at a plan and evaluated it and see what the plan involves and whether we have the resources to do it and whether people want to spend extra money on that as well as on everything else.
but this is about planning, so
But,
it's
and not
technically,
about implementing.
it's technically left out, because we have to vote for it, like, to
Well,
implement it.
if you put "and implement" in, then somebody's going
Well,
to come
you're
back
doing a
and
5-year
say,
plan.
well, we already said we were going to implement.
We're doing a 5-year plan.
I do not want to put implement in there.
So I hear,
If I can
Yeah,
add
we didn't
something
have, we
here,
did not
Laura.
have, excuse me, we didn't have implement in the earlier descriptions of what was
correct.
going on. And I agree with Jane, it creates a thought that we had intended to do something which we don't necessarily intend to do. We have to look at the plan and see how that all fits into other things we do.
If I could bring us back to the
Yeah.
discussion we had last year, we did. We intended to implement the infrastructure so that we could take advantage of what we thought were opportunities to partner with nonprofit organizations that were going to help us with construction of facilities. So it was the plan last year to start implementation.
Well, that's right. If we had a partner, we were going to, with one of the sporting groups. Wasn't that right, Jeff? That's, yeah. I think Jeff Matten's, yeah.
Yeah. That was part of,
And also,
that was
this
part
is,
of the discussion at the time.
Go ahead, Natalie.
I was gonna say, this is a comp plan strategy. It's number 7.3.
Oh, thank you.
This may be one of those that I think if council, if council is saying you're not interested in implementing a master plan, that might be one that you want to get some additional community engagement on before you change it.
We are.
Yes, and in the context of everything else we have to do.
Well,
I
so
think we should,
the council consensus on this one, is there, do we have?
I want to spend the money on a plan and then talk about this later.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to create it. I'm fine with
I
that.
want the plan, I want to engage the public.
All right, so what the question here is, do you want to leave $250,000 in the proposed FY '22 budget?
no,
I do because it's a placeholder.
I do.
I do not. I absolutely do not.
Okay,
I
I
do.
hear a yes.
No,
Well, wait, what is the 30,000?
That's for the,
That's for the plan.
That's to complete the
Plan.
master
Only the
plan
plan.
in this current fiscal
Okay,
year.
I'm fine for that.
Yeah, the plan
So-
is going to start, and we're going to get a result from that, and that's all fine. Question is, do we leave a placeholder or not for the potential of
It'd be-
implementing different facilities to be at West Pinehurst Park?
I think it's,
I don't want to do that. I don't want to leave.
I do.
I think until we know what's going to be out there, I mean, you know, during the comp plan feedback, you know, we heard a lot of issues from people who live at the lake and all the different places they have to go to cart their kids to play. And so it just depends what amenities and the facilities you're
I
going to
agree.
put out there. And that may, you know, I mean, if that helps address some of the, and that offloads some of the sport teams' congestion in other facilities, then that'll be great. But if it's a passive park, I might not be interested in putting much money in that.
If it's a passive park, you
Yeah.
might not want to, you said?
Right. You know, I mean, beyond.
You still need facilities in a passive.
Well, we got a passive park out there now.
Well,
I don't think
I
they
think
call that a park.
you would envision, I mean, that's a community park, is what, at least what it was intended to be. So you're going to have a combination of active and passive, just like you have in this community park here at Wicker Park. So it would be a combination.
Yeah, I
Well,
think,
in theory.
let's,
Irresponsible not to have a
Oh,
placeholder out
Assuming
there.
the public.
no, that's not true. That's not true.
all right, so
I'm trying to find it.
Well, I mean, it
can't
sounds
put
like
my-
Kevin's
put my
saying
hands on it, but
yes,
there was.
I'm saying
and
yes.
John are saying no.
Lydia
Judy's
said
saying
yes.
maybe, and Lydia?
Oh, I'm saying yes, and to Judy's point, Judy mentioned two places and did mention Pinewall. We've got a ton of kids here that would use that park. Now, if we don't have the placeholder, and let me back up. I asked the other day, last week, how will we determine if there's a need for this park? And that's a part of the public input when we do, that's what we're spending the $30,000 for. If we find out, if our public input tells us there is a need for that and we don't have a placeholder, we can't do anything, right?
Well, you can, technically, you could modify the budget, but
Yeah.
right.
So
I mean-
maybe, I'm in favor of having something in there, whether it needs to be 250, I don't know. I'm trusting staff on that number, but, you know, and also I noticed today, one of our deficiencies or one of our gaps is the amount of public, it's like number 9 on the
Competitive
gap.
set, yes.
So knowing that that's a performance gap, knowing that that's a performance gap and knowing that our younger population is growing, then I expect that to become even a bigger gap. So I have no problem with leaving it there as a placeholder, but let's wait and see what the public input says on this.
Especially since we could say no and not do anything, you know? I mean, I don't see, there's no penalty.
Well, once again, I'm going to say, we can't, if we decide we want to do it, we can amend the budget. That's number one. Number two, what I have seen repeatedly over the years is somebody puts something and says, well, we might or we don't have to or something, but then when you come back the next time to look at it, well, we already decided. And I don't want to already decide. I want to leave the way open for us to say, this isn't the time for us to do it. We have too many other things to do. We don't have the resources or to do it now. Maybe we'll do it later. I don't want to tie us down on this because I really don't think it's as important as some of the other things we need to do.
But
And
isn't this
was put-
something?
This was put all the way at the bottom of council's revised priorities for the SOAR objectives, so, or opportunities, sorry. So I really don't want to create an implication in here that we've made a commitment. We'll look at it.
I would not spend public money on a $30,000 plan without
Expectation?
expectation.
I'd be
of-
happy not to spend the $30,000 on.
Without parking
Also.
some money for a plan.
But
I-
I'll
I
give
think
you
it'd
the
be
30,000
irresponsible.
for the plan.
I think it'd be irresponsible to do a plan without having the resources.
We disagree on
allotted.
that point, then.
I think that, so I just think it just goes to, it's peanut butter and jelly, they go together.
Well, I think
The
we'll
plan
know-
and the
Well,
allotment.
Won't we know more tomorrow when we see all the random number generators added up?
Yeah.
Because there's nothing in here for the library, for example. So there are lots of things that we don't have any placeholders for. So I
Right.
think, I agree with Jane. Let's create the plan. Let's spend the 30 grand. And, I think this actually could end up moving out in time. This was opportunistic last year because we had a potential partner to help us.
Exactly.
And now that's changed.
Has it?
I didn't
I
know
don't
it's
know.
changed.
I
May I
actually haven't heard
suggest-
anything on it. Mark, you?
I mean,
May-
AC Sandhills has probably dropped off the list from the standpoint of they're working with the town of Aberdeen on a multi-field complex in Aberdeen. But there were other groups that have been showing interest, and we're at such a field shortage right now that there may be others willing to step up to provide some funds if they can have a guaranteed use of that facility. So I think there's opportunities there. And the importance of having the plan too, this is something Mike and I talked about last week that I didn't think to mention, but creating the plan is the first step that you have to do if we want to consider any type of grant funding. Lydia is very familiar with Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. You can get up to $500,000 for construction and implementation. So doing the plan is essential in order to have that in place if we want to pursue those grant opportunities down the road.
Well, I'd say we need to do two things. Create this plan and identify partners.
That would be part of the process.
And then we know how much money we need to set aside
Okay.
and when.
Natalie, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, when I look back in time over development of Rassy Wicker Park over the last 20 years, this approach is the approach that we took because, tried to basically spread it out or smooth it. So instead of coming to council in 3 years from now and saying, we need $1 million to build a park, we say, okay, well, let's just phase it, do it incrementally. And maybe we run utility lines one year and the next year we do a field and the next year we put a tennis court or, whatever the case may be. So
I agree with that strategy.
this approach is consistent with the approach we've taken in the past to incrementally add park facilities needed by our community. With that said, I don't know if 250,000 is the right number. And it could certainly, be less than that, or it could be more than that after the plan gets developed. That remains to be seen. But for today, I think what's really important is that we decide whether or not to leave the OFI on the list. And then we'll go back and determine, what resources we have available to devote to this initiative. From a staffing standpoint, Mark's not that involved in a lot of the other OFIs. He's involved in some of them, but not as many. So we also look at which departments are doing what. So just kind of keep that in mind. But I would suggest we will bring back a revised number at a later, when we develop the budget.
Well, I think tomorrow, though, more importantly, we're going to look at the congestion we have and the contention for our resources.
I think you're going to be
Correct.
surprised at what we have to show you.
Correct.
Right.
And I think you'll give us that guidance tomorrow on the
Yeah.
dollar amount.
Yeah, so I think in isolation, plunking money down here, let's create the plan, let's identify potential partners, and we'll have time to park money in a future discussion.
I hear a proposal
That's
to,
good.
to create the plan and identify potential partners.
Right.
Correct?
Do I have,
They're two different things, but yeah, that's all a part of this,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's part of the plan.
Yeah.
like this?
Okay.
And
And remove the funding
remove
from
the
future
funding
years,
and the,
I'm disappointed in that.
or just from next year?
From 22 for sure.
Okay.
You can keep your placeholders there for now, but I would say, again, tomorrow, this is all going to feel different.
I'll just put a question mark on that one. How about that?
No, I thought, no, we just decided to take it out for 2022.
What I just
didn't-
heard council say is that we would
Just did.
potentially remove it, depending on how tomorrow's conversation happens. There's a potential to remove it in '22, but I heard to keep the placeholders in future out years. Is that the consensus?
That's not what I understood. I understood we were
Let's
taking it out
recap.
now.
We know that Jane and John have said,
Yep.
remove the implementation. We know that Kevin and Lydia have said, keep it in.
Yeah.
And what we just heard from Judy is, keep it in the out years, and we'll have this, and I think this is what you said, keep it in the out years, but for next year, potentially remove it, depending on what we hear tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Phil, yeah,
Judy said, and maybe
sure.
we'll take out the out years tomorrow, too.
yeah. So
But we can-
just color code all the out years.
Okay, sounds good. All right, last one is update the comprehensive Parks and Recreation Master Plan while considering neighborhood open spaces and amenities. But this is ultimately to update the master plan. And we have that $30,000 for the full Parks and Recreation Master Plan update in '23.
This is another
Based on
$30,000?
a regular recurring schedule that we think is appropriate, right?
That's
That's,
recurring, yeah. I'll agree.
It's due to be updated, right, that by,
Mark?
Typically, those are done every 7 to 10 years. This would put that plan at 12 years if we do it in fiscal year '23, since it
Oh, we
was
haven't done
created.
one for 12 years?
That's correct. We created it in 2011.
Definitely need to do that.
The point here, Jeff Sanborn, is we have a policy of updating our various kinds of plans every so often, at
Yeah.
least every decade or so, 7 to 12 years, I guess. So
policy
this-
might be a strong word, but.
Yeah, well, yeah, all right. So it happens, as Mark has just said, that in 2023, it would be due, or a little bit past due, updating the comprehensive PNR master plan. So that's why that is there.
Is it too late, Mark, 2023? Is you gone 12 years?
If you think of the items that are in that plan, Rassy Wicker Park development, community center, it referenced greenways as well. So it definitely needs it. And I think there's a lot of items that are in there that are going to be able to come out now because they've already been done. But I don't foresee a problem with 23 personally.
Okay, thanks.
council, is there consensus to keep this where it is?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. We made it through that list of OFIs.
One comment on that, that phrase at the end, while considering amenities for
Yes, open spaces. and-
neighborhood open spaces. I'm not a fan of neighborhood open spaces because I think you'll get weird lots and spaces and somebody's got to take care of it. And I think it's incremental and like we don't want to jump off on that train. And
Certainly something we would have to be careful about.
Yeah, if we ever got to that, yeah, there'd have to be a very careful
I
development.
think it's very undefined, and I had that as a clear, unclear, very unclear. But I do think it's possible it could, in 3 years, we might be in a different place on that.
I think
That's when
that wording was added due to the comp plan as to ensure that we captured it somewhere.
Yeah,
that we-
yes.
We,
Yes.
it'll be considered.
Look at what time it is.
I know.
I know,
But on the
that's what I
button.
was gonna say. It's exactly 5 o'clock.
So
Jimmy Buffett, where are you?
Lauren?
we will circle back tomorrow with our discussions on the 5-year financial forecast and fund balance policy. We'll discuss 5-year major capital needs and potential workforce needs, and then ultimately look at the balanced scorecard for any potential changes as well. As you go home tonight and think about anything, if there's anything else you need to bring up tomorrow, we can certainly do so. I appreciate all of your time today. Council, do you have any questions or anything else you want to add for tomorrow?
Are we
don't
going
think-
through the 73 other OFIs at any point?
We do not
Yes.
intend to go through the other 73
Yeah,
OPs.
yes, Jane, we will, and you're leading a sole discussion at 7:30 a.m. Saturday on through the weekend, as long as you want. You can
But you will get extra credit.
In some seriousness, Lauren, in answer to your point, I wanted to thank the other staff members who are here, been sitting back
Yeah.
behind us
Volunteers for
here.
being
and
here.
Cindy, thank
Cindy
you for
Burnett
coming.
from Planning and
Thanks for
Zoning,
hanging
thank
there,
you very
Cindy.
much for participating, and
Thank you, Mike. Darren?
thank you, Darren.
Yep.
Thank you, Cole.
They've seen that we can
Thank you,
put the
Webb.
fun,
Thank you, Mike. And thanks to Lauren.
Absolutely, thank you. Thanks, Council. And Tony Elms.
our single resident.
That's right.
OMG.